Hello friends. This is Phoenix What If. How are you all? So in this video, we will see. What if Naruto fell in love with Shinigami's angel, Naruto x Harem? But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also if possible share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. 7 years ago a beautiful yet vicious water dragon attacked Konoha. No one really knows why it attacked. The Yondaimi's only choice to defeat the dragon, Isu Tsubasa, was to seal it in a newborn baby. The only newborn was Hinata Hyuga. It pained the Yondaimi to make the young baby to suffer such a burden, but knew there was no other way. He only hopes that his son will be alright and be friends with Hinata. The Yondaimi went to the battlefield after summoning Gamabunta. After battling sometime with Isu Tsubasa, the Yondaimi performed Fuinjutsu Shiki Fujin, demonic soul-sealing jutsu. Using that jutsu summoned the Shinigami, sacrificing himself by asking the Shinigami to seal Isu Tsubasa inside Hinata. The sealing became a success. Everyone was grateful but mourned about their fourth Hokage. After the sealing, the Sandem found Hinata with the seal visible on her stomach. He soon noticed her eyes were more lavender-colored and a bit cat-slit in the middle. Word spread quickly about the dragon being sealed inside Hinata. Many demanded for her death, but the Sandem defended her and said she was the jailer of Isu Tsubasa, not the dragon itself. Hiyashi didn't mind still having the child, thinking she'll become a formidable force for the Hyuga clan. Even so, the village still hated the girl, thinking she was the dragon itself. The Sandem did everything he could to keep her safe. He soon made a rule to never tell her what's inside her or any of the new generation, or it will be death for their punishment. As the years go by, the older generation made sure to make the children to hate and despise her. Only a few saw her the jailer and a hero to Konoha. Hiyashi made things difficult for the poor girl. He kept training her till she couldn't move. Hiyashi was disappointed to find her weak and disgraceful despite having the monster-house dragon inside her. Hinata's mother was one of those who saw her as the jailer of Isu Tsubasa. She did everything she could to teach her love and to care for others. To Hinata, she was everything she wanted to protect. After her training with her father, she trains again after her wounds healed. She kept training herself to prove everyone she wasn't weak and deserves respect like everyone else. She soon came across meeting Naruto, who too wanted to prove everyone that he's strong and to become Hokage. They soon became friends rather quickly. They both promised to train to get stronger and to protect those who were precious to them. Right when Hinata's sister, Hanabi, was born, her father disowned her, saying that she was no longer a Hyuga anymore. 7-year-old Hinata cried, feeling hurt, betrayed, and heartache. On her back was her backpack, filled with some clothes, first aid kit, and some medicine ointment. Hinata continued to cry harshly, but still managed to contain herself, saying that everything will be alright, promising to herself to get stronger. While walking around Konoha, people kept throwing nasty glares at her, which frightened the ex-Heiress. After an hour of walking around, she felt a kunai flying past her cheek, leaving a scar on her cheek. Hinata turned around to see a huge mob full of drunk shinobis that are at least Chunin level. Soon enough, civilians joined in and start beating the poor girl. After a while, having so many beatings, she managed to find a gap from the mob. Once she manages to sweep past them, she quickly ran off. She has been running for 2 hours. Her breathing increased, gasping for air. Normally people will just collapse right about now, even to most shinobis, but Hinata has more stamina than even a Junin would have. Hinata was also desperate to get away from the mob. Ahead, Hinata noticed the Konoha's gates. Not hesitating to leave, she immediately increased her pace, forgetting the only friend she's leaving behind. The mob stopped chasing after her when they noticed her leaving the Konoha gates, much to the girl's relief. She didn't like the way they looked at her. They were full of hatred, sorrow, and anger. Something she would never like to see. It still broke her heart when she heard a faint cheering from the mob behind. She couldn't help but cry the whole way. It felt so wrong. It ached so much inside her chest. She felt like she wasn't needed, that she shouldn't even exist. Even her own village hates and despises her just as much as her family does. But no matter how much they do, she still feels the need to protect them. She didn't care if they don't appreciate it, but she still hopes to get their attention. I hope that someday they will notice me for who I am. The temperature soon dropped dramatically when she went deeper inside the forest. Most would have been freezing, but to Hinata it felt so right. She couldn't explain it, but she has always loved cold temperature. She especially loves snow. It matched her pale skin. It kind of fit, considering the fact that her birthday is on December. Wind of snow started to dance around Hinata, as if leading her to something or someone. In a trance she followed. There she found a boy unconscious. Hinata immediately ran toward him. She noticed he was about the same age as her. She couldn't take her eyes off of him. He was about the same height as her, if not taller, and has white hair which tends to blend in the snow. He wore a long white garb with a black-colored hakama, sp. A green sash around his shoulders held together by a round clip. On his back was a katana which could be about 120 centimeters long. But what Hinata mostly noticed about him was the blood covering over him and the snow. She nearly panicked, not knowing what to do. Take him away from the snow first. Then wrap him with the bandages and ointment you have in your backpack, child, said the voice in her head. The voice was nice and warm to Hinata. She didn't know why, but she feels like she knows the voice. Hinata trusted the voice for some reason, as if she knows that it was only trying to help her. Hinata carefully picked the boy up and wrapped his right arm over her shoulders. She really needs to place him down to somewhere warm and safe. The snow still continued to come down and the temperature continued to drop. The boy's wounds are deepening and the blood keeps goosing out. She's utterly worried for the boy. Where can I place him in? I need to take him somewhere warm. I need to find it fast. I don't think he can last long, Hinata thought worriedly. As if hearing her plea, the wind again danced around her and the boy. She noticed it was leading her to somewhere warm. Again she hears that soothing voice. Follow the wind. It's leading you to a safe place for the boy and yourself. Don't worry, child. I won't let anything happen to you or the boy, the voice reassured. Hinata mentally nods. And so she followed the wind around her and carefully carried the boy along. The wind led her toward a warm-looking cave. Once inside, Hinata carefully set him down for a while. She went through her backpack and found her sleeping bag. Before picked the boy up, she took off the sword off his back and set it down, near the sleeping bag. Hinata then picked up the boy again, but gently so he wouldn't feel any more pain than he already is in. She carefully tucked him in the sleeping bag. She went back toward her backpack and took out the first aid kit and the ointments. Turning back toward the boy, Hinata blushed for what she's about to do. She took off his white garb and took the top of the hakama down. Hinata could definitely feel herself about to faint but remained conscious. She noticed how his chest well developed compared to other 7-year-old boys and thought he looked very handsome. Hinata blushed again, thinking that way. She shook her head. No, bad Hinata. You shouldn't be thinking this way. He's injured right now, so I should be treating his wounds, not admire his. Hinata blushed again. That silver-haired Aerojunin really has corrupted me in some way. When I see him again, I'm so going to burn that orange book of his, Hinata thought angrily. Meanwhile, that Aerojunin shivered. He securely put his book away. Why'd I have this feeling someone is out to get me and burn my precious book? The Junin thought nervously. Hinata sighed and carefully put the ointment on the boy's wounds while blushing the whole time. The boy groaned, feeling the pain of his wounds, but then sighed. The pain was gradually getting less painful. After putting the ointment on, she gently bandages his injuries. It took a while and hard work, but she managed to complete it. Hinata put the top of his hakama back on, then tucked him in. She then gently folded the white garb that the boy wore. It was still stained in blood, so she decided to clean it later. Hinata put the white garb inside her backpack. Hinata tucked on her big, baggy, ripped sweater tightly around her. Her clothes were still tattered, ripped, and covered with her own blood. She put some ointment on a few of her bruises and injuries. The temperature was still cold but became a bit warmer than last time. Hinata stayed up the whole night looking after the boy. She watched him the whole time. She sat down with her back on the cave's wall, brought her knees up toward her stomach and wrapped them with her arms. Her eyes became heavy later on. Hinata watched the boy with kindness and gentleness like she normally does with everyone else. I hope he'll be all right, was Hinata's last thought before sleep overcame her. The next morning the snow stopped and showed the warm sun up on the sky. The boy, who has been sleeping in Hinata's sleeping bag, slowly woke up. Where am I? The boy thought. The boy felt warm and safe for some reason. The boy reluctantly sat up. He looked around and found what he was looking for. He picked up his zanpakuto and sighed. Hiranmaru, you there? He asked. A low booming voice answered, yes. It took a while for your injuries to heal. That was one big gash you've gotten there from the hallow. The boy looked down and noticed his injuries were wrapped with bandages and very taken care of. The boy raised an eyebrow. Who healed my injuries? He asked to himself, not really expecting an answer. A low soft was heard to his right. He turned around and was a girl, who looked around 7 years old, sleeping on the floor. Who's the girl? The boy asked to Zanbakuto. She's the one who took care of your injuries. That girl is something, Hiranmaru said. She did? Isn't she young to be alone? The boy asked. Like you're one to talk, Hiranmaru said, amusingly. What are you talking about, Hiranmaru? The boy asked, coldly. He did not like the tone his Zanpakuto was using. He's having a real bad feeling. Hiranmaru smirked. Look for yourself, Hiranmaru said. An ice mirror was soon formed in front of the boy. He looked at himself and soon his eyes widened. Why'd I look like a 7-year-old boy? Hiranmaru couldn't handle it anymore. He began to laugh hysterically. Haha. Haven't seen. You. Haha. Hiranmaru couldn't continue. He was laughing too much to finish. The boy gritted his teeth. The boy slowly calmed himself down but was still pissed off. Answer me, Hiranmaru. Why am I back being a 7-year-old? The boy asked coldly. Hiranmaru stopped laughing after a minute. I'm not really sure. The rubbed his temples, feeling very irritated. Great, just what I need, he thought sarcastically. A soft was soon heard, again. The boy turned around to the girl. She was starting to wake up. She slowly opened her eyes and then sat up. She cutely rubbed her eyes to adjust her surroundings. The boy found himself holding his breath when he noticed her eyes. They were so different. They were lavender with no pupils, but when he looked at them more carefully he noticed her eyes were cat-slit in the middle. Hinata noticed the boy up and looked at him worriedly. Anyo, are you okay? She asked. The boy nodded. He couldn't trust his voice right at the moment. Hiranmaru chuckled, finding this all too amusing. What's wrong, Hitsugaya? Are you finally interested in a girl? Nice choice, she really is cute, Hiranmaru teased. What are you talking about? I'm just surprised from her eyes, Hiranmaru, Hitsugaya said, angrily at his Zanpakuto. Anyo. Hitsugaya snapped out of it after hearing Hinata's voice. He noticed the girl tilt her head nervously. Yyus sure you're alright? Hinata stuttered, asked to Hitsugaya, worriedly. Hitsugaya nods, with his normal cold, expressionless face. Hinata sighed, relieved to know he was okay. Anyo, if it's okay may I ask what's your name? Hinata stuttered out nervously. Hitsugaya was surprised but answered anyway. Toshiro Hitsugaya. What's yours? He asked curiously. Right. My name is Hinata, she answered. Hitsugaya raised an eyebrow. You don't have a last name? He asked in a monotone voice. Hinata dropped her head, hiding her sad and cold eyes. Just remembering her father's betrayal makes Hinata feel angry and sad about it. No, I don't. That is, not anymore. Tears began to fall on her pink cheeks to the floor. Hinata cursed herself for being so weak, especially in front of a stranger. This did not go unnoticed. She's crying. Why? Hitsugaya wondered. He moved toward the shaky, crying girl slowly. He didn't know what to do. His face softened a little at the girl in front of him. He rubbed her cheeks, wiping her tears away. Hinata blushed at Hitsugaya's action. She looked up into his eyes. It was strange. Hitsugaya felt kinda exposed looking into those lavender, cat-slit eyes. Hitsugaya never felt this way before. He felt the need to protect her. He has never met a warm, frail, gentle, and kind person such as this girl. Her whole being says she was made out of innocence. When Hinata looked into those eyes, they were full of warmth and softness inside them. Just looking at them made her feel dizzy and weak. But there was sadness and confusion. As if wondering who he was and the sadness meaning of his past life. She didn't know how she was able to know this, but she just does. She also noticed how he surrounds himself with barriers, not wanting anyone to notice his true feelings. For some reason it made her feel sad knowing this. Hinata noticed how close she was to him and blushed. She backed up a bit, her face still flushed from her cheeks. Voices were soon heard outside of the cave. They sounded as if they were looking for something or someone. She should be here, a voice said. Hinata immediately froze. Her whole body immediately stiffened and tensed up her muscles. She went deeper inside the cave, trying to hide herself. She knew immediately who were the voices. They were from her village. They were looking for her. Hinata felt fear build up inside her. Why'd I have to be so weak? She thought angrily to herself. Hitsugaya noticed her actions and gave her a questioning look. The demon girl should be here. We all saw her coming here, said another voice. Hinata shivered in fear. I thought they were going to leave me alone. Hitsugaya noticed Hinata shivering. He carefully approached her. Hey, you okay? What's going on? Hitsugaya asked her. When she looked at him, he noticed fear and sadness in her eyes. Why is she scared and sad? Hitsugaya wondered. There's a cave up ahead. I think she's in there. Come on, let's kill the demon. There was cheering outside. Chorusing, kill the demon. Hinata felt horrified. Her whole body shook uncontrollably. Why? Why do they call me a demon? What did I do to them to hate me so much? She asked herself repeatedly. Hitsugaya didn't like how the mob outside were talking. He could actually feel their killing intent so clearly from there. He looked back and noticed Hinata shivering in fear. He could see new tears forming. Hitsugaya gritted his teeth with frustration. He didn't like how Hinata reacting, not one bit. Hitsugaya, you should take Hinata and get out of here. I'm getting the feeling that those voices are after the girl, Hiranmaru said. What? Explain. Hiranmaru, Hitsugaya ordered. There's no time. Take her and get out of there. Hiranmaru yelled out. Hitsugaya nods. He could hear the mob coming closer. He set his Zanpakuto on his back before he could go toward Hinata. He carefully picked her up, bridal style. Eep. Hinata squeaked, surprised. Hitsugaya picked up her backpack and sleeping bag to Hinata. She thanked Hitsugaya and held on to them. Hitsugaya then shunpo before the mob could even spot him. Hinata, you know where we should go? Hitsugaya asked, while shunpo from tree to tree. Hinata was amazed by Hitsugaya's speed that she almost didn't hear what he said. Hinata nods at Hitsugaya. WEC could go SSC the H Hokage, Hinata said. When she noticed him giving a questioning look she said, Anyo, th the Hokage I is th the leader O of MMIV village. Where is your village? Hitsugaya asked. It's up ahead, Hinata answered. Hitsugaya nods. Hold on tight, he soon took off. Hinata made sure to hold on, which Hitsugaya noticed how careful she was holding on to him. He couldn't understand it but he felt very overprotective of her. He looked on ahead and went off, heading straight toward Konoha, not knowing what will await him that will change his life. Does the village have to be far off? Hitsugaya thought angrily. He was darn tired and his wounds are starting to reopen. Not to mention he's carrying the girl in his arms, not that he mind. In fact Hinata was really light to him. He really wants to rest but turned against it. So he shinpoed even faster, which was a bad thing. Hinata looked up at Hitsugaya worriedly. She could practically tell the boy was in pain from his wounds. She knew his wounds weren't fully healed when he woke up. Hinata kept blaming herself about this. Hinata carefully activated her Byakugan without any hand signs. Ever since she started to practice to activate her Byakugan, she could instantly activate it without getting exhausted or use the hand signs. That was the only thing her Fath Hiyashi-sama ever praised her of. Of course it wasn't enough. Hinata searched around the area and immediately recognized the Konoha gates weren't far from here. She felt very relieved, not for going back but for the boy's sake. Once they finally reached the Konoha gates they stopped in front of it. Hitsugaya looked at it with interest. Is this it? Hitsugaya asked. Hinata looked up from Hitsugaya's chest and saw the familiar-looking gates. She felt a bit depressed and full of dread looking at it. It didn't feel like home to her. Not much. Hi, she answered. Two Konoha guards soon walked towards them. Halt, state your purpose here, ordered the guard. I'm here to meet the Hokage, Hitsugaya icily said. The guards weren't affected by his cold, chilled voice because all their focus was on the girl in his arms. They noticed right away that it was Hinata. They both glared at the nervous girl with so much hatred and disgust. Hyuga-sama, what are you doing with this boy? The guard said, with no respect at all when he used the suffix of her ex name. Hinata flinched from his glare and voice, filled with venom inside it.
Hitsugaya didn't like the way they were looking at her or their voice. He could practically feel her fear from them. He could detect so much hatred and disgust in their eyes. Why are they looking at her like that? Hitsugaya thought. He gripped Hinata more tightly and securely.
Now. What seems to be the problem? They turned toward the voice. An old man walked out from the village gates with superiority and wisdom aura around him. He wears a long set of robes with a hat that is written, Fire, on the top of his hat. Hokage-sama, the guards immediately bowed toward the old man. Hitsugaya blinked, looking unemotionally confused. He's the Hokage? He asked while looking down toward Hinata, who simply nods. The Hokage looked toward Hitsugaya, then to Hinata. He looked at her worriedly when he noticed her clothes were dirty, raggy, and filled with dry blood. Please follow me, children, he said, kindly.
The guards reluctantly backed away for Hitsugaya to pass with Hinata still in his arms. Hinata went deeper toward Hitsugaya's chest when she noticed the guards' glare with killer intent in them. Why do they hate me? Hinata wondered sadly. She could feel new shed of tears spilling out of her eyes. She cursed herself for being so weak.
Hitsugaya noticed the new shed of tears coming down like the rain. He really didn't know why she's crying again. He mentally sighed with frustration. I really don't know what I gotten myself into. All his attention was now on the Hokage in front of him. I can see why he's called the leader of the village. His energy is huge. I never met an old man such as him and is still able to become so powerful.
Hirenmaru sighed. What are you talking about, Hitsugaya? Remember, Yamato-sama is even older than this one and he's way more powerful than all of the captains.
Hitsugaya raised an eyebrow. Yamato-sama? Captains? What are you talking about, Hirenmaru? He asked to his Zanpakuto. Hirenmaru's eyes widened. Don't tell me that attack from the Hallow made the Gaki get amnesia. So far he knows that he's not the age he is in and about me being his Zanpakuto, and about the Hallows. He probably forgotten about his past and about the Soul Society. This isn't good. If the other Soul Reapers confront him, he'll be extremely confused. Not to mention, offended in some way. Great, his friends will be extremely upset toward the Gaki, he thought. The Hokage led the two children in his office. Once inside, Hitsugaya looked down at Hinata and sighed. Hinata, we're in Hokage-sama's office, Hitsugaya said. Hinata looked up and noticed the familiar room. Sorry, Hitsugaya-san. Hinata apologized while getting off of him. She blushed furiously for being so close to a boy. She never been so close to a boy before besides her Nisan. In fact, she actually liked being close to the white-haired boy. He was so warm and comfortable to be with. Hinata blushed again thinking like that. No, bad Hinata. Stop thinking that way. I'm serious about getting that arrow Junin and burn that orange book of his, Hinata thought. The said Junin sneezed and shivered. The Junin looked around, worriedly. Someone's definitely out to get me in my precious book. I need to be more careful. The Junin shivered from imagining what will become of him and his precious porn book. Hitsugaya was confused from Hinata's expression. First her face looked beet red like a tomato, then it turns into anger, vengeance. Weird, he just shrugs it off.
The Hokage looked at the scene before him with amusement in his eyes. Well, now that you have settled in, may I ask why were you out of the village, Hinata? I'm sure your father must be worried about you. He looked at her worriedly.
Hinata quickly stiffened from hearing her father being mentioned. She found herself feeling depressed when she remembered the betrayal she had felt towards her father. This depression let out a different, strong, and cold chakra leaking out. The Hokage looked at her even more worriedly. He knew that chakra is coming from the demon inside her, Isu Tsubasa. Hitsugaya felt the sudden change towards the fragile girl next to him. The atmosphere around her started to feel cold. The aura he's feeling is sort of similar to Hirenmaru's. He noticed Hinata's eyes looked kind of dead, sorrow, and hurt of betrayal. Nothing is hiding her emotions. On the outside he was emotionless, but in the inside he found himself feeling worried. That feeling made Hitsugaya confused. He just barely met her and yet he already feels the need to protect her. It was like he has already known her all of his life. The way she shivered, cried, and the feeling of depression of betrayal back from the cave till now made him not want her to feel that way. He found himself wanting to kill the person who did this to her. Hitsugaya mentally sighed in frustration. Why'd I care about this girl so much? Arg. I hate feeling this confused. I don't even know the girl and yet. Hitsugaya sighed angrily in his head.
Hiranmaru found this far too amusing. He chuckled softly. To think he cares for this girl without even realizing why. Hinata probably reminds Hitsugaya of Momo. Although I doubt it. This girl is far too different from Momo. She looks so fragile and innocent compared to Momo. I could feel the girl's presence full of purity than anyone I have known, Hiranmaru thought.
Hinata looked down at her hands as if they were the most interesting thing in the world. What should I do? Should I tell Hokage-sama about last night? What will happen to father? She thought sadly. That's when her father's words came back to her. As of right now you are no longer a Hyuga or my daughter. You will only be known as Hinata. Do not ever come back to this residence or you will die. You were never wanted here, only hated. You deserve to be alone and isolated. His words kept echoing in her head over and over again. It scarred the young girl deeply and she knew it will never heal. Not to mention that her mother is dead by giving birth to Hanabi. This tortured Hinata even more, along with the hatred from the villagers themselves. What should I do? Should I really tell him what happened? Hinata asked herself yet again. Soon a soothing, soft voice spoke up in her head. Tell him, Gaki. He will not hate you or think you are lying. He's a good man who saved you so far. Tell him, I'm sure he'll do something to help. Trust the old coot, the voice said, reassuringly.
Hinata found herself feeling more calm and not as depressed. She took a deep, shaky breath. Hiyashi H. Hyuga-sama, or my father, K kicked me out of the Hyuga R residence. He said I'm no longer Hyuga A anymore or his DD daughter, Hinata choked out. She felt hot liquid coming down on her cheeks. She was crying. Again. Oh. No. Why do I always cry so easily? Stop it.
Hinata still felt her tears pouring down but much more furiously. I don't like this. Hiyashi was right. I'm so weak, she thought bitterly to herself. The Hokage's face hardened. That fool, Hiyashi, how could you do this to your own daughter? He thought angrily. He sighed, he's really too old for this. Hitsugaya felt himself stiffened, his eyes looked more colder as if you're in snow country itself. His fist shook angrily, wanting to beat the crap out of someone. He could actually feel his Ryotsu about to shoot out along with his spiritual pressure. He kept calming it down but it was difficult considering the fact he wants to beat the shit out of this Hiyashi, who is supposedly Hinata's father.
Isn't someone touchy? But I have to agree with you beating the crap out of that cold-hearted man. To do that to his own daughter, even I'm not that cold-hearted, Hiranmaru said.
The village too treated the girl like garbage. The village was one thing but her own family. Her life is getting much better, Hitsugaya thought, sarcastically. And why'd I care so much for her? I just met her. Hiranmaru chuckled. You really don't get it, do you? It's because you like her and see her a very precious person to you, Hiranmaru said, amusingly. Hitsugaya's eyes twitched with a very, very small blush on his cheeks. What are you talking? He asked, coldly. Hiranmaru found it really amusing when he noticed that small blush. What I mean is you see her as a very precious friend you want to protect. She's different paired to the other girls, women, you met before. Even if he may have forgotten, he subconsciously didn't, Hiranmaru thought before continuing. You see Hinata as a fragile wallflower who has some kind of warm and powerful strength within her. You want her to be happy and cheerful. You even want to see her smile, Hiranmaru teased. Hitsugaya just growled at him to continue. You want to make her strong to go against her own. She really is different. You noticed her pure heart, Hitsugaya. She wants to prove herself and others that she is strong, not weak. Plus there is the fact you being overprotective of her and want to beat up the person or people who make her feel sad and upset. The girl is full of light and pureness and you saw that. You saw the strength within her that nobody has ever bothered to notice. Gaki, you really do care for her, Hiranmaru finished. If you want to know, she also really cares about you. She saved you earlier from your injuries and from your own spiritual pressure, which by the way went out of control. The girl took care of you all night. She was very worried about you, Hiranmaru said. Hitsugaya found himself thinking over what his Zanpakuto said. He was right. Again. He did care about Hinata. Ever since he first met Hinata, He definitely felt the need to protect her. She looked so fragile, like she could break by touching her. Yet he noticed her determination and strength, wanting to prove her worth. That's what caught his attention toward the girl. He wanted to help and protect her. He never felt that kind of need before. "And you?" the Hokage said, snapping Hitsugaya out of his thoughts. "Toshiro Hitsugaya," he answered. "Hitsugaya, can you tell me how you happened to meet Hinata?" the Hokage asked. "I see, can answer that. Hokage-sama," Hinata stuttered out. The Hokage looked at her curiously. Hinata gulped but didn't back out now. While I was walking in the F-Forest IISS spotted Hitsugaya-san in the SS snow, you unconscious. Was I injured and so I treated his wounds, but I'm not sure if they're all be better now." The Hokage raised an eyebrow. "Snow? Oh no, I've forgotten about that. How am I going to escape this? I could practically tell that it doesn't rarely snow here," Hitsugaya thought. "Don't ask me. I don't know how to get away with this one," Hiranmaru said. "Hinata, did your chakra created this snow, again?" the Hokage asked. Hitsugaya was now the one who's surprised. "Wait, what does he mean by that?" he wondered. Hinata looked down at her hands again. Well, I'm not TT2S sure. Hokage-sama," Hinata answered. She could practically feel herself blushing. "Anyo, Hokage-sama. I've been meaning T to ask, but why is my CH chakra always CC cold A and W warm A at the S same TT time? Why does my CH chakra makes S snow? Why is my CH chakra L light B blue and L lavender when our regular CH chakra is B blue?" Hinata asked. The Hokage sighed. "I'm sorry, Hinata, that I can't reveal to you. At least, not yet, that is," the Sondime said. Hinata nods sadly. "I understand. Hiranmaru, do you know what chakra is?" Hitsugaya asked toward his Zanpakuto. "Actually, that I do. I managed to gather information about the area we are right now. It turns out to be their energy source. It's almost like Ryotsu. Chakra is when spiritual and physical energy mold together, creating something new. So it's very possible that you'll be able to do it," Hiranmaru explained. "In all reality he shouldn't. Since he's a dead spirit, a Shinigami, who has no physical form. Meaning no physical energy, but somehow he has one. I really don't get what's going on, but if his friends were to come and get him, his body will transfer back to his spiritual form. That is if he wants to go back. I have feeling things will get very complicated later on," Hiranmaru thought. Hitsugaya mentally nods. "Thanks, Hiranmaru, no problem, Hitsugaya. Since you don't have nowhere to go, Hinata, you'll have to live alone in one of the living homes I'll be giving you," the Hokage said. Hinata nodded nervously. Hitsugaya on the other hand was a different story. "Hokage-sama," Hitsugaya calmly called. The Hokage almost forgotten about him but answered either way. "Yes, Hitsugaya? If it's all right, may I live with Hinata? This morning a whole mob came by earlier yelling about killing the demon. From what I can tell, they were after Hinata," Hitsugaya said. The Hokage's eyes widened. He knew it must have been the villagers. He fixed his gaze at the boy in front of him. His presensed screams of a prodigy and strong power. He could tell by the look in the boy's eyes were not that of a 7-year-old at all. He gave in, knowing it will be unsafe for the young ex-heiress to be out there alone. Hinata on the other hand was in shock. "He wants to stay and live with me. Why? Everyone else hates me but he doesn't. Even though he talks coldly, he didn't show any hatred toward me. He even carried me all the way back here. I don't want to trouble him because of me. I'm not even worth it at all," she thought depressingly. Hitsugaya-san. Why you really don't have T to S stay WW with me. IRR really don't want T to T trouble you, Hinata said. She smiled at him sadly, not wanting the white-haired boy to trouble himself. Hitsugaya noticed the sad smile gracing on her face. He didn't like it all. He hid his frustrated emotions with a motionless face. "It's no trouble at all, Hinata. Besides, I have nowhere to go. I don't remember anything much of my past. So you're of no trouble to me, Hinata," Hitsugaya said, calmly. "All right then." The Hokage took out a pair of keys and handed them to Hitsugaya. "The home I given you isn't that far. You'll be able to notice it right away. It's a big, blue, raggy mansion. It's the only one I know that you're allowed to be in, the Hokage said. Thank you. Hokage-sama. Hinata stuttered. Hitsugaya just nods, gratefully to the old man. Before you go, Hitsugaya, let me see your wounds, the Hokage said. Hitsugaya nods and came forth in front of the Hokage. Hitsugaya began to put the upper half of his black hakama down, much to Hinata's embarrassment. Hinata quickly turned around with a big blush on her face. Hitsugaya just lifted an eyebrow from her actions. The Hokage just chuckled amusingly along with Hirenmaru, who by now is laughing. The Hokage unwrapped the bandages and noticed how it was well taken care of. And Hinata treated this boy's wounds? She might have the potential becoming the new Sennin. She might become more powerful than Tsunade herself someday. Now that will be the day. If Tsunade were here, she would have been mildly impressed. She might even take her as apprentice, thought the Hokage. Your wounds will heal in a few days. So it's best if you take it easy, the Hokage suggested. Hitsugaya nods. He put the half of his hakama back on. Come on, Hinata, Hitsugaya said while walking out toward the door. Hi. Hinata squeaked out. She immediately ran after him while bowing down to the Hokage. The Sandem chuckled. I sure hope that boy will make Hinata feel a lot better than her father. I wonder what will become between those two. From the look in the boy's eyes showed. He obviously cares for Hinata, he said amusingly. He looked at the fourth's picture on the wall. I just wish your message came through to this village, Minato, the Hokage said sadly.
Hitsugaya and Hinata found the mansion rather easily, just like the third had said. It was a bit scary for Hinata. Subconsciously, she grabbed Hitsugaya's wrist. When Hitsugaya felt her soft hand, he turned toward Hinata. He then noticed how nervous she was.
You okay? Hitsugaya asked in a monotone voice, with a hint of worry in it. Hinata snapped out of it and noticed her hand holding onto Hitsugaya's wrist. She suddenly blushed a few shades of red. I'm sorry, Hitsugaya-san, Hinata said, after she let go of his wrist. It's okay. Come on, let's go in, Hitsugaya said. Hi. Hinata followed Hitsugaya behind. Hitsugaya looked back at where Hinata held her hand in. Her hands were so soft and warm, he thought while looking at his wrist. Once they were inside, they found the house a bit more comfortable. It was a bit dusty, but it was all right. The mansion must be big enough for 6 or 10 people at most, maybe more. It probably belongs to the Hokage since the whole mansion was great. The rooms were all big with its own bed, cupboards, closets, window, and bathroom. The mansion has a nice kitchen and huge living room with a huge backyard. It even has its own library on ninjutsus, genjutsus, taijutsus, and history about the other elemental countries and of Konoha. Even whole sections of bingo books along with the contents of bloodlines. Probably from the Hokage thinking they deserve them. Hinata opened her backpack and took out a white garb with the number 10 on the back. Hinata handed it to Hitsugaya, who gave a confused look. This I is why yours. ITT took it off B before IH had to BB bandage why your injuries, Hinata answered, finding herself blushing from recalling seeing his bare chest. Bad Hinata. Stop thinking that way. I'm not a pervert like that Ero Junin. Arg. I really am going to get that pervert along with that book of his, she thought. The said Junin sniffed again while feeling a very bad shiver. Now the silver-haired Junin is really darn right scared and worried. Hitsugaya blinked a few times before grabbing the white garb. Just touching it and seeing it gave a darn right aching headache. He ignored the pain and gently grabbed the white garb. He could see his blood has stained the garb. Looks like I have to wash it, Hitsugaya sighed. But why does it make me have this painful headache just by looking at it? Hitsugaya wondered. Hirenmaru sighed sadly. Yup, he definitely had forgotten about being the 10th captain of the Soul Society which he worked his butt off for. I sure hope he has a better life here compared over there. Sad really. Ever since Ichigo and the others invaded the Soul Society to save Rukia, everything went downhill. Thanks, Hinata, Hitsugaya thanked, gracious fully. Hinata blushed and nods. She took her backpack and left to go change in a room she will choose to live in. It took her a while to find a comfortable room for her. It was really huge. Inside the room had a king-size bed with window that shows the backyard. The bathroom was huge too and beautiful. With a tub and a shower. Her closet was big as well. Hinata wasn't really the type of girl to have many clothes or cares what she wears. So it will probably have lots of room. Considering the fact she only has 3 sets of clothes in her backpack. There was even a desk near the window with a lamp on it. Hinata loved the room. Now that she thought about it, maybe she can have Naruto move in with her. I mean, the mansion has its own dojo. Sorry for not mentioning that earlier. Almost forgot to put that in there. Winking face, a nice backyard to train in and a huge library to help them get stronger. Now Hinata really regrets for not hesitating or remembering her first and only friend when she left the Konoha gates. Naruto was the best friend anyone could ever want. He was an orphan whose parents died from the demon's attack 7 years ago. Naruto left the orphanage and lived in an apartment when he found out the way the caretaker treated his best friend, mainly Hinata. Whenever she visits, she gets shunned from the caretaker, and children did the same. Naruto didn't like it, so he left to live in an apartment. That was just about a year ago. Hinata wants Naruto to move in so he can be in a more comfortable place such as this. So Hinata decided to ask him once she meets him again. Especially since all Naruto ever eats was ramen. It is good, but it can be very bad if you eat it all the time. The ramen will not make him grow any taller. Hinata was thankful for her mother. Before her mother died, she taught Hinata how to cook. It was as if she knew her daughter might get thrown out soon. Hinata sighed. She went and dropped her backpack on her bed. She took out a pair of clothes and went toward the bathroom, wanting to get a nice warm shower. While she undressed, she noticed all the scars, bruises, cuts, and stabs were all gone and healed. She hadn't really thought about it till now. Now that she thought about it, Hitsugaya's injuries still haven't healed along with the simple injuries. Her eyes widen with realization. Every time her father physically abuses her in training, all her injuries were healed in seconds, and she still had the stamina and strength to still keep training with Naruto. Hinata shook her head. Whatever it may be, I'll find out later. While Hinata took her shower, Hitsugaya was in the halls of the mansion searching for the library. Hirenmaru was a bit confused to why he wants to go there. Hey, Hitsugaya. Why would you want to go to the library? Hirenmaru asked. I want to know more about the ways this village works. Most of the people I noticed have very strong energies. Or chakra, if that's what I'm sensing. Most of the people were wearing headbands, and those who have them noticed the powerful energy that I have. Maybe I can make a living here since I am going to stay. I don't know if I want to leave Hinata alone. Hitsugaya answered. Now he really regrets saying that last part. He could practically hear Hirenmaru snicker. So the Ice Prince has finally have fallen for a beautiful and cute maiden. Finally, if you ask me. She's actually perfect for you. I still can't believe you're doing everything you could to protect your girl, Hirenmaru teased with a smirk. Hitsugaya's eye twitched with a faint blush gracing on his cheeks. A big tick was formed on his head. What the heck are you talking about, Hirenmaru? I don't see her that way. Sure. I will come to terms seeing her as a friend, but nothing more than that. Hitsugaya shouted at Hirenmaru with an irritated voice. Hirenmaru just chuckled. Already knowing his feelings are actually becoming more than just a friend. Although, it's actually difficult to comprehend. Since Hitsugaya actually has feelings for Momo. Yup. Things will get really difficult as time passes by. Truth be told, Hirenmaru once Hinata gets together with Hitsugaya. She's way more better than Momo. Just 3 days ago, Momo has finally returned her feelings toward Hitsugaya. Hirenmaru sighed. If Momo was ever here, she'll definitely will tear these two apart. That will be painful. Still irritated with a frown on his features, he finally found the library. It was huge _ no scratch that _ it god damn gigantic. There were layers of books. One section filled with what it read, ninjutsu, the other read, genjutsu, another 2 read, taijutsu, and the last 2 sections were of history on Konoha and other nations and bloodline limits, or kekkei genkei. There one other section, but Hitsugaya couldn't really comprehend what it is. He decided to check out the history section before he could read the other ones, since he has no idea what they were all about. He picked one scroll, sat down on a desk nearby and read about the history of Konoha. Meanwhile, Hinata finally finished her bath and started dressing her clothes on. She wore a standard black sleeveless shirt with a baggy purple sweater. She wore black pants that reached a few centimeters past her knees along with a standard ninja black sandals. She went back toward her bed, where she left her backpack. She looked through it and searched for something. After a while she finally found it. In her hand was her mother's beautiful necklace. It was really beautiful. Made out of crystals around the strings till it reached a blue, lavender dragon-shaped crystal, hanging from the necklace. Her mother actually made it just for her. This was practically the only thing she could have that was from her mother. Hot wet tears poured down from Hinata's eyes. She truly missed her mother. She was practically the second. No third person who truly cared for her if she counts the Hokage. Her mother always gave her love and warmth towards her. Hinata wanted to protect her mother but she couldn't in the end. Instead, she will not break her promise that she made towards her mother before she died. She will become a strong kunoichi. Even if she doesn't like violence, she will do anything to protect those who are precious to her. Even the village that scorned her, she will protect them. She will prove the village wrong. She will become a medic nin. A powerful one and a powerful kunoichi. She will help Naruto achieve his dreams becoming Hokage. That was her promise toward her mother. In the end her mother smiled warmly at her. Her mother's final words were to always be nice, kind, and strong. That was the nature her mother saw in her. Her mother believed in her. Hinata wiped her tears away, fiercely. She shakily sighed. She wore the necklace her mother gave her and dropped her backpack in her closet. She made a mental note to make more ointments and buy more bandages later. Hinata heads straight toward the kitchen to make something to eat for herself and Hitsugaya. Speaking of Hitsugaya, Hinata wonders where he is. He's probably looking around or something, Hinata thought. Hinata went to the fridge and was thankful to see there was still fresh food inside. She took some of them to make a snack out of it. Well, it's probably not a snack to a 7-year-old girl but still it'll work. She made natto for herself and Hitsugaya. Hinata took both plates and went to go look for Hitsugaya. If she only knew that soon she will find a great discovery that will change someone's life along with hers and Hitsugaya's life for a long time. Hinata searched everywhere for the white-haired boy. She really wants to find him since she's feeling very nervous walking around alone. Especially when the mansion is so big. Hinata gulped nervously. Her arms ached a bit for carrying the nattos she made for herself and Hitsugaya. The only place Hinata never gone was the library. So that's where she's heading. After reaching her destination she relieved a soft sigh when she noticed the familiar white hair. She silently went over, trying not to disturb him from what he is doing. Unfortunately Hitsugaya heard or more like felt her coming in. If you're trying to keep quiet then don't be, Hinata, Hitsugaya said coldly, still not turning around from the scrolls. Hinata froze from her tracks. She knew she was walking in very quietly. In a way she was disappointed. Subconsciously she pouted. Hinata blinked once she noticed. Naruto must have rubbed off on me, she thought. Ever since she and Naruto been friends, Naruto played jokes around Hinata. Most of the time Naruto always snuck up on her. She didn't know how he could do that. So she made a goal to do the same with him. Easier said than done. The boy had a knack sensing her or anyone else. Of course Naruto enjoyed teasing her for not accomplishing it. But in a brotherly way. Hinata carefully headed toward the desk Hitsugaya is using. She put their nattos down on the desk. Anyo, I am made en nattos f for you US, she stuttered out nervously. Hitsugaya looked up and noticed her sitting at the opposite end of the desk he's using. He then looked down on the food she made. The smell of it made want to drool but composed himself from doing that. Just looking at the food made him feel a familiar aching pain in his forehead. He winced from the pain. Hinata noticed the pain expression on his face. She quietly bent forward and rubbed the aching forehead. Needless to say Hitsugaya enjoyed the feeling. Of course he shook that off because he could definitely hear Hiranmaru snickering. Hinata carefully rubbed it with her delicate hand. She was glad to see he was feeling better, so she reluctantly sat back down, letting her hand to let go. She started playing with her index fingers while looking down at them. She got the feeling that it will become a habit. Hitsugaya noticed this and figured it was probably a habit showing how nervous she is in. He sighed and took his plate and began to eat his natto. Hinata smiled when she noticed him beginning to eat. So she too took hers and began to eat. After complimenting her cooking, the air between them began to feel more comfortable. Hinata began to stutter less around the boy. She even began to smile more, but it was still difficult from all the hardships she faced in less than a day. Hitsugaya too began to talk to her less coldly, but Hinata didn't mind. It showed his true personality. They both began to know each other as time passes by, which was only about an hour but felt like an eternity to them. Hinata also found out in their conversation that Hitsugaya can get annoyed at times, which made her giggle, and to a result at that Hitsugaya gave her an annoyed look, again making it hard for her to stop. After finishing their natto, Hinata looked at the scrolls Hitsugaya was reading. It was full of big words for her that it began to make her feel dizzy. I mean, come on, she's still 7. Even though her father said she was supposed to know how to read without any difficulty about now. Just thinking about her father made her feel depressed but hid it away deep within her heart. She looked again at the scrolls, then to Hitsugaya, who began to look at it again. As curious as any 7-year-old, she asked, what are you reading? Hitsugaya-kun. Yes, after being familiar with him she began to call him with kun like Naruto. Only with Naruto she calls him Aniki or Nisan, since Naruto never had any siblings. So like any older brother he felt very happy when he calls him that. He looked at her and noticed the curious look she gave him. Hitsugaya sighed but didn't mind answering. In fact, he never felt annoyed with Hinata. It was actually hard to get annoyed with the girl in front him. I'm reading about this village and its history. Later on I'll read those other scrolls about ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Since I have no idea what they are, he responded in his usual monotone voice. Hinata blinked a few times before adjusting everything she heard. She then made a confused look. But don't everyone learns that in the academy? She asked confusingly. Hitsugaya raised an eyebrow. They have an academy? He asked. No duh, Hitsugaya. Where do you think every ninja in this village learn in? The circus? Harem said sarcastically at the end. Hitsugaya's eye twitched from his Zanpakuto comment. Hinata nods, not noticing his eye twitch. Yeah. Every 7-year-old child who wants to participate becoming a ninja enters the academy. I was planning to ask Hokage-sama to sign me in, she said innocently as usual. But then I have to change my last name. Wonder what should I be called now? Hinata thought. Hitsugaya thought about this for a second before saying, I'll come with you later since I want to see what I can do here. Hinata nods but then noticed the picture in the scroll Hitsugaya was reading. Who's he? She asked while pointing at the picture. That's the 4th Hokage, it says. He's known to be the youngest Hokage in the village. He's also famous to be called as the Yellow Flash, from being so fast that it leaves a yellow flash behind. It also says that he saved the village from the Great Shinobi War a few years ago. But what he's mostly famous for was when he saved Konoha from the demon dragon, Isu Tsubasa, just 7 years ago. In December 27th, Hitsugaya read. Hinata froze. Both from the Yondaime's picture and the date that Isu Tsubasa attacked the village. She always heard about the demon, and every time she heard it she finds herself getting glared by the village. She didn't know why, and now she's scared to know. Hinata looked back at the Yondaime's picture. He looks just like Naruto-kun, she whispered. Of course Hitsugaya heard. Naruto? Who's he? He asked with a slight of anger in his tone. Hirenmaru heard it, of course. He smirked. He really loves seeing this since Hitsugaya was always known as the Ice Prince in the Souled Society. Hinata nearly jumped from surprise. Huh? Oh, Anyo, he's a AF friend of mine. He's more like a B brother T to me really. Hinata answered nervously when she detected the slight anger tone in his voice. Did I do something bad? Hinata wondered worriedly. She really didn't want to lose a friend since she only has Naruto. Hitsugaya found himself feel relieved, which by the way puzzled him. He shook it off when he heard Hinata answered with a nervous voice. Oh, sorry about the way I talked earlier. I'm not mad at you if that's what you're wondering, he said. Hinata smiled warmly at him. Okay, she said. Hitsugaya could practically feel that tiny blush creeping out on his cheeks. Anyway, what does Naruto look like? He asked with a slight stutter. Well, I have a picture if that helps, Hinata said. She was actually surprised hearing Hitsugaya stutter. She actually found that very amusing. She reached out her pocket and brought out a picture of her and Naruto. This was taken about a month ago. They went to a booth to take a picture. Something that will be something they want to remember. They even made funny faces. Only this one was of them smiling. Hinata was on top of Naruto's back while having her arms wrapped around his neck, grinning happily. Naruto was on the bottom with his famous happy, goofy grin. Hitsugaya looked at the picture then back at the Yondaimes. His eyes widened slightly. He immediately took both photos next to each other. His eyes narrowed. He went back to the history section and brought out the contents on the Namikaze clan. Hinata had a blank face. Not knowing what's going on. Anyo, Hitsuga-kun. What are you doing? She asked. Hinata, what's Naruto's last name? Hitsugaya asked, still looking over the scroll. Ignoring the question that's being asked. Well, Hokage-sama told Naruto Aniki that his last name was Uzumaki, she answered, now really feeling confused. Hitsugaya narrowed his eyes before softening them at Hinata. Can you go and try to look to find information on the Uzumakis? He asked. Hinata nods, and without hesitation she went and looked at the many scrolls on the many hidden villages. Meanwhile Hitsugaya tried to piece out the pictures between the Yondaime, Minato Namikaze, and Naruto. He then looked at the family photos of the Namikaze clan. He noticed how all the men and women were all blonde with the same intense blue, azure eyes. What's most noticeable was that all the men had the same blonde spiked hair. If he hadn't known any better, then Naruto could possibly be a Namikaze. Even his Zanpakuto agrees. There's something off about this. It's like something was missing. But quite ironic how nobody noticed the similarities except for Hinata. He guessed the Hokage knows about this subject. I found it, Hinata said. Hinata gave the scroll, which seems to be about the village named Whirlpool. Inside the scroll that Hinata dropped was about the Uzumakis. Hitsugaya spread the scroll to read it. It seems that the Uzumakis along with the whole village of Whirlpool were invaded. It seems that only one survived during the invasion. The scroll says that she was the most powerful kunyuchi in the village. Her name was Kushina, SP. Uzumaki. She came to Konoha about 10 or 11 years ago. Years later it says she married the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It seems that their son was later born 7 years ago on October 10th, Hitsugaya read. Hinata's eyes widen. Naruto Aniki's birthday is on October 10th, she gasped out without a stutter. Narrowing his eyes, Hitsugaya took both photos of Minato and of Naruto and Hinata. Along with Kushina's photo. He brought them side by side. I knew something seemed suspicious. All the Namikazes were all blonde with the same blue eyes. Especially the men's. It's most noticeable that Naruto resembles so much of the 4th. What I can't figure out was how nobody figured it out, Hitsugaya said. It was probably the Hokage, or maybe it was because that the boy is friends with Hinata. Most likely from the Hokage, since he probably changed the Gaki's last name from his mother's side, Hirenmaru said. But why would he? Hitsugaya wondered. Hirenmaru rolled his eyes. He was most likely trying to protect the 4th's son. You should know that this Minato had many enemies when he was alive. So the 3rd might have thought that his enemies will try to kill his son if they figured out he's his son. Especially with having the Namikaze name, Hirenmaru explained. That does make sense. Especially with his appearance. He looks just like him. I would have thought he was the 4th's clone, Hitsugaya thought. So, the 4th Hokage is Naruto's father? Hinata asked with wide eyes. He nods. Basically, yes, Hitsugaya said. Wow. Naruto will be really happy to know who were his parents. Since he never got him to know who they were, Hinata said, happily. Hinata then went off to look around the major sections of scrolls. Hitsugaya looked her way and noticed looking at the taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu scrolls. Now that he thought about it, he never knew what they were all about. Hinata, what are taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu? Hitsugaya asked. Hinata almost jumped from surprise but then composed herself, except she still had a small blush on her cheeks. Anyo. Taijutsu is basically a hand-to-hand C combat. Ninjutsu or all T techniques or J-jutsus you use like making a solid clone of Y yourself. Genjutsu is an illusion that C can distract you or SC something Y you don't want to SC. Or that's what I have been told, Hinata explained. Hitsugaya looked at the sections with interest. He then noticed the other section he hasn't looked at. He moved toward it. On the top of the section read, Sealing Jutsus and Kenjutsus. He raised an eyebrow with wonder. Hinata noticed Hitsugaya looking at it as if wondering what they are. She moved toward it and read the same thing. Her eyes widened. She two different scroll out. One was of basic sealing and the other of basic Kenjutsu. She looked through it and soon her eyes widened like saucers. She couldn't believe what she's looking at. Hinata knew Naruto will love to see these. From what has read, just a little from not fully understanding all of it, the Uzumakis were known to be most powerful kenjutsu experts in the whole shinobi world. It says they can manipulate their element in their kenjutsu techniques with their katanas. Hitsugaya noticed how Hinata was so interested in those two scrolls. "Hinata, what are you looking at?" he asked while raising an eyebrow. Hinata looked up and pointed at the scrolls. "I can't really read it that well, but I know they are basically showing the B basic teachings on sealing jutsus and kenjutsu," she answered softly. "Sealing jutsus and kenjutsus?" he asked. She nods. Hi, sealing jutsus were mostly used by the 4th A and his sensei. They're actually complicated to learn and to make one of your own. Kenjutsus are basically sword fighting styles, Hinata explained. Sword fighting styles, huh? Hitsugaya thought. Hiranmaru chuckled. You already gotten that down. Considering you're a master of swordsmanship specialist. Since I am your Zanpakuto, Hiranmaru said. Hitsugaya thought about it for a minute. Till he thought of an idea, but he first needs to know if it's possible. Hey Hiranmaru, is it possible for Hinata and Naruto, since he knows he'll get along with him? Maybe, to get their own Zanpakuto? Hitsugaya asked. Hiranmaru almost thought the world was about to end. Well, not really. It goes to show how shocked he was. But then he thought about it. Now that he thought about it, Ichigo was able to become a Shinigami and calling out his Zanpakuto. But in his spirit form, so in reality he isn't sure. Not that Hitsugaya remembers. Although there is a possibility, that is if they are able to communicate with it. Which is in their inner selves. Since a Zanpakuto is a part of the person wielding it. Meaning the wielder and the Zanpakuto have the same soul. Such as Hitsugaya and himself now that he thought about it. After all, his spiritual pressure and chakra are made out of the element of ice. Not to mention they both have the same personality, in a way. Probably, in fact I'm not so sure. If you're able to teach them to draw out their ryotsu along with them communicating with them inside their inner selves, there is a possibility. But then they also have to mix their ryotsu along with their chakra and summon them. I'll tell you about that later, but I think it will be a good idea to teach them. Just by looking at the picture of this Naruto, I could tell he has the potential to be able to summon his Zanpakuto along with Hinata. There is also a possibility for them to see the Hallows. Which by the way will be a bad idea in a way. But yes, they are able to summon their Zanpakuto. If you want, I'll help you out, teaching them how to summon their Zanpakuto, Hiranmaru explained. Thanks Hiranmaru. I think I'll take the offer, Hitsugaya told his Zanpakuto. Hinata looked through the other section about the Byakugan. In all reality she hasn't been able to fully master the Juken. Along with the other fighting attacks she hasn't been able to know from the Hyugas. She needs to know how to master it, and if possible she can make some of her own. It was a good thing there are so many ninjutsu scrolls for her to learn. She suddenly came across two huge scrolls. One of them she immediately knew as a summoning contract. What confused her even more was why would it be here in the first place? The other one she wasn't so sure of. So as usual, her curious as any 7-year-old went toward it and opened it. It was very complicated. It says something about elemental chakra. She turned to Hitsugaya, who was lost in his thoughts, thought about asking him to read this since it's so complicated to understand. Anyo, Hitsugaya-kun. Anyo. Hinata began nervously. Hitsugaya snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Hinata while raising an eyebrow. Hinata looked at him nervously and a bit embarrassed. She pointed at the scroll. Hitsugaya knew she was trying to ask if he could read it for her. He walked toward the Hinata. He looked down at the scroll. His eyes widened. It was an interesting scroll. It's all about chakra affinity. Hinata looked at Hitsugaya, expecting for him to explain what it's about. Once he noticed, he looked back down the scroll and said, "It talks about the elemental affinity in our chakra." Elemental affinity of our chakra? Hinata asked while cocking her head. He nods. Chakra affinity is about which element our chakra resides in, Hitsugaya explained. What do you mean, Hitsugaya-kun? Hinata asked. What I mean is, if our chakra affinity is fire, then all fire jutsus we use become much stronger than water, wind, earth, and lightning jutsus. Every shinobi have their own specific chakra affinity. Most shinobis have 1 or 2. There's a possibility to have more than that. The only shinobis who knows about chakra affinity are Junin and other higher-rank shinobis, Hitsugaya explained from the scroll. Hinata was awed by this information. She couldn't believe it, although it's not really strange since all ninjutsus ninjas use resides from the elements in the world, such as the fire jutsus, water jutsus, earth jutsus, wind jutsus, and lightning jutsus. But Hitsugaya-kun, how would you know which affinity our chakra reside in? Hinata asked. Well, Hitsugaya searched through the scroll to find the answer. It says that this special type of paper is used to determine our chakra affinity. You push your chakra to the paper to determine your chakra affinity. If the paper burns to ashes, that means your affinity is fire. If it gets wet, then your affinity is water. If the paper crumbles, then your affinity is lightning. If it's split in half, then your affinity is wind. The last one is if the paper turns to dust, then your affinity is earth. That's basically all the elements that it reads in here. And if I'm right, then your affinities is of wind and water. After all, those two main elements make up ice, Hiranmaru said. Hitsugaya agrees. Hinata looked at the scroll with amazement. She went to the summoning contract while Hitsugaya put the other scroll away. She opened the scroll and read the summoning contract as a wolf contract. This is for Mini Wolf and Moro. Hinata noticed there were a few names on them, but all of the names looked rusted and smeared. Something inside her told her to sign it. Sign it, Gaki. It'll help you. Don't worry, the wolves are loyal and trusting, a voice in her head said. In a trance, she nods. She opened the contract to an empty page to sign it. She looked around to find something sharp to cut her thumb and sign it with her blood. Hitsugaya noticed something was wrong. He noticed Hinata pull out a kunai that was on a desk and cut her thumb. His eyes widened with shock. Hinata didn't notice or just ignored him. She headed back to scroll and signed it. The scroll then shut itself up as if loading up the name. Hinata soon came back from her trance and blinked a few times. She soon felt someone hit her on the head by something hard. You baka! What do you think you were doing? Hitsugaya yelled with an annoyed tick on his head. Hinata blinked a few times with a confused look on her face. What are you talking about? She asked. Hitsugaya's eyebrow twitched. What do you mean by, what are you talking about? Just look at your thumb, you baka gaki, he yelled, feeling very annoyed. Hinata blinked twice before looking down on her thumb. Oh, it's bleeding, she said blankly. Hitsugaya's face faltered. He felt like yelling at the kid but instead hit her gently at her head with the end of his zanpakuto. Hinata held on to the bump on her head. It hurt Hinata and mentally reminded herself never to annoy Hitsugaya so much. Hitsugaya sighed and went to go look for a bandage. Meanwhile, Hinata tried remembering why her thumb was bleeding. She remembered looking at the wolf contract and then she immediately went back to the scroll and opened it. Her eyes widened from shock. Her name was written in the scroll. She heard Hitsugaya come back with a first aid kit. He kneeled down in front of her and reached out Hinata's hand. At first Hinata was a bit uncomfortable and blushed before settling down. Hitsugaya carefully bandaged her thumb. He sighed after bandaging it. Make sure not to do that, he said. Hinata nods numbly. Hi. She raised Surd. Hitsugaya noticed how late it was. They must have stayed in the library for a long time. Hiranmaru suggested for them to go to bed. Hitsugaya agreed since he himself was getting tired. Let's go to bed, Hinata. It's getting late, Hitsugaya said. Hinata nods and began to yawn. Oh, okay, she said. Before leaving though, she remembered Hitsugaya didn't have any other pair of clothes. The hakama that he's wearing and teared and still has dried blood. Anyo, Hitsugaya-kun. Are you going to wear those clothes? She asked while biting her bottom lip. Hitsugaya blinks and looked down. He noticed why she asked. He sighed. I don't have any other change of clothes, so I might as well accept it, Hitsugaya said. Hinata frowned and then remembered she has one pair of clothes that were a little too big for her. She was glad she has those. They looked like they should belong to a boy really. Hitsugaya-kun. I actually have another pair of clothes that actually might fit. They're a bit big for me, so. You can have them if you want, she asked with a small blush and barely any stutter. You don't have to, Hitsugaya said, not feeling very sure about it. Hinata shook her head. No, I want to. I want to help, she said with a much bigger blush. Hitsugaya looked at her, surprised. Alright then, he finally accepted. Hinata smiled and grabbed his wrist without thinking, dragging him toward her room. Hitsugaya was a bit surprised from her action but didn't mind so much. Once they were there, Hinata let go of his wrist after noticing to what she has done. She immediately apologized, but Hitsugaya said it was alright, which led to Harem teasing him that he probably like it. Hitsugaya got annoyed by that but had a faint blush on his cheeks. Hinata searched through her almost empty closet. She immediately found them and took them out. She came back to Hitsugaya and accidentally tripped. She shut her eyes, waiting for the impact of the floor. After a while she slowly opened her eyes. "You okay, Hinata?" Hitsugaya's voice was here. Her eyes widened. She was held on Hitsugaya's arm. She blushed from being so close to him and nods. "I'm alright," she said with her stutter back. Hitsugaya raised an eyebrow after hearing her stutter but shook it off. He picked her up and noticed the bundle in her arms. Hinata noticed him staring at the clothes in her arms. She gave them to him. "Here," she offered. Hitsugaya reached out toward it and thanked her. Hinata said it was alright. Hitsugaya nods and head out toward the door. Before leaving he turned around and said, "Good night, Hinata." Hinata faintly blushed and smiled at him warmly. "Good night, Hitsugaya-kun." After he left she sighed. It was a long rough night but it was also a shocking day. Especially with the possibility with Naruto being the Yondaime's son. Hinata headed toward the bed and tucked in after taking off her sandals off. She mentally reminded herself to go shopping tomorrow to buy clothes for herself and Hitsugaya. Before long sleep overcame her. Hitsugaya also noted to go shopping for extra clothes. The clothes Hinata gave him were actually comfortable. He put away Hiranmaru next to his new bed. He sighed tirelessly. He had a rough day. At least he knows more about where he now lives. He should start training himself sometime, before long sleep overcame him. In the Soul Society it was in major chaos and in panic. Especially in Squad 10, for you see their captain went missing. They don't know if he's dead or not. The captain, Toshiro Hitsugaya, went missing just a day ago. At first it wasn't that big a deal till the next day. Hitsugaya Taicho was never late on a mission. Soon everyone has gotten worried. Hitsugaya Taicho's friends have gotten worried for their short, white-haired friend the most. Momo Hinamori was especially worried. After all, just recently they both started dating 4 days ago. Rangaku Matsumoto tried to calm and comfort the poor girl. "Momo, it's going to be alright. I'm sure Hitsugaya Taicho is fine," Rangaku reassured. Momo sniffed from her tears. "I know but I just can't stop worrying about him," Momo said, sadly. "I know but you just have to be strong about it, Momo," Rangaku said, softly. Momo nods but again started to cry. Only this time it wasn't as hard as last time. Rangaku hugged her and rubbed at her back to make her feel more comfortable. Ever since her Taicho wasn't back, she was the first to go looking for him. That's when she found out he was attacked by a powerful Hallow. She wasn't sure if he's alive or not, she only prays that he's alright. Squad 10 was so unorganized ever since they were informed about their captain. Rangaku really hates being the one who has to do everything. Since Hitsugaya was the one who orders around the squad and does the paperwork. Ooh, don't let her get started about the nightmare of paperwork. She frickin' hates the mountain and nightmare of paperwork. She kept cursing about her Taicho not being there and not doing the paperwork. After all, she always runs away and escapes whenever paperwork was being mentioned. Ichigo and the rest of his friends were quickly informed. They too were worried about Hitsugaya. Ichigo and Renji both demanded to go out and try looking for him. Right now all the captains that are still around and are not traitors were now discussing about it. Shigekuni Yamamoto said there will be a rescue squad who will go out and look for Squad 10's Taicho. The Taicho in charge will be Squad 11 Jashiro Yukataki. Yukataki Taicho, choose who will go with you. After that, go out and search for Hitsugaya Taicho, Yamamoto ordered. Hi. Yukataki obliged. Yukataki knew who will go with him. Besides there were a few who will bother him and persist to tag along anyway. So he went out and told Rukia Kuchiki to come along. She immediately went along with him. Later they went to go get Renji, Rangaku, Momo, Ichigo, Uryo, Orihime, and Chad. What they don't know is that Hitsugaya is not in the Soul Society or in Ichigo's world. In fact, Hitsugaya is in a different dimension where the elemental continent is at. It will take a year for them to find out. But to Hitsugaya it took about 5 years. The next morning Hinata woke up a bit before 7. She was still a bit tired but made herself get up. At first she was confused to where she is till she remembered the events that have happened. Hinata sighed and got off the comfortable and warm bed. She took a towel that was already set in the closet and took out her second last pair of clothes. After that she went to take a shower. Hitsugaya woke up and sat up from the bed. He yawned and went to go take a shower as well. Before he could go to the bathroom to take his shower, he wrapped the towel around his waist to cover his. Well, you get the idea. He folded the clothes Hinata gave him and went to the laundry room. He hoped he doesn't bump into Hinata. Ever since he has gotten to know her yesterday, he knew she was the type of person who gets easily embarrassed. After an uneventful walk toward the laundry room, Hitsugaya did the laundry on his clothes so he can use them again, for now till later. It took a while for them to get cleaned and dried, much to his dismay. Since he can smell the food Hinata's making, it will be hard for him to avoid her if he hadn't known to sense her spiritual pressure. Hitsugaya still had a difficult time sensing her since her presence was so different. It's probably her chakra that you're sensing, Hitsugaya. You're so used to sensing spiritual pressure that it's kind of foreign. After all, chakra is a bit different to what you normally sense, Hiranmaru explained. Hitsugaya thanked Hiranmaru for the explanation. After the clothes were dry and clean, he picked them up and headed back to his new room. He was glad he managed to avoid her on the way back. Hinata made breakfast after taking her shower. She now wears a plain light lavender shirt with a heavy and big black jacket over it. She wore black baggy pants that reached a bit past her knee. She wore plain black ninja sandals. Around her neck was the necklace her mother made for her. She hummed while she cooked. It was one of her habits that she has gotten from her mother. People say she looked so much like her mother than her father. Hinata smiled because she actually wanted to be just like her. Her mother was kind and gentle. She always looks at people's hearts than their appearances or dark glares. Hinata's mother loved helping others and protects those who are precious to her. After setting the food down on the table, she went toward Hitsugaya's room. She knocked on his door and opened the door. "Breakfast is ready, Hitsu-Gaya-kun." Hinata immediately slowed down what she said. Her eyes widened and blushed fiercely. In front of her was Hitsugaya, about to put on his shirt with his pants on. But she can still make out his bare chest. Hitsugaya's eyes too widen. They just stood there for a while till. Thump. Hinata fainted. Hitsugaya sweat dropped with a faint blush on his cheeks. He wanted to yell at her for opening the door without permission but decided to go against it. He sighed and quickly put on his shirt. He then went up to Hinata and picked her up, bridal style. Hitsugaya carried her toward the kitchen, which happens to have, thanked Kami-sama, a couch nearby. He set her down and softly brushed a hair string away from her face, revealing a cute, peaceful girl with a small blush visible. Hitsugaya blushed looking at her. He didn't know why, but just looking at her or in her presence made him feel calm. He sighed, in frustration. He really didn't know why he feels warm around his cheeks every time he's around her. He shook his head and turned around to the set table that Hinata set their breakfast at. He went up to it and smelled the aroma of it. It smelled so good that Hiranmaru began to drool over it. But Hitsugaya decided to wait till Hinata wakes up. It didn't take long for her to grab consciousness. Hinata grabbed her head and looked around with her eyelids half open. What happened? She asked herself, softly. "You fainted when I was half dressing myself," Hitsugaya responded with a monotone voice, as usual. Hinata blushed and looked down at her hands. "Jigomen," she apologized. "It's all right. Come on, the food's going to get cold," Hitsugaya said, plainly. Hinata nods and sat down with Hitsugaya at the table. They both started to eat their breakfast and talked while they ate. It was better than eating with Hiyashi and the other Hyugas to Hinata. She loved Hitsugaya's company. It was comfortable even though he can get cold and annoyed. It didn't bother her. It just shows his personality. Hinata didn't mind. She became so used to it. She knows what emotions he shows in his cold, emotionless personality. After breakfast they helped each other cleaning the dishes. Hinata kept persisting for her doing it herself, but Hitsugaya plainly said he just wants to help. Hinata sighed and let him help. She noticed he can get stubborn sometimes. "Anyo. Hitsugaya-kun, if it's alright with you, can I go shopping? I need to buy some clothes since I don't have much. I was even planning to go get some for you too," Hinata said, without a stutter. Hitsugaya looked at Hinata and blinked a few times. "It's all right, but I'm coming with you," he said, after closing his eyes and put down the last set of dishes. Hinata smiled with a tint of pink on her cheeks. "Okay. Thank you Hitsugaya-kun," she thanked. When they finished cleaning the dishes, Hinata went back to her room to grab her savings she managed to save. She went toward her backpack and took out her dragon-shaped wallet. She bolted out of the room and noticed Hitsugaya is already in front of the door. "Let's go," Hitsugaya said. Hi," she said, immediately heading down after him. To say the least, it was the worst shopping day ever. Hitsugaya wasn't the type to go shopping, but it was a normal shopping with Hinata. He didn't know why, but he somehow thought she was going to drag him from store to store. Hiranmaru chuckled at this since he knows why. Apparently Momo and Rangaku always drag him along and sort of annoy him. He knows that Hitsugaya hates shopping. So it was no surprising for him to expect to get dragged from store to store. Every store Hitsugaya and Hinata go through, they tried kicking Hinata out. Fortunately Hitsugaya made sure they don't do anything else to her. The way they look at her were the same he had seen from the guards from yesterday. So he glared at them back with his cold green eyes. This stopped the people from glaring at Hinata cold. They shivered when they saw that glare. Hinata wasn't affected by it when she noticed the cold glare. She grabbed his wrist with a small blush on her cheeks. Hitsugaya looked at her with a questionably look. She smiled and shook her head. "Let's go to a different store, Hitsugaya-kun," Hinata suggested with a small stutter. He looked into her eyes and noticed how nervous she was being there. She even looked worried and didn't want him to do something to everyone there. He sighed and noticed she was softening him a lot. "All right, Hinata," he finally said. To say the least, Hitsugaya became more annoyed and cold toward the villagers. He could practically feel himself giving off killer intent at them. But whenever Hinata noticed it, she immediately grabbed his wrist to calm him down. It surprised him how easily she can calm him down. Hinata didn't want the villagers to get scared or start to hate her new friend. She was very worried since the villagers are already disliking Naruto because of his pranks for punishing them for not treating her well. The villagers began to hate Naruto for being close to her. It was hard for Hinata to make friends even though she's a Hyuga. But now she's not a Hyuga. Not anymore, that is. She hopes to make great friends soon. Naruto too wishes to make friends with her. That's why she's excited to go to the Academy that is coming up soon. Now that she thought about it, she wonders if she's still allowed. But also wonders if Hitsugaya will be entering. She hopes so. She's already way too attached to him as much with Naruto. She better pay a visit with the Hokage just like she said she would yesterday. Hitsugaya noticed Hinata was lost with her thoughts. He snapped her out of it by waving his hand in front of her face. "Hey, you alright? You're spacing out on me," Hitsugaya said. Hinata blinked a few times to adjust things till she nods. "Jigo menasai, I was just wondering if I'll be able to still go to the academy. And wondering if you're going to enter the academy too," she mumbled quietly at the last part. The boy raised an eyebrow. "Nani? I can't hear you, speak up," he said with a cold voice which didn't bother her since she can detect a warm concerned voice in it. Nothing. Let's get going. I think that's a store that might let us in," she said quickly, hoping he'll drop it. Hitsugaya sighed. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, you know? Let's go. I hope they aren't like the other ones," Hitsugaya said. She inwardly sighed. Hinata would have felt very embarrassed if she had to repeat that. "Oh, the embarrassment," she sighed again. "I guess he must have noticed my nervousness about the subject," she thought. Inside the shop was huge and beautiful than what it appears from the outside. There weren't much people around. They both noticed many shinobis around than civilians right about now. Hinata instinctively grabbed the Hitsugaya's arm with discomfort. Hitsugaya noticed but didn't comment her letting go. Since this obviously makes her feel more better. Of course Hiranmaru kept teasing him about how much he actually liked it. To say the least, he was really annoyed at his Zanpakuto. Right about now he wishes he left Hiranmaru behind. Hinata noticed that there were a few who didn't give hatred looks or even cold ones. They gave her as if she was an ordinary girl in a shop looking for something. This made her a bit comfortable but still didn't let Hitsugaya go. Obviously, since there was still a lot of them giving those nasty looks at her. She tried to ignore them but it was so hard. They both went to look for the clothes they both want. Which was obviously the same one since they don't want to keep wearing different clothes. Hitsugaya had a hard time getting his, but Hinata helped him out and got him the clothes which actually suited him. He was actually relieved they weren't. Well, he didn't know what, but was relieved it was something that he actually liked. Hinata was glad to help. After picking out their clothes, they both head toward the register and paid for their clothes. They were both surprised to find the young man in his early 20s gladly let them pay. His name was Tazo, a nice young man who held no hatred or illness toward Hinata. He was actually one of the ones who saw her as a small innocent girl than a demon child. He was happy to see her with a friend. "You come back anytime, you two," he said. Hitsugaya was actually relieved, to say the least. It was so wrong for the people to give Hinata those looks when she hasn't done anything. Ever since he has gotten to know her so well, he knows that she was too innocent and pure, yet vicious. When he heard her confidently said she will do anything to protect those she holds precious to her. Hirenmaru was right about him seeing something in her that immediately led him being drawn from her. She was completely different compared to him. She was warm, he was cold. Yet the girl was already breaking the ice barriers around him. Hinata was happy to see at least one of the shops were open for her to go to. She actually loved the shop. She told Tazo she'll come back soon. Now she was a bit nervous and worried for Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya was again giving off his cold glare at the villagers. Hinata softly sighed. "Hitsugaya-kun, please don't give them those looks. I don't want them getting afraid of you or..." She couldn't finish when she noticed the stern, cold expression. "You shouldn't let them get away with it, Hinata. Don't you ever get angry or annoyed by those looks they give you? You're letting them overpower you," Hitsugaya coldly said. Hinata downcast her head. Naruto almost said those same exact words. She just couldn't help it. She just couldn't find it in her to get angry or annoyed at the villagers. It's not like she was scared. Her heart doesn't have it in her to get angry at them. That's one of the reasons Hiyashi dislikes about her. Probably one of the ones that he hates about her. "Hitsugaya-kun. It's not like I let them get away with it. They just feel this way toward me. I don't know why, but I just rather ignore it. I may be a weak 7-year-old, but I don't want them to know that. At least. That's what I am trying to do. Besides, I don't know why, but I just can't get angry at them. So please, Hitsugaya-kun. Please just drop it," Hinata said, trying her best not to cry. He didn't say a word after that. Instead, he grabbed her hand and squeezed it, reassuring her that it was all right. Even so, it didn't mean that he'll stop giving everyone a cold stare. He didn't like how they were looking at Hinata. Why would they look at her like that? Those thoughts kept repeating inside Hitsugaya's head. Ever since he had gotten to know Hinata, he knew that she was too gentle and kind, that it made him feel very overprotective of her. She became a very precious friend to him without even realizing it. He wants to help her. He could see her strength and weaknesses, but most of all he could see the pureness in her heart. Hitsugaya knew Hinata wants to prove herself and everyone else that she's not weak. So that's when he decided to help her the best he can. They were lucky enough to have all of those scrolls to learn. Hinata blushed when she felt his hand holding hers. She didn't know why, but she felt warm inside her chest and all the loneliness vanished. It was so strange, yet so comforting. The warmness of his hand and reassurance he gave her made her feel calm and happy. Hinata knew that Hitsugaya is becoming a very precious friend, just like with Naruto. But somehow her feelings are a bit different compared with Naruto, in a way that she never thought ever exist. After still struggling to what she is feeling toward the white-haired boy next to her, she decided to drop it. But she could still feel the warmness around her cheeks. Hinata looked around and noticed the academy that she might attend. Which, now that she remembered, she might as well ask the Hokage right now and ask whether or not Hitsugaya can attend. She turned to Hitsugaya and asked, "Anyo, Hitsugaya-kun, if it's all right, can we go to the Hokage tower? I need to ask him about something." Hitsugaya looked at her and noticed she really wanted to go. He softly sighed and said, "All right, let's go then." Hinata smiled warmly at him and said, "Thank you, Hitsugaya-kun." Out of instinct she hugged Hitsugaya, which in turn made Hitsugaya feel very weird and hot around his cheeks. He could feel himself shiver from his head toward his toes. You can all guess, he's blushing. Hirenmaru laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha. What's the matter, Hitsugaya? Love the hug you're getting from your wallflower Harem?" He again began to laugh. Hitsugaya blushed a bit redder and gave an annoyed and cold voice toward his Zanpakuto. "Shut up. Hinata, Finally realizing what she's doing immediately led with a large blush. She couldn't look at him so she instead looked down toward the ground. "GGG gomenasai, Hitsugaya-kun," she stuttered, feeling very dizzy. Hitsugaya tried lowering his blush down, leaving a small pink tint on his cheeks. "It's all right. Let's just go," he quickly said. Hinata nods, still feeling very embarrassed. If Naruto ever found out what just happened, oh, he'll never live it down. He'll tease me for the rest of my life, thought Hinata. Finally reaching the Hokage's door, which they have difficulty since the guards wouldn't let them in, Hitsugaya really is starting to feel like releasing his Shikai and freeze every single shinobi that he sees. The guards were lucky that Hinata calmed the boy down. She was awfully worried. She knew that Hitsugaya was really disliking her village because of her. Luckily the Hokage noticed the commotion and ordered the guards to let them, which they grudgingly did. The Hokage was a bit disturbed how the guards treat the children. He only wishes they could see Hinata as herself and not the demon inside her. It seems the Yondaime's wish is not being fulfilled as he expected. Again he wishes the villages will see the girl and not the demon. He mentally sighed once he reached his desk and sat down. He looked at the children again and asked with his tired and gentle voice, "Why have you come again, Hinata, Hitsugaya? I'm sure it must be something to get yourself in trouble to be here." Hinata blushed and said in her soft voice, "Anyo. I wanted to know if whether or not I'll still be able to enter the academy." "Ah, yes Hinata. Don't worry about it. After that knucklehead will be really upset with me if I didn't," Sarutobi, SP, chuckled. Hinata smiled. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," she thanked happily. "That's right, Hitsugaya." Hitsugaya turned his attention to the Hokage. "Would you like to enter the academy as well? It seems you're interested," Sarutobi asked. That wouldn't be too bad. I can learn more about the place there, probably," Hitsugaya thought. "That's true, but remember to keep a low profile, Hitsugaya. You don't want them to know about your true strength. Yet, train after the academy is over. You probably might want to train Hinata and Naruto during the academy years. My guess you'll probably have plenty of time to train them," Hiranmaru said. Hitsugaya mentally nods. "You're probably right." He looked at the Hokage and nods. "I accept to enter the academy, Hokage-sama," he answered respectively. Sarutobi smiled warmly at him. In all reality he was glad to hear it because he wants him to be there for Hinata alongside with Naruto. Hinata is already suffering enough as it is. "Alright then, I'll assign you in the academy. They will start the semester in about a month," he informed them. They both nod and silently left from their dreadful shopping day. Hitsugaya swore to rarely shop in any shops here in Konoha. On the way back was the same thing which irritates Hitsugaya to no end. Hinata became very worried that he'll snap any minute. She hopes they're near to their new home. Even she hates the looks she gets from the village, but in the end she couldn't hate them. She mentally sighs and hopes to have a better day. Hitsugaya had his patience, but for some reason he's losing it and fast with the villagers. Hiranmaru managed to calm him down, reminding him that Hinata wouldn't like it if he starts to attack the villagers, as much as he wanted to do it too. They both were relieved when they noticed they were nearby their home. In unison they both sighed once inside. Hinata then smiled and headed toward her room to put her clothes away. Hitsugaya looked at her for a minute till decided to pack his clothes away as well. It was uneventful the rest of the day. They were both pretty much tired from shopping. Soon enough they both fell asleep on their beds. Again. She's having that same weird dream. It happens often, but ever since last night it's becoming much clearer to her. In the dream she finds herself surrounded of snow with crystal lavender flowers. The wind blew slowly and gently around the area. It was warm and cold. It was pleasant to her. "Where am I?" was all she asks herself, yet again. She tried going around to find out at least where she is. At first, in her earlier years of having these dreams, they were a blur after finding that person. She came to a stop after seeing him again. Only this time she can see more clearer to her. He was taller than her. His hair was spiked hair, a bit long on his neck. That's when she noticed his hair was white. He wore a white garb with the number 10 on the back. She couldn't see his face or the rest to what he wore since he had his back toward her. "Who are you?" she asked to the stranger. For some reason she knows him, yet she doesn't. She tried reaching out to him as if her life depended on it. In reality she was desperate to know. She doesn't know why, but she wants to know. No, that wasn't it. She needed to know. The boy began to walk toward her. His eyes were shadowed, so she couldn't make out his whole face. Again his figure began to blur, but she desperately kept herself to see. The boy was soon looking down at her with a soft warming smile that made her warm inside her chest and flush around her cheeks. Not from the snow, but something else that she couldn't identify. He soon bent down close to her face, near to her lips. His soft, warm breath could be felt. Somehow she shivered and felt something beating badly inside her chest. Feeling very flushed around her cheeks, she looked into his eyes and felt Ed inside them. She soon noticed that he smirked at her. Ever so slowly he bends down closer to her. Thumping sound could be heard inside her eardrums. She felt herself closing her eyes. This never happened to her before. Till now. Before he could make contact to her, another shadow, or shadows, appeared behind the boy. They both noticed and turned to them. The boy in front of her smiled at them and soon went toward them. She felt a big aching pain inside her chest seeing him go toward them. It was like her world was falling apart. She didn't know why, but it hurt so much for her. She tried reaching out to him. The boy noticed and gave her a hard, broken face toward her. This made things worse for her. The boy bent down and then ever so slowly kissed her so pleasantly. This began of a shock to her, then heartbroken. She closed her eyes, feeling his soft, rough lips against hers. A single tear fell out of her left eye. Soon the boy let go and began to run toward the shadow people. Her heart ached seeing him run toward the shadow people. She desperately shouted for him to stop, which made it difficult for the boy. She again shouted out to him, but he didn't turn around. Again and again she shouted out toward him. She felt so broken and heartbroken. She didn't know why that is. Again she tried, but in the end the boy was among the shadow people. They all hugged and looked happy to be with him again. There was one in particular ran up to him that gave him a longing kiss that made her ache and betrayed. Why'd I feel this way? Was all she thought while looking at them, or more particular at the boy. The boy looked back at her that made her flushed yet so broken. He gave her a sorry look, but more of a hurt and heartbroken look as well. She felt like running up to him and she did. But then something stopped her. No, someone grabbed her by the arm roughly. She looked up and noticed a handsome-looking man with brown hair, that is slicked back with one particular bang on his forehead. The man looked at her evilly that scared her to no end. He grabbed her roughly. She noticed the boy give out a horrid look toward her. He shouted her name but couldn't identify it. The shadow people equally give out a horrid look, but not at her but at the man behind her. She tried getting out of the man's grip, but it didn't help. The dream was getting more stranger and clearer than the last she had dreamt. The man roughly grabbed her away, kidnapping her away from the boy. More creatures with white masks surrounded the man to make sure the boy and the shadow people don't get any closer. The boy looked worriedly at her in his teal beautiful eyes. He looked angrily at the man and the masked creatures. Again he shouted out her name. This time more clearer. Hinata. Then everything went black. Hinata slowly opened her eyes and finds herself in the same land. The only difference was that she is in the presence of a dragon. This dragon is beautiful to her. Purple cat-slit eyes looking at her with warmness and filled with regret. Just in the presence before it didn't scare her at all. In fact, she felt calm and in peace. She was always the one not to judge things by their power or appearance but in their hearts and eyes. Hinata could identify the dragon was of no danger. It was actually sad, depressed, and filled with regret just looking at her. She smiled at the dragon, which made it a bit more happy to see it. It nestled closer to her, which she didn't mind. She softly and gently pet the dragon affectionately. The dragon seemed to be in content with it. Hinata smiled after noticing it more happy. After a while she was sleeping next to the dragon. Feeling secured and safe with it near her. It was like her mother was still alive and was sleeping with her. Before fully going into her sleep she saw the boy again looking softly at her. He kissed her forehead and said ever so lovingly, "Good night, Hinata." This made her happily sleep with a deep feeling of warmth inside her chest. The next morning Hinata woke up with a jerk. She could feel her deep sweat around her body and forehead. At first the dreams weren't this clear and extreme, but now it is. She deeply sighed, hoping not to have that dream again. Hinata inwardly shivered remembering the brown-haired man. She tried suppressing it and head toward the shower to cool off and take off all the sweat around herself. After taking the shower, she dressed up in her new clothes she bought yesterday. Just remembering that day made her depressed, but put that aside. She now wears dark lavender shirt with a black hooded jacket over it that for now is unzipped. She wears black baggy black jeans and black ninja sandals. Around her neck was her necklace her mother made for her. As soon as she finished getting dressed, she head toward the kitchen to get ready for breakfast again. Meanwhile, Hitsugaya managed to get up and get ready to head toward the shower. The warm water relaxed the white-haired boy. The dream he just recently had made him worried and tense. Not to mention warm, heartbroken, aching, and scared. It was weird for him to feel those particular feelings. Especially that last feeling he had toward the girl in his dreams. It was similar to what he feels for Momo. Yet so strongly. He dares say he felt love for the girl. She looked familiar to him. He pushed aside to get rid of it and finish his shower. He head toward his new clothes. After taking his shower, he dressed them up. He now wears a black shirt with a kanji sign of ice written on the front of his shirt with an unzipped black jacket with its collar next to his neck along with a kanji sign of dragon written on the back of his jacket. He wears the same black baggy jeans and black ninja sandals. It was comfortable to say the least. A soft knock was soon heard from his bedroom door. At least this time he dressed up before she came over. Hitsugaya opened the door to meet Hinata. "The breakfast is ready, Hitsugaya-kun," she said softly to him. He nods and gets out of his room. "All right, let's go," he said. Hi. Hinata smiled warmly at him. Hitsugaya smiled back at her, which in turn made her blush. It was the same feeling she had in the dream. She was confused as to why she's feeling that way toward Hitsugaya. Hinata shook her head and followed him to the kitchen table. Breakfast was pleasant again. Hinata thought about what they should do. After some time she remembered to see Naruto. She mentally slapped herself for not remembering to ask him whether he wants to live here or not. She looked toward Hitsugaya. Maybe I should ask Hitsugaya-kun if he wants to let Naruto and Ikki move in first. I really don't want to upset him, she thought. Just the mere thought made her remember her father's stern face and the bad memories she's desperately trying to forget. Hinata shook her head out of those awful memories. Every time she remembers made her shiver in fear. "You okay?" Hitsugaya asked after noticing the slight shiver Hinata made. "Huh? Oh, Anyo, hi." Hinata answered before asking, "Anyo, Hitsugaya-kun? Is it alright to have Naruto-kun live here?" Hitsugaya looked at Hinata questionably and raised an eyebrow. "I guess not. Why do you ask?" he questioned. Hiranmaru rolled his eyes. He could actually detect a hint of jealousy in Hitsugaya's voice. Even though Hitsugaya knows Hinata sees this Naruto boy like an older brother, Hiranmaru could tell that Hitsugaya still feels a bit of jealousy toward the boy. He finds that entirely amusing. Even so, Hitsugaya never accepts that he's feeling jealous about it. Hiranmaru could tell. "Anyo, I was going to ask Naruto-kun whether he wants to come live with us. I mean, he lives alone in his small apartment. He may not admit it, but he's actually lonely whenever I'm not around. Ever since his parents died when he was just a few months old, he was always overprotective of me. He didn't want to lose me because in a way I'm really like his real sister to him. Naruto-kun gets angry easily whenever the villagers. You know. I just don't want Naruto-kun to feel lonely," Hinata answered sincerely. Hitsugaya's eyes softened at her. He closed his eyes and soon said, "When are we going to ask him?" Hinata looked at him surprised before smiled happily at him. "Thank you, Hitsugaya-kun," she said happily. Again without thinking she hugged Hitsugaya across from the table. The impact caused them to fall to the floor. With a big thump. Hitsugaya hugged her around the waist to make sure she doesn't hit the floor herself. To say the least, the position they're in is quite awkward if Hinata was aware of it. Unfortunately she will in 3, 2, 1. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the door suddenly knocking made Hinata aware what she has done. She immediately gotten up with a huge blush. "Jigo menasai, Hitsugaya-kun." She apologized before heading toward the door to see who it is. Hitsugaya sat up and blinked a few times before adjusting what just happened. A small pink tint was viewed from his cheeks. Hiranmaru snickered. "What's the matter, Hitsugaya? Miss the hug?" He scowled at his Zanpakuto. "Shut up, Hiranmaru," he shouted in his head. Hinata breathed in a quick pace with her heart thumping hard and fast against her chest. It confused Hinata for having such feelings for her newfound friend. Her blush was still ever so present started to settle down after seeing the door. She opened the door and found herself surprised seeing the person in front of her. Her eyes widened. Naruto. She whispered. The said boy gave a goofy grin that always shined her day. His eyes ever so shined in the sun's rays. Hey, Hinata-chan. Finally I found you, he said happily. Her eyes were still wide, not daring to blink. She shakily pointed at him while stuttering out, how did you know IWW was here? He cocked his head to the side looking like a curious fox with its ears and tail there. I asked the old man of course. I couldn't find you for 2 days. I gotten very worried Hinata-chan. For a minute I thought the villagers finally gotten to you. You scared me during those 2 days, Hinata-chan. He cried out with a concerned face. Tears almost slip out of his eyes. Hinata looked at him guiltily for not telling him sooner. She hugged the boy trying to comfort her brother. Gomen, Naruto Aniki. I didn't mean to make you upset. Gomenasai, she apologized. Naruto hugged her back, not wanting to let go. I forgive you, but please tell me right away. I was glad I asked the old man or I might have attacked the villagers. Well, not really, but give them a huge punishment toward them, Naruto said with anger ever so present after mentioning the villagers but sighed soon after. Hey Hinata, who is out the door? Hitsugaya asked, now looking at the two hugging. He felt anger rise up inside him but ignored the feeling. Am I interrupting? He asked. To say the least was a bit uncomfortable for Hinata. Naruto and Hitsugaya has been glaring at each for a while. Honestly, Hinata really wishes Naruto to stop being very overprotective of me. She is confused why Hitsugaya is glaring at her brother. There are always some things that she'll never understand. She sighed, watching the two glaring as if it was some sort of a contest. Finally Naruto asked the question that's been bugging him. Who's he Hinata-chan? Not taking his eyes off of him. Hiranmaru sweat drop at Hitsugaya's behavior but still found it very amusing. Hitsugaya. You do know that this boy is sort of like a brother to Hinata, not more than a friend, right? He questioned. Hitsugaya didn't soften his glare. Okay, maybe just a little. I know, but for some reason I can't just take him and Hinata hugging each other. It bugs me, and I don't know why. Anyo. He is Hitsugaya-kun. He's my new friend Naruto-kun. He saved me from the mob that almost found me in the forest. And he even helped me out while we were shopping, she explained. Hinata really hopes her brother won't do anything rash. Naruto looked thoughtful then grins at Hitsugaya who was caught off guard by that. Well, if he's your new friend Hinata-chan then I don't see why not to accept him. After all, he didn't save you while I wasn't there. So it's nice to meet you Hitsugaya, Naruto said with his fox-like grin having his hand reach out to him. Hitsugaya blinked a few times before smirking at him and shook his hand. In all reality he couldn't really dislike the blonde. There was something about him that made him feel at ease and have his guard down with him. Hinata smiled seeing all of this. For a minute she thought Naruto was going to do something very rash. She then remembered what she was going to ask him earlier. Naruto, if it is okay with you, do you want to move in with us? She asked. Naruto was at first surprised by the question but then said he'll be happy to move in. Hitsugaya smirked. He doesn't know why but this boy easily won his friendship. Probably for always being there with Hinata. He doesn't really know. But either way he doesn't mind at all having the knucklehead moving in. In fact, things might get more interesting from now on. Hiranmaru reminded Hitsugaya to tell Naruto and Hinata about the training that he plans to do. Hitsugaya mentally nods and says that he'll tell them later. After talking for some time, Hitsugaya and Hinata helped Naruto to move in with them. Naruto loved his new home and felt very comfortable. When he noticed the training grounds he became a happy knucklehead. Hinata giggled at her brother's antics. Hitsugaya shook his head but can't help let out a small smile. Yup, things are going to get very interesting. Even though Naruto has been with Hinata and Hitsugaya for a day, he knew right away that they are both developing feelings that are more than just friends. He smirked and can't wait to see or actually plan what he can do to get them together. Naruto actually liked Hitsugaya, but most of all he liked teasing the white-haired boy. To say the least, it annoyed Hitsugaya and much to Hiranmaru's amusement. Either way, the fox is planning and plotting ways to get the dragons together. He doesn't know why, but he has a feeling that they were made for each other. So the fox is not stopping till the dragons will be together happily. But he won't know that it won't be as easy as he thinks it will be, since there are many people who are going to tear them up apart and make things more difficult. Only time will tell whether or not they will be together. Of course, the fox is the one who never gives up on his plots. Not far off there are a group of people plotting to kidnap the dragon container. A black figure looked around the others that are in his plans. Have you found Isu Tsubasa's and the Kyuubi's containers? He asked two Pacific people in the group. A figure with red eyes with black komas nods. Isu Tsubasa's container is none other than Hinata, who was once the Hyuga heiress. The Kyuubi sealed himself in a blonde boy that I know as Naruto Uzumaki, he answered the leader. The leader looked at the man carefully. Is there a problem, Itachi? He asked the young Uchiha. As a matter of fact there is, Itachi answered. The leader raised an eyebrow. Well, then what is it? He demanded. Itachi frowned, worriedly. Although that was all an act he's playing, not that they know. A boy is now living with the containers. Certain of events have been changed. This boy's chakra exceeds that of the level of a senin. Something that shouldn't be in a little boy's body, especially that of a 7-year-old. Of course Hinata's and Naruto's exceptions with the demons sealed inside them. If feel like this boy will be a threat to our plans, Pain-sama, Itachi answered to Pain's demand. Pain frowned. That will be a problem. Don't do anything for now. We're not sure whether he will get in our way or not. For now don't do anything. Itachi nods. Everything is now turning and changing in the group's plans. It's all thanks to Hitsugaya's arrival that things will start to turn into something deadly or something else that even Faint doesn't know about. Hitsugaya better watch out for his friends because now the Akatsukis might come earlier than expected to grab the thing they need. But that's not the only thing that's soon going to change. A young man is now plotting to open the warp to the dimension Hitsugaya lives and plans to their world's energy for his selfish reasons. Things are now changing to something dark that the light will have problems. It was another early morning for Hinata. Of course it was as ordinary as she could express right about now. The dream she just had last night was very clear now, but it was different compared to the others. It felt like she was seeing some sort of vision. Of course she didn't know what it was all about. Every time she thinks about it she felt the headache coming. Sighing, Hinata made her way to the shower. After settling in with Naruto, Hinata was happy having Naruto with her. Like she said, he was like her older overprotective brother, but he can be carefree all the same. In fact, it's hard to get mad at Naruto, really. If there are people who don't like Naruto, then she will just say that they're blind or kick them in the shin. Okay. That last thought brought Hinata to blush. Naruto's influence is starting to get to her. Finally finishing washing herself, she brought a towel and wrapped it around her tiny body. She went back into her room and dressed up in her clothes. While dressing up she remembered the conversation she and Naruto had with Hitsugaya. Training? Naruto and Hinata asked at once. Hitsugaya nods. That's right. I have to tell you something that is very secretive that no one should know. I'll tell Hokage-sama later, but first. Promise me you won't tell this to anyone. The training and my secret is something very classified. If anyone should know, many will try to come after me or you too for it. Naruto and Hinata looked at each before nodding each other. We promise, they both said. All right then. First I want you two to know is that I'm not really 7 years old, Hitsugaya said. Both Naruto and Hinata's eyes widen. Nani? What do you mean by that, Hitsugaya? Naruto asked. Hinata too wonders what he meant. I'm not really sure, to tell you truth. Like I said, I can't remember much about my past other than my powers and that I don't live here. All I remember is my name, my powers, and my age, or what I used to be. I was supposed to be a 15-year-old teenager, not a 7-year-old boy. Somehow the halo that I was fighting somehow did something to me and changed me to what I am, Hitsugaya explained. Wait, a halo? Naruto asked with a confused look. That's right, I forgot to mention that. My powers change me to what you people call death gods or shinigamis. This ability makes our Ryotsu, a different sort of chakra, to pressure people down and brings out halos to hunt us down for our energy. Ryotsu is much heavier and deadlier than chakra from your land. When I was looking through those scrolls in the library, I noticed I can use Ryotsu to do jutsus with them, making them much more powerful. Anyway, halos are evil spirits that hunt out regular ghosts or even alive humans for their spiritual energy, Hitsugaya explained. GHGH ghosts? Naruto asked. His tan skin instantly turned pale. Hitsugaya nods. No matter what people say, ghosts do exist. Only those with large Ryotsu or very high powerful chakra energy that is close to Ryotsu's level are able to see them. Especially those who have potential to become a Shinigami, Hitsugaya said. So your Kekai Genkai is having Shinigami powers? Hinata asked softly with curious look. Hitsugaya shrugs. I don't think it's a Kekai Genkai, Hinata. In reality some are able to do it. Asked my Zanpakuto, Hirenmaru, if it was possible for you two to be able to become Shinigamis and have any Ryotsu, Hitsugaya said. Zanpakuto? It's that katana on your back, right? Naruto asked. That's right. Unlike most katanas, our Zanpakutos are mostly a part of us. All Shinigamis have one of their own. Each unique Zanpakuto is a part of their soul and represents them. Mine is Hirenmaru, a Ice Dragon Zanpakuto, Hitsugaya explained. So that means Hinata and I have our own Zanpakuto inside of us that represents us? Naruto asked. Most likely, or that's what Hirenmaru says. He said you two have potential of becoming a Shinigami, Hitsugaya said. That's what this whole training is all about, Naruto asked. Yeah, also I was thinking of teaching you Kenjutsu. Mastering a sword is important if you want to use your Zanpakuto in battle, Hitsugaya explained. Anyo. Hitsugaya-kun? Are we also going to learn a few jutsus from the scrolls in the library? The academy is going to be open soon, Hinata asked. Hitsugaya thought about it for a moment then shrugged. Sure, unless we have time. I need to teach you two to bring out both Ryotsu and chakra out before then though. I'm also have to teach you two chakra control. We have enough time since I know for a fact that the academy won't teach us much, Hitsugaya said. Alright. New jutsus. Naruto shouted excitedly. Hinata giggled at her brother's antics till she remembered what she and Hitsugaya found the other day. She looked at Hitsugaya and whispered out, should we tell him about his possible parents, Hitsugaya-kun? Hitsugaya looked at Naruto then toward Hinata. That should be the best thing we should do. He has the right to know after all. Of course we have to tell him not to use his father's name yet. From what I learned, Minato made too many enemies, especially from Iwa since he mostly wiped out the village. I'm sure Naruto will understand that, but I'm pretty sure he'll grow strong enough to defend himself. After all, his parents are practically the strongest shinobi in history if they are his parents, Hitsugaya said. Hinata smiles and nods. Hi, Hinata was happy after they told Naruto about it. He was so happy about it, finally having a possible lead of his parents. Naruto was more than ever wanting to make his parents proud of him. His dream became a much major goal for Naruto. Hitsugaya was surprised from finding out that Naruto wanted to become the next Hokage, but unlike most people he didn't laugh or made fun of him. In fact, Hitsugaya smiled and said he'll make sure you will become the next Hokage. This of course made Naruto and Hitsugaya become even much closer friends to each other. After dressing up in her clothes, she went to the kitchen to make breakfast for 3 now instead of 2. Just the mere thought of having Naruto with them made Hinata extremely happy, knowing that she isn't alone. Hitsugaya woke up with a jolt. It was that same dream again. It kept playing over and over again ever since he first slept in the same house with Hinata. This of course made him nervous. The dream looked more like a nightmare than anything else. He could feel cold sweat all over his body. He frowned. I need to shower, he thought with irritation. Grabbing a towel, he went to the shower. Feeling the warm water over his body relaxed him. Remembering the dream made him frown. He doesn't know why, but he knows for sure that he needs to watch out for that man in his dreams. He looked familiar for some reason. Hitsugaya sighed. He knows he has to get that out of his mind since he'll have to train Hinata and Naruto to become Shinigami themselves. Of course he first has to teach them swordsmanship or kenjutsu before they could do anything. He also has to teach them to summon Ryotsu out of them too. Along the way they might have to practice to summon chakra since it is useful. They especially have to work out physically too. Hitsugaya sighed. They have a lot of work to do. His head shot up remembering something. That's right. Naruto. He needs to get that kid in a different set of clothes. Orange. Not good, especially if he wants to be a shinobi. His right eye twitched. Looks like they have to go shopping again. This is going to be a long day. Naruto woke up, feeling extremely happy. He looked around, noticing it wasn't the apartment room. He blinked till he grinned. Naruto immediately jumped out of bed. So it wasn't a dream after all, Naruto said happily. He couldn't believe what's happened to him yesterday. Of course he didn't mind since he can now watch over his little sister. Oh yeah, I better make plans how I can get those two hook up. Maybe later, Naruto muttered. Taking a towel with him, he went to the showers before breakfast. I sure hope Hinata will make breakfast, he thought. After finishing breakfast and setting up the food on the table, Hinata went upstairs to tell the boys. First she headed toward Naruto's room since his was the closest, not to mention just across of her own. Softly knocking the door, she waited for an answer. The door opened, showing her big brother figure wearing his usual orange jumpsuit he just recently bought on his 5th birthday. He beamed at her and gave off his fox-like grin at her that she always wondered if he could be related to one. Hey, Hinata-chan. What's up? Naruto asked. Hinata smiled at him. I came to tell you that breakfast is ready, knowing very well he'll be very pleased with the news. Just like she thought, his eyes shined and beamed even brighter than before. Really, alright, I can't wait to have your homemade cooking, Naruto yelled excitedly, heading out his room toward the kitchen. Hinata giggled. Don't eat without us, Naruto Aniki. You should know that Hitsugaya-kun will be very upset with you, she said. What am I going to be upset about? Hinata jumped and had her head up. Above her by an inch was Hitsugaya with an eyebrow raised. Her eyes widened, feeling a huge blush coming up on her cheeks again. Anyo. Naruto-kun. That is. BBB breakfast is ready. Hinata stuttered out before running toward the kitchen. Hitsugaya blinked from surprised. What was that all about? He muttered. Hiranmaru snickered, understanding Hinata's odd behavior. Now Hitsugaya, wouldn't you feel as awkward if she was the one having her face near to your own? That is. Unless you want to have her lips against. Hitsugaya felt a slight blush with an irritated look on his face. Shut up, I'm getting a feeling that you're starting to become a pervert, Hiranmaru. Now I didn't say anything. All I was saying was that you might want to have a kiss from her. Not anything further than that. Although I don't think you have it in you to go further to do those adult stuff that every human do. Which by the way I'm not interested in those, Hiranmaru said in his defense. Whatever, Hitsugaya thought coldly, walking his way to Naruto and Hinata to eat. Is it ready? No, not yet my lord, make it quick. We don't have time before the Soul Society will find out to what we are planning. Hi. We just need more spiritual energy, then it will be done, Aizen-sama. The man smiled evilly. His plan is in motion. Did you find the one we will be looking for in the other side? Hi. Here's the picture of her. He looked down at it. The picture shows a small girl about 5 wearing a simple lavender kimono. She has raven-colored hair with lavender cat-like slitted eyes. Her skin pale and white like the snow. The man smiled at it. Good. Once we are there we will find her and capture her. She is the key source to my plan to gather the spiritual energy in that world. Hi, Aizen-sama, things are going according to plan. AAAARRRRGGGGGHHHHH. We still haven't gotten at least one clue to where Shorty is. A red head with black weird tattoos yelled in frustration. A black, short-haired hit the red head on the head. Shut up, idiot. We just have to keep going. She yelled at him. She's right. I'm sure there must be something that can help us, said a long, white-haired man with a white garb that has the number 13. But there isn't a single thing that can. The redhead shouted again in frustration. The black-haired young woman hit him again. I said to shut up. A black-haired young man with glasses sighed. Will you two quit fighting? If we search carefully, we are sure to find something, he said to them with an angry tone. Uryu is right. Please Renji, Rukia, we need to work together to do this, an orange-haired young woman said, pleadingly. A tall bulk, with brown hair young man nods. Orihime's right. All right. Renji and Rukia said in unison. Geez, and to think they fight like a married couple, an orange-spiked hair young man muttered. The other orange young woman with big. Okay, I'm not going there, let's just say she has a big chest that can rivals against Tsunade's. Anyway, she nods in agreement with the orange-spiked hair young man. Yeah, I'm surprised they aren't going out yet, she too mutters. The said two glared at them. What was that? They both sweat dropped. Nothing. Meanwhile, a black-haired young woman that has her hair tied with a teal-colored cloth, in a bun, looked around to find something to get a clue for the person she loves. That is till she spotted a halo up ahead. She turned around toward her friends to warn them. Halo, up ahead. That gathered their attention. Everyone that has the Shinigami powers took out their Zanpakutos, Uryu drawn out his Quincy powers, Orihime gotten ready to use her own, and Chad transformed his arm and busted his spiritual powers around it. The halo sensed this and charged at them. Immediately they were brawled into a fight. It didn't last long since it was already injured. Before Ichigo could finish it off, Momo stopped him. Wait. Ichigo, stop. This in turn confused the young teenager. Momo chants out toward the halo so it wouldn't escape. Renji looked at Momo and asked, "Why did you stop him, Momo?" Momo pointed at the halo at a specific spot that caught her eye. Look at its leg. They looked and immediately gasped or have their eyes wide opened. There surrounding the halo's leg was ice that looked impossible to break. All of them knew there was only one person to have that kind of power. Hitsugaya. As soon that came to mind, Ichigo pulled the halo toward him and yelled out, "Where's Hitsugaya?" The halo grinned at him. "And why should I tell you, Shinigami?" it said. Ichigo punched the halo hard and pulled it back up. "Tell me. Now," Ichigo demanded, close to his halo state. This in turn frightened the halo, sensing the halo inside him. All right, I'll tell you, I don't know. 1 minute we were fighting till he was completely injured, near in a death state. The next thing I know, a black vortex popped out of nowhere. A Shinigami came out of the vortex and picked up the brat. He then went back in. He had yellow blonde spiked hair with clear ocean blue eyes. The only thing that was noticeable about him was the cloak he wore. It was a white cloak with red flames at the bottom, and at the back was written, "The Yellow Flash." That's all I know. At first Ichigo didn't say anything till he immediately killed the halo in one swipe of his blade. They now finally have a lead for their friend. Ah, that was good. Hinata-chan. I'm serious that you're going to be one heck of a wife. Naruto complimented with an easygoing grin. Hinata blushed with a warm smile. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said. Hitsugaya took the dishes to wash them with Naruto. Hinata told them that she'll do it, but the two stubborn boys won't have it. Once that was done, Hitsugaya told Naruto that he needs to change those clothes if he wants to be a shinobi, much less a Hokage. Naruto didn't want to let go of the jumpsuit but noticed Hitsugaya's point. Hinata looked at him sadly. Hitsugaya noticed, so he sighed. You can still wear the jumpsuit then. But, once we graduate in the academy and being genin, then we'll change those sets of clothes, Hitsugaya said. Naruto grinned at the boy and tackled him in a hug. Thanks, Toshiro. Hinata giggled while Hitsugaya was annoyed with a frown. After all of that, Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata were now in the training grounds for their first day of training. Next to them were sets of scrolls for each of them to use. Naruto and Hinata faced Hitsugaya, who was on the opposite side of them. First, I like to show you something, Hitsugaya said. He brought out a scroll, but not just any ordinary scroll. No, it was a summoning scroll. The same scroll that was in the library. Naruto and Hinata cocked their heads in a cute manner, not understanding what he means. Not that Hitsugaya blames them. I mean, they're 7 for crying out loud. He opened the contract to them and showed them Hinata's name on it. This shocked both Naruto and Hinata with their eyes wide open. What's Hinata-chan's name doing in there? Naruto asked, with Hinata too looked at the white-haired Shinigami questionably. This is a summoning contract. From what Hirenmaru explained to me, it seems that Hinata made a contract with the wolf summons. Summoning animals are creatures that are able to talk like us humans and grow their size bigger than any building, Hitsugaya said. But, I never did sign the contract, Hitsugaya-kun, Hinata said. Actually, you did, Hinata. Somehow you were in a trance-like state when you made the contract. The wolf summons have chosen you as its summoning master. From what I can tell, you're the only one who will be summoning them since it has last been contracted a long time ago, considering how old-looking the scroll is, Hitsugaya explained. So that means Hinata has to carry it and take care of it till she chooses the next summoner? Naruto asked. Hitsugaya nods. Basically yes, from what I can tell Jiraiya did the same thing, he said. Jiraiya? You mean Two-san's father, sensei? Naruto asked. Yeah, from what I learned in the library there are other things summoners can do for summoning a contract. Like what? Hinata asked after being so quiet for a while. They are able to do what they call the Sage mode. Jiraiya didn't do it in complete mode from what I can tell, but it was much pretty closer than any other Toad summoner were able to do since the fourth. The Sage mode gives out more power and chakra doing this basically, Hitsugaya explained. Wow. I wonder if I'll be able to convince Ero Sennin to let me make a contract with the Toad summons, Naruto wondered. Hitsugaya shrugs. If you're really Minato's son I'm pretty sure he'll let you, but you have to wait till he comes back. Hey Naruto, why did you call Jiraiya, Ero Sennin? Hitsugaya asked. You don't know? Naruto asked. Know what? I just moved here for about 3 days, Hitsugaya said with a raised eyebrow. Naruto scratched at the back of head and laughed nervously. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Well, he was the one who wrote those Icha Icha Make Out Paradise series, Naruto explained. Again Hitsugaya didn't see the point of calling the old hermit a pervert. Meanwhile Hinata's eyes bugged out and blushed. Nani? He's the one who writes those books. Naruto noticed Hitsugaya didn't get it. Basically those books are all porn, Naruto explained. Now Hitsugaya's eyes widened with a blush visible on his cheeks, with his right eye twitched. Hiranmaru for once was at a loss for words. For a few seconds. Didn't think one of the most powerful shinobis to ever exist was a major pervert, Hiranmaru said with a sweat drop. In the grass village's hot springs a white spiked, long-haired hermit sneezed. Some hot chick must be talking about me. This gave out his hiding spot. All the women in the baths yelled and cursed out loud in the baths. Oh shit. Every woman in there punched and hit the old perverted hermit. After the awkward moment, Hitsugaya began their lessons with bringing out their chakra and Ryotsu. First they tried summoning their Ryotsu or spiritual energy. It took a while till they did it. To say the least, it really surprised, shocked, and pleased Hitsugaya with the results. Never had he felt so much spiritual pressure. It kept growing heavy and wilder like wildflower. Even his legs felt like they were going to drop out. Not to mention it kept growing. Their Ryotsu was practically visible, of color both red and lavender. Never has he seen such colors before. He could bet the villagers are practically choking and unconscious because of it. He has to make them control it before the Hokage comes, since he will be able to overpressure it but still become extremely tired. Naruto. Hinata. Control your Ryatsu. Try to pressure it down. Hitsugaya yelled. Even Hiranmaru was in shock with how much Ryotsu these two have. These two have too much Ryotsu, Hitsugaya. If this is how much they have with their Ryotsu, just imagine how much they have with their chakra. I bet the whole elemental continent felt it, Hitsugaya said. Let's hope they didn't, he thought back. Both Naruto and Hinata did their best to control it down. There was just too much. Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand, who in return took. They both look at each other and nod at once, almost communicating without any words. They both closed their eyes to try take control of their spiritual pressure. Hitsugaya noticed above them was a picture of two animals that was made from their Ryotsu. This surprised Hitsugaya. Above Naruto was shaped of a 9-tailed fox and above Hinata was a dragon. Soon enough Naruto and Hinata were able to control it and the pressure was gone. They opened their eyes and looked around their Ryotsu. All right. We did it, Naruto celebrated. Hinata just smiled with a pink tint on her cheeks. Hitsugaya sighed and pushed himself up from being pushed down to his knees from the massive spiritual pressure. Hiranmaru was totally serious about this now. Looks like these two will become the most powerful Shinigami to ever exist. Other than you, since your real spiritual pressure is still locked up, Hiranmaru commented. I know. Looks like I have to find a way to unlock it if I want to teach these two. Don't worry about that. I have gotten that covered. By around tomorrow it should get back, Hiranmaru reassured, but thought, that vortex really did a number on him. Not to mention that man. I could guess why he sealed the little Gaki's spiritual pressure. If Hitsugaya's real spiritual pressure was not sealed, the whole place to Konoha will have a huge snowstorm. And from what I can tell, the village will probably blame it on Hinata. Thanks Hiranmaru. Think nothing of it, Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya smirked at the two. Congratulations you two, but it seems the Hokage will be here shortly, he said in a monotone voice. Naruto scratched at the back of his head and laughed nervously while Hinata blushed. Was it that bad? Naruto asked, nervously. Unfortunately, yes. The whole village must have passed out, choked for breath, or panting for breath. I told you that spiritual pressure is completely different from chakra. While you do sense chakra, spiritual pressure is completely different. Just using spiritual pressure alone, if the opponent was weaker than you, they will immediately would be weakened because of it. That's why I wanted to teach you how to control it before it gets any higher and stronger for you two to be able to contain it, Hitsugaya explained with a tired sigh. Hinata casted her head down. Gomenasai, Hitsugaya-kun. We didn't mean to. I'm not mad, Hinata. I just wanted to explain how dangerous and useful it was to be able to control your own spiritual pressure. Of course you two have to hide this fact once we enter the academy. Remember, a ninja must always hide her secrets. Now let's get back to training to maintain your Ryotsu and chakra afterwards.
Then we'll have to go to the weapon shop to get some material for you. Of course not weapons. Well, the katanas could be some practice for your kenjutsu training, but only afterwards you two finish practicing them in wooden swords. We don't want any accidents. All we're getting is training weights for our taijutsu training, for both endurance and speed, Hitsugaya explained.
Wow, you know what we need, don't you, Toshiro? Naruto asked with amazement in his eyes. Little by little Naruto is already seeing Hitsugaya like an older brother to look up to, which wasn't a bad thought for the blonde. Hitsugaya shrugs. I mostly gotten them from the taijutsu regiment that was actually useful. I found the right stances for both of you. Plus I also found one of my own just in case we lose our Zanpakutos in a fight, Hitsugaya explains. Both of them nodded and went back to training. It's been 4 days since the incident. Hitsugaya managed to explain and convince not to say a word to anyone about the training to the Hokage. The Sandem in return was surprised and impressed. He promised Hitsugaya he won't say a word and consider a S-class secret for it. He also requested if one of his ninjas to help them for their training. Hitsugaya said to first see him before he could make his decision to see if he could trust her to keep the training a secret. He was impressed and took the offer after meeting the Anbu captain Kakashi Hitaki. Not only was Kakashi surprised to know about the training regiment, but he was also surprised that the pressure he felt not long ago belonged none other than the ex-heiress Hinata and his sensei's son Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. This in turn made him convince the training. In reality, during the training he's grown fond of the three and saw Hitsugaya of himself in a way. He was at least glad Hitsugaya was at least not the past him that only stick to the rules. The training was going rather nicely. Hitsugaya of course told the Hokage and Kakashi, who he found rather trustworthy, about himself. To say the least, they were shocked but gotten over it. They were pleased to hear that he's training Naruto and Hinata to become one. They didn't mind all too much and made sure not to tell anyone, since the council and villagers will immediately pressure the boy to tell him his secrets and teach it to the other ninjas. They both know that Hitsugaya was already getting a dislike to most of the villagers because of their hatred toward Hinata, which brought amusement to both of them. Which brought Naruto and Kakashi to try to get the two of them together, which was rather comical. Kakashi also taught them to do the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, for all of them to learn at a quicker pace, since he knows they might be able to do it. Especially for Naruto and Hinata to get into their Shinigami form to get their Zanpakuto. Mostly they used them doing taijutsu, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, and even doing chakra affinity. Kakashi was totally surprised how much clones they can make. Of course Kakashi explained to them that he'll teach them in total order, not all at once, since it'll bring a huge strain, which Hitsugaya agreed after reading the consequences from the scroll. So they all did it on a slow pace, since they all have a lot of time along with the academy years. During the training Naruto will also try learning Fuinjutsu, which brought an interest to him. To say the least, he was a total genius like his father on Fuijutsu. This brought Naruto a lot of pleasure for having the same talents like his father. Not only was he a natural on Fuinjutsu but also in Kenjutsu, which was probably the side of his mother's clan. After some time with the three, Kakashi found out they already know that the fourth was Naruto's father. Well, not really, since they can only guess a possibility. This brought Kakashi to admit it was true and made them not to say a word. The three already told him they were never going to say a word, for they know that Naruto's father have a lot of enemies, especially Iwa.
This made Naruto ask questions about his father since Kakashi was one of his father's students.
Naruto soon took more interest in Fuinjutsus after hearing the stories on his father. That's when determination soon grown tenfold. Kakashi gave him the basics on one of his father's famous and favorite jutsu, the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God. Naruto pressed on trying to see if he could master it. He found out it won't be easy, but that's what he wanted. Besides, if his father was anything like him, it was the sense of a challenging to complete jutsus. Later on in the 5 days of training, Hitsugaya also signed the wolf contract. Both Hitsugaya and Hinata practiced summoning them, both big and small. Naruto couldn't wait till Jiraiya to get there so he could sign a contract and fight along with his friends whom he saw as his siblings now. He even calls them Aniki and Imouto. Heck, he sees Kakashi as his older brother and calls him both Nisan or Aniki, which in turn made Kakashi happy. Kakashi never made such a strong bond as these three, even though he's known them for only about a week. So he too saw as his little siblings. Hinata too progressed tremendously. After awakening her Byakugan, she realized she could easily use her Byakugan to see for miles away. Not only that, but she could detect other tenkutsus of different colors for instant death, paralysis, and to make them unconscious. Kakashi was astonished by this and explained that her Byakugan had developed the rare type of Byakugan that hasn't been awakened for centuries. She learned rather quickly to master her Byakugan. She mostly uses it to make sure Kakashi doesn't read those books in front of three. At first, when she first met him, she wanted to make the arrow Junin pay for making her still innocent mind a bit perverted. That's when Kakashi made sure not to read in front them, since he wants his precious book very badly. During the month, Kakashi trained them endlessly non-stop, especially teaching jutsus to their liking. For Naruto, it was pretty much Fuden jutsus, Kaden jutsus, and Raiden jutsus. For Hinata, she learned Suiden jutsus, Fuden jutsus, and Hyouden jutsus. Hitsugaya learned Suiden jutsus, Fuden jutsus, Hyouden jutsus, and Raiden jutsus. To say the least, Kakashi was proud to see them progress even though they learn it one at a time. Hitsugaya was the most progressed one out of the three. Though Naruto and Hinata weren't surprised really. Also, he was the official team leader out of the three if they were in a team, even though they never decided, but they all knew he'll be the one if they do decide. Naruto too is the leader if they were in a tight spot. It seems like he was born to be a leader just like his father. After hearing Naruto wanted to be the future Hokage, Kakashi decided to teach him how to make a great leader. Hitsugaya was in it too since he found it familiar to it, so it was nothing new. All in all, they taught him as best they could to make him get ready once he does become Hokage. Kakashi made him play Go or chess for him to practice battle strategies. At first Naruto really didn't want to do it but tried it anyway if it will help. To say the least, he enjoyed it once Kakashi said to think it was a battlefield for him to lead in a battle. These past month was astounding to say the least. Yes, they were slowly learning. Already know 5 jutsus, high genin level on kenjutsu and taijutsus. Hinata still couldn't make a regular clone. Kakashi was the only one who knows why, but Naruto too couldn't do it, which brought him to question it. After a while they kept doing it till Naruto finally got him to make one. That was kind of sick like. Hinata still needed to perfect it too. Since the Jukin needed a lot of chakra control, Hinata learned to climb trees first. She's still working on it but was progressing. Hitsugaya taught Hinata and Naruto how to summon their Ryotsu and try to control it like how they have to do with chakra control. Finally, on their last day before the academy starts, that's when 2 brand new Shinigamis were born. Right now Kakashi, Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata are now in the Forest of Death. Hitsugaya thought it was time to bring out Naruto's and Hinata's Zanpakuto. He was informed by Hiranmaru that they both were already interacting with their Zanpakuto ever since they both summoned out their Ryotsu. Hitsugaya asked the Hokage if there was a place they could do it, since there will be a chance for them to become Hallows, which he hoped would not happen. The Hokage informed him there was the Forest of Death where no one will intrude. Once they were at least in the middle of the forest, they all stopped. "Alright, here's where we'll do it," Hitsugaya said. He turned to Hinata and pointed in front of him on the floor. "Can you make a hole here?" he asked in his usual cold monotone tone that everyone gotten used to and know that it wasn't cold. Hinata nods, stepping forward toward it. Very hard tried to concentrate her chakra around her fist and pounded to the ground, making a huge hole deep underground. "Good. Stay down there, Hinata." Naruto, get down there too, Hitsugaya ordered, which Naruto done so. What are you going to do with them? Kakashi asked. I'm going to try them draw out their Zanpakutos, but since they are not in their spirit form it will be difficult, Hitsugaya explained. Spiritual form? You mean like a ghost with those a whole chain on their chest like you mentioned? Kakashi asked. Yes, but this will be good since regular humans won't be able to see them anyway. But because of that it will become more of a chance for them to become Hallows, Hitsugaya explained. Kakashi's eyes widened. It's that risky? That explains why you send them down there, Kakashi said. Yes, but could you put a seal on them? Chances are they will be able to get out of there, Hitsugaya said. Kakashi nods and went down to put the seals on their arms behind their backs. With that he came back up with Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya used both Ryotsu and chakra together around him, which turned him into his Shinigami form with his white garb with the number 10 on the back. He brought out his Zanpakuto, Hirenmaru, in his Shikai form. Hitsugaya managed to find a way to turn in his Shinigami form so that regular humans are able to see them. Naruto, Hinata, channel both Ryotsu and chakra around your entire body, Hitsugaya ordered. Both trusting the boy, they both did what they were told. Again they were both surrounded from red and lavender Ryotsu, chakra, only this time it was much more controlled. Concentrating, he sent a beam from Hirenmaru to their chest where the chain of fate might be. There, I concentrated both my chakra and Ryotsu toward them, where their chain of fate would be if they were both in their spirit form, Hitsugaya said. That's when their Ryotsu and chakra shot through the roof. Naruto and Hinata felt like something was trying to take control. Knowing the halo inside them that is about to form, they resisted for control. Like Ichigo, the red and lavender energy started to form on their face to form the mask. Seeing this made Kakashi worried but believed in them to make it. Hitsugaya too could only hope they will be able to make in time. The four retired for the night after successfully bringing out Naruto's and Hinata's Zanpakuto. Of course they didn't get to hear their names yet. What was different from them than any other Shinigami was that they didn't get just one spirit for their Zanpakuto but two. Naruto and Hinata still didn't understand their second one though. It was like they were hiding something. Both said the same thing. You will know when the time is right. First find out your first Zanpakuto's name. This confused them both, not knowing what they mean by that. They could only wait and find out. After saying their goodbyes to their Aniki, they head out their home. Naruto and Hinata couldn't wait till Kakashi moves in, and Hitsugaya looked indifferent, but for knowing the boy for so long they know he was also happy about it. Ever since Kakashi got to know them and became their sensei and Aniki, he was asked if he could move in with them. Kakashi thought about it for a while now and finally made his decision. Finally in their room they all dressed up and head out to bed. Just after they were in bed they were out like a light from their exhausted day. Not far from them was a young man with regular Shinigami hakama with a white cloak with red flames at the bottom. On the back of the cloak was written in kanji that says, "The Yellow Flash." His yellow, blonde spiked hair shined in the moonlight with the wind blowing it to the side. His ocean blue eyes warmly looked at the house that Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata live in. A warm smile graced on his lips. It's almost time. Don't worry, I'll be back. My son. That and I will always be there for the both of you. Naruto, Hinata, he whispered in the wind. With that he vanished in the wind almost like he wasn't there. That's all he could see. Snow, along with crystal ice lilies and lilacs. He looked around to see if he could find someone. The same person he's been seeing for the past month now. Looking around he walked around. Somehow that girl seemed so familiar. That face, those eyes. Everything about her made him feel warm and familiar. He just felt so overprotective of her. Like she meant everything to him. Even than his own life. Then there was that man that comes out of nowhere and takes her away from him. It just angered him, scared him, and worried him. It was something that he was used to. Running in the fields looking for that same girl. Finally came to stop, he finds her in the middle of it. Shoulder-length raven-colored hair with the same lavender yukata. Turning around he could see her lavender cat-slit eyes at him. It sends shivers down his spine in the most pleasure way that he has never felt before till the last month. Those eyes felt like they could see right through him and know every secret within him. Those amazing eyes felt like they were burning his very being. Then there was that smile that was gracing her luscious pink lips. Time to time he always felt drawn to those very lips. And that just wasn't like him at all. It was like she was hypnotizing him. The girl came up to him in the most gracing way than any girl can, that made him feel warm around his tan cheeks. Her warm smile came out again. That's when everything changed. A group of people came out of nowhere, surrounding him. Somehow he felt like he knows them. There were 9 people. What's more was that out of the 9 there were 6 of them that wear the Shinigami Hakama wearings. One of them have the same white garb, but instead of having the number 10 it was 13. They all began to tell him to come with them. He was confused as to why. They do look familiar, but he can't seem to remember. A horrible scream was heard behind him that let my blood run cold and shivered down my spine in the most horrible way. Quickly turning around he saw something that struck him to the core. The girl was caught by a brown-haired and eye man. His smile says that of something wrong. The girl struggled to be free. Her eyes looked at him directly with wet tears, pleading to save her. It was something he didn't like. He's gotten the urge to kill the very man that has made those lavender cat-slit eyes to water. He then called out his Shikai from his Zanpakuto. The others behind him joined in. His eyes glared at the man, in his cold eyes will send Kami-sama herself to shiver. Raising his blade he called out his Zanpakuto, who too want to send the young man into shreds. Hyor and Maru. Suddenly Hallows surrounded both the young man and the crying girl. The Hallows shield mostly for the young man from the blast. The sky above them cracked open and light beam came toward the young man and the now unconscious girl. Seeing this made him suddenly worried and completely scared, but that wasn't over. Oh no, another young man with silver hair with the creepiest smile came out of nowhere. On his shoulder was a battered unconscious boy with blonde spiked hair and whiskered marks on each cheek. It made him even more scared to the very core to his stomach. The silver-haired man smiled and asked the brown-haired man, "Should we bring this boy? He has the same energy just like the girl." "No, we only need this girl. Hers is completely different compared to the other Bias." The other nodded and threw the blonde toward him. He immediately ran toward him and picked him up in his arms. Noticing his injuries he grew worried for the boy. He glared at the men, but then his eyes widened in horror. They were floating toward the crack from the sky with the girl. "No, come back here," he shouted. They were soon gone. She was gone. She was gone. Hot tears began to drop from his eyes. This wasn't happening. He promised. Promised that he'll always protect her. Now, she was gone. Hinata. Hitsugaya shot up from the bed. Heavy panting breaths could be heard from him. Sweat was everywhere. Breathing in and out in a fast rate along with his fast-beating heart. Looking around he noticed he was in his room. Giving out a relieved sigh, he began to get out of the bed. Taking a towel with him, he went to take a shower. Taking off his clothes he went inside the shower. Feeling the warm water against his skin made his tense muscles to relax. With another sigh he thought back to his dream. It was different to the other dreams than before. The others weren't so clear and were played differently than tonight. It was strange really. Those people were so familiar, yet for some reason when he could come to a conclusion his will begin to throb and make him forget it. Even Hiranmaru begins to feel it. He just doesn't understand why he begins to get these dreams. It was all too troublesome really. He really doesn't like when start to begin without even knowing it. "I better hurry up or else Hinata might walk in on me again," Hitsugaya mutters, amused. It kept happening as of late. He keeps getting the feeling that Kakashi and Naruto were behind those embarrassing moments with him and Hinata. A small blush begins to form around his cheeks. He shook his head to take the blush along with it. These feelings kept growing during the past month that it was starting to bother him. God damn it. He sees Hinata as a friend and nothing more. But for some reason he always begins to blush and start to get attracted to her more and more. With Hiranmaru kept teasing and annoying him wasn't even helping either. He could only sigh and hope Naruto and Kakashi will just stop. Finally done, he went out to change for the first day in the academy. It was dark. Very dark. He turned around and noticed a group of people of black cloaks with red clouds on them. He gave out a confused look at them. One of them looked up and showed red eyes with 3 black comas inside the eyes. They sent shivers down his spine. He knew from one look that he was powerful. He was too weak to face this guy. A new scenery shown up. In front of him was a silver-haired guy with the most creepiest smile he has ever seen, and his eyes were not even opened. The young man began to speak. I see you two have the same energy that girl has. Maybe Aizen-sama will let you in on it along with that girl. Same energy. Aizen? Who's Aizen? Girl. What girl? No matter really. As long Aizen has lavender-eyed girl, then our plans will begin. His eyes widened. There was only one girl he knows who fit that description. Hinata. He brought out both of his Zanpakutos along with Shinigami form. He glared angrily at the young man. Over my dead body. You will not take Imouto-chan. Suddenly the scenery changed, showing 9 people taking a white-haired 13-year-old boy. Noticing the white hair and teal eyes, he began to run after him. Beside him was a girl with shoulder-length raven hair with lavender cat-slit eyes. Both of them ran after them frantically. The boy looked back and gave out a sad and sorry look. He started to growl in frustration. Toshiro. The scenery changed again to show a blonde spiked-hair young man with blue azure eyes just like his own. This made him freeze into place. The blonde before him smiled warmly at him. He tried to reach out to him but couldn't. Wet tears began to form. Tucson, he whispered. The blonde's smile turned into a grin that was similar to his own. Hey there, son. Tucson. Naruto ran up to him and they both fell into a hug. Naruto. The young man laughed. Both separated and looked at one another. Naruto noticed how much he looked like his father. That was something that made him extremely happy. Minato too looked at his son and seen how much he has grown over the years since he has last saw him. His eyes looked down at Naruto with a gentle and warm look that made Naruto warm. This was. No. Is his father. He was now able to see him. Naruto, you have to listen to me, Minato began. Naruto blinked in confusion but nods nonetheless. Listen and listen carefully, Naruto. Certain events will start to take place soon. Once you start to become genin, be careful. Certain people will start to threaten not only our village but our whole entire world. There is a man who will start to go after one of your classmates, an organization who are after you and Hinata, and then a certain amount of people who will go after Hinata and our world for something he wants for his selfish reasons. Remember my son, you must be careful, Minato warned. Naruto couldn't believe what he just learned but trusted his dad. He nods. I will, Tucson, Naruto said with a smile. Minato smiled right back. I know. I will be there my son. Just wait for me. Slowly he began to disappear. Naruto's eyes widened. Wait, what do you mean, Tucson? You'll see Naruto. I'm busy but just. Wait okay. Trust me, Minato soon vanished. Tucson. Naruto immediately sat up from his bed till he accidentally fell off the bed, landing on his head. Naruto ed and groaned over the pain of his head. Rubbing the bump that is now present on his head to ease the pain. While rubbing the poor bump he went back on the dream last night. It was all so real that it wasn't even funny. Were those warnings or pictures and slideshows to show me that might possibly happen? There was one thing that he remembered clearly though. It was about his father. Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Thought back on his father's warning. His eyes narrowed. I better warn Toshiro Aniki and Hina Imouto about this, Naruto thought before getting his towel and take a shower. Are you sure that will be wise, young cub? The voice almost jumped from the voice. Gah, don't do that, you stupid furball. HMPH, I'll let you get away with that since you can't even hear my name, one of Naruto's Zanpakutos said. Yeah, whatever. When do you think I'll be able to know your name? Patience young cub. These things take time. You still need to train about your patience, young cub, if you ever want to be Hokage. Naruto sighed. I know. I can't help it though. With Hinata, Toshiro, and Kakashi I'm able to keep my patience. Even though Kakashi may be late all the time, but I'm used to it and I have fun shouting it out. They're different. I know young cub. Don't worry, that's what training is for, right? Both of your older brothers are helping you out with that. You're right. Anyway, how's the other furball back there? He's asleep, young cub. He can't communicate or say anything to you till you know my name. Till then you just have to wait. Alright, thanks again furball, I can't wait till he knows my name. I really hate that name. I'm sure even his tenant doesn't like either. I could only wait and hope it will be soon, the Zanpakuto thought. Hinata just finished making breakfast for the two boys. She smiled happily, knowing that Kakashi will arrive soon to eat his fair share of the meal. Her smile slightly came down. The dream came back again as usual. But it was completely different. Again. She kept seeing herself doing things that she will never do, and that shook her. In the dream she was battling and killing other innocent people. She even attacked the 3 people whom she felt precious to her.
But that wasn't all. Oh no, she didn't look like her real self. In fact, she looked like a Hallow, but also not a Hallow. Yes, she did have a hole on her stomach and looked human. The only difference was her eyes and mask she wore. She looked terrifying.
Hinata pushed those thoughts away, hoping that it was all a dream. Coming back from her daydream, she came to a halt in front of Naruto's room. Knocking the door, she heard her brother's footsteps running to the door. Stepping a foot back, the door swung open to meet Naruto in his regular orange jumpsuit. He beamed to see Hinata with a grin. "Hey, Hinata-chan. Good morning." Hinata smiled at him. "Good morning, Naruto Aniki. Breakfast is ready," Hinata said in her usual soft voice. Naruto grinned even wider. "Great, I'll go on ahead," Naruto said while coming out of his room. He looked at Hitsugaya's door, then got an big idea. His lips plastered an evil smirk that made Hinata worried. She knows that smirk anywhere, and it's not helping when he's looking like a fox. She could imagine fox ears and tail that is wagging behind him. Especially with the whiskers that are now presentable. "You better go to Toshiro's room to tell him about breakfast, Imouto-chan," Naruto said, still has that fox-like smirk. "Oh okay," Hinata hesitantly said. Naruto smiled but still has that fox-like mischief aura around him. He left to go to get breakfast. Along with other things. Hinata looked at him worriedly. She did not like that aura. It could mean one thing really. All she could do is hope he won't do anything. Now turning her attention to Hitsugaya's room with a present blush that is now dusting her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she headed toward her door. Knocking on the door, she waited for her white-haired friend. Again her heart began to pound against her chest faster and faster. Lately it's been happening a lot whenever she waits for him to tell him that breakfast is ready. Hinata couldn't understand the feelings she kept getting lately. Even her Zanpakuto could only tell her that she needs to find out on her own. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but her Zanpakuto believes that this is something that she should know on her own. She gulped, feeling nervous. That was another thing. Whenever it comes to Hitsugaya, she kept getting new feelings that she has never felt before. Hinata sighed, hoping to understand why she kept getting these feelings for the white-haired Shinigami. The door opened. Hinata almost fainted at the sight she's now seeing, but you could see her face completely red. In front of her was Hitsugaya with only a towel around his hips, covering his bottom half only to present his legs at least. But Hinata could see the present abs that has already developing faster than any other 7-year-old. His white hair was still wet from the shower that he just came out of. To say the least, Hinata's completely flustered. Her Zanpakuto wasn't even helping either. Hitsugaya for his part was surprised to see Hinata earlier than he expected. He noticed her whole face completely red like a tomato. He blinked, confused as to why. Hiranmaru sighed but was rather amused. To think the captain of Squad 10 in the Soul Society can be dense at times when it comes to girls' feelings for him. Hitsugaya touched her forehead to see if she's gotten a fever or something. Hinata jolted by the sudden touch. Not to mention being rather close to him. She could practically feel her whole body heat up by the sudden touch. Anyo. TT Toshiro-kun? Hinata stuttered. Hitsugaya was surprised from it. He hasn't heard her stutter for a long time. He looked at her curiously. "Are you okay? I haven't heard you stutter like that for a while. Is something wrong? Your face is red," Hitsugaya asked. Hinata bit at the bottom of her lip. Stepping back, she accidentally tripped by something. Hitsugaya noticed, so he instinctively caught her around her waist and pushed her toward his warm, wet chest. Hinata blushed even harder from feeling his chest. She shivered from feeling his hot breath against her neck. Her whole body felt like it was on fire. She closed her eyes shut tight and bit her bottom lip so she wouldn't at the feeling. This is why she wanted to burn Kakashi's book. It completely destroyed her innocent mind. A blush could be seen on Hitsugaya's cheeks. The feeling of Hinata against his chest made him feel warm. Just having her in his arms somehow made him feel complete. This confused him to no end. Of course Hiranmaru decided to interrupt since he could feel Hinata's embarrassed look and want to save her from fainting. "Hey, Hitsugaya. You might want to let go of the girl. I think she might faint any moment now. And get dressed, will you? Hinata's going to die of embarrassment. Hitsugaya blinked till his eyes widened. He immediately but gently pushed her. You could practically see their blush in a whole new level of red. For the first time ever Hitsugaya stuttered. GG Gomen. H Hinata. H hold on AAMM minute. LL let me GGG go G get CH change. GG go on AAA ahead. Hitsugaya quickly bolted back inside his room with his face completely red and hot. His hand covered his face and gulped. His heart burned along with pounding against his ribcage. Hiranmaru practically laughed at the scene. This was totally not like Hitsugaya. I think Hinata rubbed off Hitsugaya, Hiranmaru thought while laughing in amusement. Hitsugaya on the other hand didn't find it amusing at all. It's not funny, Hiranmaru. Hitsugaya shouted at his Zanpakuto while having the still-present blush. Hiranmaru didn't stop much to Hitsugaya's dismay. He groaned then sighed. Might as well get dressed. Things will get awkward with Hinata. Again. Hitsugaya thought with a slight frown in his blushed face. To say the least, breakfast was really awkward, again. This wasn't first really, this happens often. Naruto could practically feel it. What really amuses him was that it was completely different than the other times that happens. He could only guess why both of his siblings are all awkward to one another. Hinata was of course blushing, which wasn't surprise really, but what really surprises and amuses him was that Hitsugaya was also blushing. And no, he doesn't mean the usual pink tint blush on his cheeks but a full-bloom red blush surrounding his cheeks. Not to mention the slight frown from his eyebrows. That's a sign not to ask her to tease him. He knows his brother's limits when it comes to his irate and angered manner. There was no way he will risk getting a bump on his head from Hiranmaru. No thank you, he will rather have his head bumped less. He has already have one from this morning. No way will he risk getting another. So he didn't ask or say anything. He tried his best not to laugh, but with his Zanpakuto laughing hysterically, it wasn't helping. The front door suddenly opened. All three of them perked their heads up. There were only two people who has a spare key to their home. All three turned their heads, only to see Kakashi with 5 cage bunshins, shadow clones, carrying each a box and dropped them to the floor. One by one the shadow clones dispersed themselves. All three smiled seeing their older brother, and yes, Hitsugaya too smiled. Ever since they have been close to one another, Hitsugaya showed his emotion to them more openly. Any other person he becomes a cold, emotionless boy. He only opens up to a few people. There was Hinata, Naruto, Kakashi, the third Hokage, the owner and helpers of the clothing shop that allowed Hinata to go in, and the Ichiraku stand. But he mostly shows his emotions to Hinata, Naruto and Kakashi mostly. Even though he talks cold and emotionless, they could see his feelings right through him. Hinata on the other hand could see it better than anyone really. That's why he felt comfortable and exposed whenever he was around her. Kakashi smiled at them with his right eye turned into upside down U. Yo. Sorry I'm late. Hinata, did you leave some for me? Kakashi asked. Hinata smiled warmly at Kakashi. Hi, Kakashi Nissan, Hinata said. HMPH, you should be lucky Hinata is nice. Kakashi Aniki. If it weren't for her I would have eaten your breakfast earlier, Naruto grumbled. Kakashi smiled, her eyes smiled. I know and thank you Hinata, Kakashi thanked. We better hurry up you two. The academy will start in an hour, Hitsugaya said. Hi. Naruto and Hinata said. Well, good luck. I know all three of you will do fine. Just make sure not to show any of your abilities. A ninja must always hide his or her secrets, Kakashi advised, mostly looking at Naruto. Of course Naruto noticed. Hey, I'm not going to show off, Kakashi Aniki, Naruto said with a glare. Hinata giggled while Hitsugaya smirked. I don't know about that, Oto. You do always boast a lot then show off to prove them right about it, Hitsugaya said. See, even Hitsugaya thinks so, Kakashi said with an amused tone. This only fumed the blonde that you could practically see his chakra rising. Hitsugaya and Kakashi started to sweat and shiver down their spine. There was only one thing that can explain that aura. He lifted his head and took his dishes. He calmly took them and washed them. This worried both Hitsugaya and Kakashi while Hinata was worried what Naruto was going to do to the Junin and Shinigami. Naruto looked at them calmly and then grinned.
That was not a good sign.
Okay then, but I won't do that. I'm not stupid, Naruto said. His Zanpakuto was also worried and sweating. Hitsugaya, I advised to be careful the whole day. Last time he did that was when he did a practical prank on you. You do not want to get on his bad side any further today. I still have nightmares on that last prank, Hiranmaru said with a sudden shiver.
Hitsugaya agreed. He better watch out for his little brother. Even though he can be childish and naive, there is no question that he can be really scary. Kakashi also thought the same thing. Hinata can only pray for Hitsugaya's and Kakashi's safety or sanity. Even the Hokage could feel Naruto's evil aura, knowing that someone must have pissed him off. He felt sorry whoever gotten Naruto in his bad side.
After breakfast, all 3 7-year-olds head out to the academy. Hinata, who was too excited, didn't notice the hatred and angered looks the adults give out toward her. Hitsugaya and Naruto on the other hand did and gave out their own glare toward them. It was their job to do that to her. Even though she may not know it, but she was precious to them along with Kakashi. All 3 do their best to make her happy. They especially make sure she doesn't get close to any Hyuga. Once there, they noticed how the parents say their goodbyes toward their children who go on their first day in the academy. Most of them who noticed Hinata entered immediately glared at her, which made her shrink and held onto both Hitsugaya and Naruto. Both boys glared back, which led the adults to look away. The boys made sure to be close to Hinata, not trusting the adults might not do anything to her. They did not want them to do what they did before Hinata rescued Hitsugaya. No, they can't take any chances. They head toward their room. Once inside, they went to the back of the class and sat down together. One by one the children began to file in. Most of them all sat down in a group with their friends. Hitsugaya closed his eyes, wanting to get all the noise out of his head. Naruto and Hinata talked the whole time, and occasionally Hitsugaya joined in. Naruto and Hinata noticed how all the girls kept looking at Hitsugaya in a scary way. It wasn't only Hitsugaya was being looked at the same way, they also had that same look toward another boy that had black hair and eyes. Naruto snickered and told Hinata how his hair looked like a chicken's butt. Of course she scolded him from being rude. Hitsugaya on the other hand smirked. Finally 2 Chunins came in. Hitsugaya calculated both of their new senseis, so was Naruto. They both don't want any of their senseis do anything to Hinata. They already have enough of it. Oh, how they wish Kakashi was their sensei, but they both know that he was Junin. Meaning they have to wait till they become Genin to have as a sensei. Of course he still teaches them, but they know he won't do it often since he'll be working more often. Both boys noticed that the one with a scar on his nose with a pineapple-haired style looked at Hinata with hatred and also sorrow. This made them tense, especially toward their other sensei. His smile face was totally fake. Kakashi made sure to teach them about a person's personality and if they're faking anything. The training was so they can know who to trust, since most of the adults in the village don't have any kindness toward Hinata. It wasn't all in vain, of course. They were glad to have it really for the training. Hello everyone, my name is Iruka Amino and this is your other sensei Mizuki, Iruko introduced. You will all introduce yourselves and then we will start our first day. One by one everyone introduced. Naruto and Hitsugaya noticed a few people who intrigued them. There was Shino Aburame, who was a boy with a few words, but they know for sure that he was an intelligent boy. Then there was Shikamaru Nara, who was the most laziest boy in the room, but they both know for sure that he was the smartest kid besides Hitsugaya in the class. Then there was his friend Shoji Akamichi, one glance and they both know that if they call him fat, you're in trouble. Then there was Kiba Inuzuka. He wasn't the smartest, but they both know not to underestimate him. Then there was Sasuke Uchiha. They noticed how all the girls in the room besides Hinata drooled at the boy. The boy in turn looked weirded out and annoyed at them. It was finally Hitsugaya, Hinata, and Naruto's turn to finally introduce themselves. It was Naruto who went up first. As usual. Not surprising for Hitsugaya and Hinata. My name's Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage. Naruto introduced with his usual fox-like grin. Many children began to laugh, much to Hitsugaya's annoyance. He really hated how everyone treats his younger brother whenever he tells them about his dream. Even Hinata was upset about how the children are treating Naruto. Alright, everybody settle down, Iruka said. Naruto sat down feeling annoyed and hurt. Only Hinata and Hitsugaya noticed. This was one of the things they don't like. Naruto was always so spirited and happy that it upsets them whenever it was depressed or sad. It just wasn't him. So that's when Hitsugaya decided to be the cold emotion-less boy in the class. Of course only Naruto and Hinata won't be affected. They will only hear annoyance, angry, upset, or irritated. When Hitsugaya got up to introduce himself, all three of them noticed how all the girls drool at him and have pink hearts in their eyes. This really made Hitsugaya shiver down his spine while Naruto pitied him. For some reason this made Hinata worried. Although she doesn't know why. Her Zanpakuto, which all of their Zanpakutos are invisible from everyone, sighed. To Shiro Hitsugaya said in his usual cold and emotionless voice. Everyone shivered from his tone of voice while Naruto and Hinata knew right away that he was angry at the class and annoyed with the girls. Even the girls were immune to it. All they thought was how cool and hot he was. This made Naruto to sweat drop. Then he thought of a way to punish Hitsugaya from this morning. He knows right away that he was freaked out by the looks of the girls. He has to admit that fangirls were definitely scary. To say the least, the class was so darn boring. Most of the stuff they were teaching them was something that the three Shinigamis knew for sure they don't need to know. They've only been there for what? Only 16 minutes when it felt like hours. They were dying of boredom. What really torn them was that there was only 5 hours of lectures, 2 hours of taijutsu, and 1 hour of practicing of kunai and shuriken throwing. So basically they couldn't wait till then. But come on. These lectures weren't needed that long. Still the three still paid attention to at least get a good enough grades if this what was needed. Of course it didn't mean that they would like it. It was annoying the hell out of Hitsugaya how the girls kept drooling and trying to flirt with the Ice Prince. Hinata didn't like it either even though she didn't know why. Every time a girl tried to flirt with him she felt like she wanted to punch her face. It was confusing to say the least. To Naruto on the other hand thought it was amusing. Finally once the 5 hours were up it was lunchtime. Unfortunately Hitsugaya couldn't eat with Naruto and Hinata. He was currently hiding from his own fangirls. To say it was rather comical and very amusing. To Naruto that is. Hinata on the other hand was worried for her white-haired friend. When Hitsugaya finally managed to escape them he went out to see Naruto and Hinata, who went out to find a place so his fangirls won't be able to find them. Naruto was the first to notice him. Hey, Toshiro. You finally managed to escape your little fan club? Naruto teased with a smirk. Hitsugaya just gave him an annoyed look at him. Shut up, Naruto, Hitsugaya growled. All the blonde was laughing at his brother's expense. It was just so funny to see his cool collected, not to mention very cold and emotionless, older brother run away from a crowd of lovesick girls. Hitsugaya just half-heartedly glared at his little brother. You wouldn't think that was funny if you were chased by those fangirls. Naruto, Hitsugaya growled while Hinata brought out their lunch. At this Naruto started to calm down but still held that fox-like grin. No, but I'm not being chased by them only you, Naruto said. Naruto Aniki, stop teasing Toshiro-kun. Hinata pleaded with those irresistible puppy-eyed look that even made Hitsugaya blush but not noticeable to the others. Naruto just took one look at her and immediately fell for it. I mean, how can you? She looked so damn cute. Fine, you win. I really hate it when you do that Hinata, Naruto said with a pout. Hinata giggled at her brother's antics. Hitsugaya rolled his eyes. Unfortunately their relaxed lunch break didn't last long. When they were halfway through their lunch they all heard rapid footsteps. This brought a sudden chill down Hitsugaya's spine. He immediately ran for it. Naruto and Hinata blinked in confusion till they were met by a horrid crowd of girls. There were even girls that weren't even their age. All at once they asked where Hitsugaya was in the most disgusting way. Hinata was about to lie his whereabouts to save the poor Shinigami Taicho. Naruto on the other hand had other plans. Mostly, payback time. So he hurriedly answered first. He knew full well what Hinata was going to do. He went that way, Naruto said while pointing at the direction that Hitsugaya had just gone to. In one blink they were gone. A cloud of smoke was the only thing behind. Hinata blinked till she looked at Naruto with an angry look. He noticed and put up his hands defensively. Hey, that's what he gets from this morning, Naruto said while crossing his arms on his chest with a pout. Hinata sighed and hoped that Hitsugaya will be alright. After lunch they were met by one angry, pissed off Shinigami. Naruto immediately paled. To say the least, both were bruised-scratched. A sigh escaped from Hinata's lips while bandaging both boys. They both kept glaring at one another. Of course they will soon forget it and call even soon. They do fight sometimes but then forget or apologize about it soon after. Everyone finally assembled in a dojo for basic taijutsu training. Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata noticed how Mizuki-sensei only pays attention to the Uchiha. This made the boys frown for their sensei's favoritism. Even Kakashi never shows any of that to them. They were all basically trained equally. Hitsugaya made sure to remind Naruto and Hinata not to show their abilities or strengths to the class. Both of them nod. That's when Naruto's gotten an idea. Hey Hitsugaya, didn't they say that to be on the same team when we become genin was when we make a perfect balance? Naruto asked. Yeah, basically. Where are you going at? Hitsugaya asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, no one other than Kakashi, Aniki and Oji-san know about our true strat. How about we lie about it and let them underestimate us? Naruto suggested. Why would we do that, Naruto Aniki? We plan to be on at least on an average regiment, Hinata asked. Naruto nods. Yes, I know that. But if we all do, then we won't be put on the same team. We all know that we work perfect as a team, Naruto said. Just where are you going at, Naruto? Hitsugaya asked, now feeling interested what his little brother was planning. Naruto grins. Well, it's only logical that the worst student in the class gets put in the most two powerfulest shinobi and Kanuchi. What I'm saying is that I pretend that I'm the worst in the class by fooling around and fail some of the test while you two come to the top of the class in the boys and girls section. That way we have a better chance at being on the same team. Naruto explained. Hitsugaya thought about it. It's true that we won't be able to be put on the same team if we all end up on an average scale. But that will mean that Hinata and I end up showing how powerful we are. That might be true, Hitsugaya, but do you really have a choice? What if something happens to Naruto and Hinata on a mission from a different team? You won't be able to be there to save them. They might have their Shinigami forms and might have their Zanpakuto's names by then, but they're still not as experienced enough. Not to mention that there are still a lot of shinobis who could easily defeat them, Hiranmaru said. You're probably right about that. Alright then, I just hope I don't have to show everything, Hitsugaya thought. Alright then, we'll go for it, Naruto. But we better make sure not to show everything. Especially about our Zanpakuto, Hitsugaya said. Both Naruto and Hinata nods. So far everything was running smoothly on the rest of the day. That is for Naruto and Hinata, but Hitsugaya was another story. Sasuke Uchiha kept challenging and glaring at Hitsugaya the entire day. Ever since they were both challenged on a match, Hitsugaya easily beaten him. This in turn frustrated the Uchiha, having a very ego complex. His fangirls were also a problem. They just won't leave him alone. They even stalked him when Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata went to go eat ramen in the Ichiraku stand. Fortunately they managed to loose them on the way. Naruto too was irritated with his brother's fangirls. He looked at Hitsugaya with an annoyed look on his face. You seriously better come up with a plan how to get rid of them during the years in the academy. I don't want them following us for 5 frickin' years till we become genin, Naruto said in an annoyed tone. Don't worry, I'll think of something. Let's just head home. I'm already tired running away and ignoring them today, Hitsugaya said in a tired tone. Yeah, which by the way I find that very funny, Naruto snickered. Hitsugaya glared at his younger brother. Hinata sighed but still smiled nonetheless. Their very first day was long and tiring. They all turned in for the night knowing they will another long day the next day and the years to come. It's been 5 years since Hitsugaya's, Naruto's, and Hinata's first day in the academy. Many things happened during those 5 long years. So far Naruto's plus wasn't really working, it totally backfired. For one, the teachers have a real hard time on Hinata, much to Naruto's and Hitsugaya's annoyance. She managed to do the best as she could do. She passed the other tests they have been given out but still failed every time. Unfortunately, they always test everyone with one of Hinata's worst jutsu. The regular Bunshin no Jutsu, clone jutsu. Not only that, but for some reason Hinata's popper exams were different and a lot harder than everyone else's exams. So she always failed them too, giving her the spot above Shikamaru's, almost at the bottom of the class. On the Bunshin no Jutsu, Hinata can make at least 2 perfect clones, but the test states that you have to make 3 perfect clones. On her third clone, it looked completely dead. Naruto was finally able to do 3 perfect clones on their second year in the academy, and Hitsugaya already managed to them before they entered the academy. For some reason Hinata's chakra reserves were much larger than Naruto's and Hitsugaya's. Since their plan backfired, Naruto decided that he should try second place. That way all 3 will be able to still be in the same team, since it's still in the same order really. Hinata was still a bit depressed for not being able to do her part on their first plan. But because of Kakashi's, Hitsugaya's, and Naruto's support, it immediately vanished. Kakashi told her that it was probably because of her large reserves, meaning she has much more chakra than that of a Junin. This quickly cheered her up. Over the days in the academy, Iruka soon didn't hate Hinata anymore. He saw Hinata, instead of the dragon demon that murdered his family. He gave equal attention to her and supported her. This brought both Hitsugaya's and Naruto's attention and decided to have him on their favorite people list they have invented. Once Kakashi got wind of it, he too made a quick note to have him in his favorite people worth to protect. It soon became a tradition to have Iruka buy Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata ramen from Ichiraku. Even Kakashi will come along if he didn't get any missions. Hitsugaya and Hinata helped pay the bill so Iruka wouldn't get broke from Naruto's famous digestion. Even they don't know where he puts all those noodles. Kakashi says it was probably part of the family tradition.
What do you mean, Kakani? Naruto once asked when he said that. Iruka was already told who his parents were. It took a while for him to overcome the shock. Of course he still treated him no differently, which Naruto appreciated it. Well, Naruto, you see, even my own teammates don't know where Minato-sensei puts all those noodles from. Just like you, your father always bowls down his ramen to at least 20 or more bowls. Remember that, Ichiraku-san, Kakashi said with the familiar upside-down U smile from his right eye.
Ah yes, that young man was one of my favorite customers at the time. He always comes here every day, even when he was a little boy. Just like you, Naruto, Minato was also an orphan. He doesn't know his parents or any other relatives. That's why when he found out that he was going to be a father, he was completely overjoyed. I swear his shout was heard all over Konoha. That young man was so happy when he heard about the news. He always wanted a family of his own. That's why he was very much happy and filled with joy when you were born, Naruto, Tucci said with a warm smile. Naruto's eyes widened till they watered with tears. That was the first time he has ever heard about his father such as this. To hear that his own father wanted him made him feel warm and wanted. Hitsugaya and Hinata smiled at their brother and each gave him a comforting gesture to him. Naruto smiled at both of them, glad to know he has such great friends and family he can be proud and happy to be in. Of course that wasn't the only thing that happened. Sasuke Uchiha soon took an interest on Hinata, much to Hitsugaya's annoyance. Naruto snickered at his brother's obvious jealousy. Unfortunately, Hitsugaya still doesn't know why this angers him. Kakashi, Iruka, and Naruto could only sigh on Hitsugaya's own density. They have no idea why he was a genius when he can't even figure out his own feelings. Along with Hinata's, even Hirenmaru was having a hard time not to shout out to Hitsugaya and tell him about his feelings. So there was a huge rivalry between Sasuke and Hitsugaya. Ever since the Uchiha Mascuria, Sasuke was a complete emo, or that's what Naruto calls him. He thought that Hinata was a perfect wife for his future children. Plus she wasn't his fangirl. This annoyed and angered Hitsugaya even more. Sakura and Ino, along with the rest of the Sasuke fan club and Toshiro fan club, were giving Hinata a real hard time since she was trying to steal their Sasuke-kun's and their Toshiro-kun's heart. This in turn confuses Hinata along with flustering her since she never tried or planned to steal the Uchiha heartthrob's heart since she never even liked him to begin with. But with Hitsugaya, well, let's say that she's never been seen without a blush when Hitsugaya was around. Still, it was long and hard for the three. Hitsugaya and Naruto made sure to never leave Hinata's side still, for they still fear that the villagers might try to do something to her again. In fact, they did try to do that again to her when they weren't looking. One of the villagers grabbed roughly by Hinata's arm and tried to push her to the alley. Hinata was beyond scared that she completely forgotten about her training. Once Naruto and Hitsugaya noticed, they immediately punched the living daylights out of him. Ibiki and Anko. The two were completely close to Hinata once they have gotten to know her and began to have a huge soft spot for her, gladly integrated him. To say the least, the guy looked like a complete zombie after that. But that wasn't all that has happened during those 5 years. No. Far from it really. For you see my great readers, Naruto and Hinata has finally managed to hear their Zanpakuto's name. It took a while but also not so much. For they have gotten very close to their Zanpakuto. They only managed to know only one of their Zanpakutos, for their other Zanpakuto said that they weren't ready yet. And that it wasn't time just yet. How they have finally know their Zanpakuto's name was when they first encountered a Halo. Hiranmaru was completely shocked when the Halo shown up. That could only mean one thing to the dragon. Aizen must have found a way to get to this world. Hiranmaru thinks that Aizen is testing if everything is safe by using the Halos. It was really bad. The fight turned out very wrong. For one, the Halo trapped Hitsugaya with its prisoner shield that even Hiranmaru couldn't break. At that moment he was going to use Bankai till he found himself tire out. It seemed that the Halo was much smarter than it looks. Apparently he knows about Bankai for the Halo to out his Ryotsu from the shield to strengthen it. Needless to say, was totally weak to do anything, much less use Bankai. He could only watch helplessly as Naruto and Hinata fight the Halo. It wasn't getting anywhere. They kept getting thrown and hit brutally from the Halo that made Hitsugaya flinch every time. They were the only few he wants to protect. They were too precious to him that it hurt seeing them in this predicament. As things gotten worse, something unexpected happened. Both Naruto and Hinata found themselves in their own landscape from their mind. Naruto's was on top of a compound's roof. He doesn't know what compound it was, but he felt like he does know. It felt like he was back home. Turning around for some answers, he was met with one of his Zanpakuto. He was huge tiger that was about twice of the size of the Hokage monument. He was orange with black stripes around his body. What was the most noticeable about him was the strong aura around him. A strong wind surrounded him along with a strong lightning thunder along with the wind. "It is finally time," he said. Naruto blinked in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" Naruto asked. The huge tiger smirked. "It is finally time for you to hear my name. Tell me, do you want to save Toshiro from that Halo?" Naruto narrowed his eyes with a fierce determination that the dragon was all too familiar of. "Of course, more than anything, he's my brother that I have sworn to protect." The smirk grew even wider from the huge creature. "Very well, listen carefully, cub. I will only say this once. My name is Riku, A.N. I only use this name because I actually like the name. So just leave as that, okay?" "Riku. That's right, young cub. Now go and save that brother of yours." With Hinata was also similar. She found herself what seemed like an ocean in front of her, but she was on top of a cliff from a land full of beautiful flowers on the green grass. The wind along with the cool air with the little taste from the ocean could be tasted. It was quite calming. Just like her. That's when she noticed when the water of the ocean formed a beautiful looking mermaid made out of water. A.N. Since I don't know how to describe her any better, just think of Watery from Cardcaptor Sakura. The young beauty mermaid looked down softly at Hinata. "It is finally time that you know my name, Harem," she said ever so softly. Hinata blushed. No matter how many times she calls her that, she could never get used to it. "I'll finally be able to know your name, Mermaid-chan?" Hinata asked with a bit of excitement in her voice. The blue-colored mermaid smiled softly at her and nods. "Yes, I think it is finally time. If you can't, then that Toshiro boy will most likely die." This in turn frightened the poor girl. Somehow just thinking about losing Hitsugaya shook her heart terribly. Please tell me," Hinata says desperately. Her Zanpakuto smiled warmly and softly at the girl. "Very well, listen carefully, Harem. My name is Koikawa." "Thank you, Koikawa-chan," Hinata said sincerely as she slowly vanished. Koikawa smiled. "You're very welcome, Harem. Now let's go save that boy." After that, the two finally unleashed their Zanpakuto's name into their Shikai form. Their spiritual pressure was incredible, but not so much for a captain in the Souled Society. It still impressed Hitsugaya for them to get this far. Both managed to slay the Halo together and saved Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya for his part congratulated the both of them to awaken their Shikai. Now after 5 long years it was finally their genin exams. They will finally become genin. Okay. Maybe only Hitsugaya and Naruto thought this, but Hinata still doubted about her passing. If she doesn't make 3 perfect clones, then all her hard effort will go down the drain. And this will prove Hiyashi that he was right about her being weak. Of course, she didn't voice this out loud. Even with all the confidence she gained, she can't say it out loud. She knows that Kakashi, Hitsugaya, and Naruto will tell her that she will pass and that Hiyashi Teme was wrong. Hey, Naruto. I think it's time to get rid of that orange jumpsuit. We did have a deal. If you're ever going to be Hokage, you might as well get rid of it, Hitsugaya said. Ah, I know that Shiro ni, but I can't help it, I love this jumpsuit. Naruto pouted. Hitsugaya only allowed Kakashi, Naruto, Iruka, and Hinata to call him by that nickname. Of course Hinata still didn't use it, yet. Kakashi, Hitsugaya, and Hinata all knew about Naruto's love on the color orange. You are really just like your father, Naru-chan, Kakashi said with his familiar upside-down UI smile. How is that, Kakashi-Nisan? Hinata asked softly. Because Minato-sensei too have the same love for the color orange. In fact, he has orange-colored diaries that he has it sealed from the Namikaze compound and has an orange-colored room just like yours, Naruto, Kakashi said. Tucson has a diary, Kaka ni? Naruto shouted with excitement. Kakashi nods. Yes, in fact he told me to take you there to the compound when you finally found out about him being your father and when you were ready. I'll take you there another time. For now let's get you some new clothes. Even Minato-sensei had common sense not to wear a lot of orange once you become a ninja, Kakashi said while getting up. Naruto pouted. Alright, but it better be cool, just like yours Shiro ni and Hime Imouto-chan, Naruto said with a grin. Hitsugaya shrugs. Sure, why not? Only we're getting you a fox since you're very much like one, Hitsugaya commented with a smirk. I don't mind, like you said, I'm sneaky. Not to mention I'm the best prankster there is, Naruto said proudly. But you still didn't beat your father's record yet, Naru-chan, Kakashi reminded Naruto with amused smile. Naruto grins. No, but I will soon enough, Naruto proclaimed. It was the same usual glares Hinata has gotten when the four walked to the same store they get for clothes and weapons. Of course, since they have been so used to it by now, they just ignored it. As they walked, Naruto talked about he plans for his final and great prank ever that will truly surpass his father's legacy on his pranks. Hinata giggled at her brother's antics while Hitsugaya smirked in amusement and couldn't wait to see what his little OTOU planned to do. Most of Naruto's pranks were on the people who mistreated Hinata. Of course Hinata doesn't need to know that. Meanwhile Kakashi listened as well. He knows better than to bring out his precious book in front his cute Imouto. After they have finally been able to find the right clothes that fit Naruto, they all head back home to get enough sleep for the next day. It was finally time for the genin exams. Not knowing what was in store and secrets that will be revealed the very next day, they can only sleep and wait for the next day. The next morning, it was the same routine that they always do. Hinata will be the first to wake up, shower, and make breakfast for the boys and herself. Then she will go up and tell the boys that breakfast was ready. Now though, Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata decided to bring their Zanpakutos out and in the open. Might as well drop the genjutsu down. Well, for Hinata she had to transform both of her Zanpakutos into ninja metal fingerless gloves. Now she wears real ninja metal gloves since she thought they will be comfortable. Naruto wasn't the only one who bought new clothes while they were buying his new set of clothes. Hitsugaya and Hinata both decided to wear a different set now. Hitsugaya now wears a black-colored shirt with an ice crystal dragon design over it. A black color, sleeveless black coat that reached toward his hips unlike his long white garb that he still has in his room. 2 pairs of the same black ninja metal fingerless gloves like Hinata. A black baggy jeans with black ninja sandals. Hiaslo has wrapped tape around his right leg to hold his kunais and a pouch of shurikens on his hips. On his back was his Zanpakuto, Hirenmaru. Naruto has a black-colored shirt with a black hooded sweater with a picture of a 9-tailed fox on the back of it. That was basically the only thing that was colored orange, which his siblings don't mind. The same black ninja metal fingerless gloves. A black baggy set of jeans with black ninja sandals. And has the same place to wear his shuriken and kunai like Hitsugaya. Unlike Hitsugaya, Since his Zanpakuto wasn't as long like Hitsugaya's, his Zanpakuto was placed to his left side. Riku says that's best place for him to put him, that way he can pull him out much faster. His other Zanpakuto was also placed to his left. Hinata has black V-shaped shirt with a very similar black hooded sweater with a lavender kanji for dragon on the back. And black baggy jeans with her kunais and shurikens held in their place with black regular sandals. Around her neck was the necklace that her mother made just for her. She also has the same black ninja metal fingerless gloves. As for Hinata, she decided to place both of her Zanpakuto on her back, making an X shape on her back. She was able to practice to use both of her hands to be both left and right-handed to use her Zanpakuto if one was occupied. It was really useful, really. Of course, Koikawa teased Hinata about her just doing it because Hitsugaya has the same way for his Zanpakuto on his back. Hinata obviously blushed about that and denied her. Saying their goodbyes to Kakashi and a good luck, they all left toward the academy, where they will finally test to become genins. No later than 3 minutes since they left toward the academy, all three were both on alert when they all heard rapid footsteps. Hearing this brought all three to pale and sweat like no tomorrow. Not daring to turn back, all three ran for it. Behind them were Hitsugaya's fan club that still follow him and stalk him like crazy. Naruto glared at his brother. Like I said before, Aniki, I thought you said you were going to come up with a plan to get rid of them. Naruto shouted as they all ran toward the academy. Hitsugaya sweat drop. I did? I thought for sure that they will stop a long time ago, Hitsugaya shouted back. Well, I could see that. I'm just glad that we're finally going to become genin and not see those stupid fangirls of yours, Naruto yelled. Hitsugaya and Hinata couldn't agree even more with their brother. Let's just hurry to the academy. Uruka Ni is there waiting for us and help us out like he always does, Hinata said. Both boys nod and quickly picked up the paise, hoping to make it in time. The three were exhausted, again slumping down their chairs with a small sweat dripping down their face. They managed to get away with Hitsugaya's fangirls again. It was getting very annoying to them. For 5 long years those girls never stop. Hitsugaya and Naruto thought they all don't deserve to be ninjas whatsoever. They're just bringing Akunuchi a bad name. Once, when Anko helped them out, let's say she at least managed to not let them come after Hitsugaya for only a week or so. Even so they wouldn't stop. The three relaxed in their seats and thanked Uruka 100 times in their heads. It was becoming a routine for the three really. Suddenly, they heard 2 screeching voices coming from the door. The trio turned their heads, only to see both Sakura and Ino fighting about who got in there first. Hitsugaya rolled his eyes, while Naruto and Hinata sweat dropped. Those two used to be the best as friends, but when Sasuke came along, their friendship tore apart over a duck butt hairstyle boy. The two became rivals ever since. The said brooding boy, he came walking in and sat down near the windows. Sasuke planned to go sit with Hinata, but with Hitsugaya there he couldn't, which led him to glare hatefully at him. Hitsugaya noticed and gave his own icy emotion-less glare that even made Naruto and Hiranmaru to shiver down their spine. Hinata was the only one who was never affected upon the glare. Apparently she's gotten used to it. Hinata looked at Hitsugaya with a confused look. Naruto sighed, even Hinata can't state the obvious. Minutes later Uruka and Mizuki, Teme, walked in. After the big head no jutsu and shouting to shut up, everyone was quiet in their seats. Alright then, you will each be tested in their written exam, a taijutsu match, kunai and shuriken throwing. Then test you all on the substitution no jutsu, transformation jutsu, and a clone jutsu, Uruka announced. Mizuki passed the test down from each student and went back down toward Uruka. Begin. The test was the same as usual to Hitsugaya and Naruto. Unfortunately for Hinata it was a whole different story. Somehow her test was much more difficult that only Chunins and Junins were to know, but for a mere academy student it was too difficult. Hinata frowned in worry and did the test. She can only hope she did well. Soon after she did well on the other test, which she was at least relieved. Now it was the final test which Hinata was really nervous about. She can't help but fidget from time to time. Who can blame her really? She failed 3 times already. She can't afford to fail this time, she just can't. Hinata Hyuga, it was finally her turn. She slowly and nervously gotten up from her seat. Naruto and Hitsugaya both gave their good lucks in their own ways that sent Hinata a bit more strength in her. She really didn't want to disappoint them. Especially Hitsugaya. Hinata blinked. Where did that come from? Hinata wondered. Koikawa sighed, hoping that her master will realize her feelings. It's driving everyone mad. But either way it's kind of cute, she giggled. Hinata frowned, confused as to why her Zanpakuto was giggling. Shrugging, she went to the room so that she can finally become genin. Inside the room was Iruka and Mizuki. In front of them was a table filled with hiates. There were only a few left. Gulping nervously while biting her lower lip, she went inside and stood in front of them. Iruka looked at her worriedly. He knows that if Hinata doesn't make at least 3 regular clones then she won't graduate. He really didn't want to get her hopes and dreams down over a stupid clone. It was because her large amounts of chakra reserves that she wasn't able to do it. Alright Hinata, first do a transformation jutsu for me please. Iruka said in his usual soft tone. Nodding, she took a deep breath and did a hand sign and said, transformation no jutsu. In a poof of smoke, she transformed of her mother. Both teachers blushed at the beauty before them. Now Iruka knows where Hinata has gotten her looks from. With another poof of smoke she was back into her original form. Blushing, she smiled at them. Very good, Hinata. Now do the substitution jutsu, Iruka said with pride in his voice along with a warm smile. Nodding again, she readied herself. Doing the significant of hand signs, she was replaced by a log nearby. Smiling happily, Hinata went back into place. Iruka smiled proudly at her. Now this is where things will get difficult. As for Mizuki, he was smirking on the inside. Wonderful job, Hinata. Now, do the clone jutsu, Iruka said, hesitantly with worry. Biting her lower lip nervously, she put her hands in a hand signs and channeled her chakra. Concentrating as best as she could do she shouted, cloning no jutsu. Hinata closed her eyes tightly, not daring to open them. Oh, please Kami, please tell me I did it, Hinata thought desperately. Slowly opening her eyes only to feel a full blast amount of dread in the pit of her stomach. There were only 2 clones and 1 dead-looking clone. Hinata could feel wet tears coming toward her eyes. No, after all that work during these past 5 years, I still couldn't, Hinata thought. Iruka closed his eyes tightly. He couldn't believe what's happening. She was so close, and he knows that. The boys will be devastated once they hear the news, Iruka thought depressingly. I'm sorry Hinata. But, you fail, Iruka said, reluctantly. Dropping her head down in a bow, she nodded. It's okay. I Iruka ni. At least I did my best, Hinata stuttered before running out of the room. Running past the room till she was outside of the academy. Panting helplessly for some air, she gasped. Hot, wet tears poured down her lavender cat-slit eyes. The tears won't stop but kept pouring down. I'm sorry Hinata. But, you fail. More tears started to come down. Looking up toward the Hokage monument she immediately ran toward it. Not bothering to correspond the cold and hateful glares. This worsened her more deeply. Running faster she headed toward the only place for her to be alone. Both Naruto and Hitsugaya looked everywhere toward the crowd to find their lavender cat-slit eye friend. They never even saw her coming back to the class. This began to worry the boys greatly. Searching everywhere, they couldn't find her. That is till they met up with Iruka. Knowing that he was the last one to have seen her they both ran toward him. Oi! Iruka ni! Naruto shouted out. Turning around he was met up with the boys with a sorrow-looking eyes. This stopped the boys dead in their tracks. Blinking in confusion yet. Scared to know why their brother was looking so sad. What's wrong, Iruka? Hitsugaya asked with his mouth suddenly dry. He could feel it. Something was wrong but he doesn't know what it is. Sighing, he looked back down at his younger brothers he said, Hinata failed to graduate the genin exams, Iruka said in sorrow. That's when everything came down at them. What? But why? Naruto asked frantically. Hitsugaya's eyes widened in worry and shock. Iruka sighed. She wasn't able to do the 3rd clone correctly. She was really close, Iruka said, while having his head bowed down. Gulping, Hitsugaya asked, you know where she is? Iruka shook his head. Unfortunately, no, she immediately left the room before I know where she could have gone to. You two should leave her alone for a while. I think she'll want to be left alone for now, Uruka said. Nodding, both boys head toward home. Even when they finally became genin, they both don't feel any joy whatsoever. High on the Hokage monument, on top of the fort's head sat Hinata. Her arms were wrapped around her knees. Tears were pouring down her cheeks toward her pants. She just couldn't stop the tears from falling. It just hurts so much not being able to become a ninja with Naruto and Hitsugaya. It just wasn't fair. Looking at the beautiful sunset, she began to relax. Why does Kami hate me? Hinata thought depressingly. Harem, don't say something like that. You were really close. You still have next year, Koikawa said, trying to make her feel better, which was failing miserably. But I wanted to graduate this year. I wanted to be Naruto Nisan and Hitsugaya-kun, Hinata told her Zanpakuto. Koikawa sighed in sorrow. She knows how upset her master is from the landscape she is in. The ocean waves are sending out huge and uncontrolled waves. The clouds were dark with heavy rain pouring down. It was horrible. Sniffing, Hinata tried to calm herself down. She can't be like this forever. Besides, Koikawa was right. She can still become a ninja. Finally coming to a decision, she stood up and turned around only to meet Mizuki. Mizuki-sensei. What are you doing here? Hinata asked. Koikawa got a bad feeling about this. Mizuki smiled. Hello, Hinata. Do you want to find a way to become a genin? Hinata looked at Mizuki in shock and a bit worried. What do you mean? Hinata asked. Mizuki smirked. Everything will go according to plan. It was the middle of the night in Konoha. Many have fallen asleep to awaken a new day the next morning. Only a few ANBUs and Junins were up and awake to protect their village. But only one lavender cat slit-eyes girl was awake and alert. She heads straight toward the Hokage tower, using all of her stealth training to use. So far no one noticed her coming in, going through the huge scrolls in the room. Her Zanpakuto was uneasy and suspicious about the plan. Nay, Harem. I'm not too sure about this. Don't you think it's a bit suspicious? Koikawa asked wearily. Hinata carefully took the biggest scroll there, the Forbidden Scroll. What do you mean, Koikawa? Hinata asked her Zanpakuto as she strapped the scroll on her waist, since she has her Zanpakutos on her back. I just find this all too suspicious, Harem. I mean, isn't like the Forbidden Scroll the most dangerous one out there? Koikawa said. Hinata nods. Hi, Demo. Mizuki-sensei did say that this is fake. It's all part of the test, Hinata told Koikawa. I don't know, Koikawa said doubtfully with a frown. As soon as Hinata strapped the scroll on her waist, the Sandame soon walked in the room. This made Hinata nervous and sweat all over. The Hokage merely looked at her with curiosity. What are you doing here, Hinata? And why do you have the Forbidden Scroll? Hiruzen asked with a raised eyebrow. Hinata gulped. Crap, I don't know how I'm going to escape, Hinata thought nervously. You know. You could try that jutsu that your brother made. You know, that jutsu he used to prank on Kakashi, Koikawa told Hinata with a smirk. Hinata blushed as she recalled the jutsu Naruto made as punishment for their perverted older brother. I can't use that jutsu, Hinata thought, embarrassed. Oh come on, Hinata. It's your only way out of this, Koikawa said. Hinata bit the bottom of her lip and soon made her decision. She didn't have much time if she doesn't use it. Bringing up her hands into a certain hand seal, Hinata shouted out an all too familiar jutsu. Sexy no jutsu. With a clouded poof, in Hinata's place was a naked long raven hair woman. She looked shyly at the Sandame with a blush. Hiruzen's jaw dropped to the floor and had a massive nosebleed that left him unconscious. With a poof, Hinata was back to normal with a huge blush on her face. Her eyes widened, seeing the unconscious form of the Hokage. Koikawa's sweat dropped. Sugoi, I didn't really think that will happen the same way as Kakashi. Who knew that the Hokage was a pervert, too, Koikawa commented. Hinata dropped her head down. Why are all older men perverts? Hinata shouted in her mind. Now, no need to get all fussy about it, Harem. You have to get going before he wakes up or when the ANBUs come in, Koikawa said. With a nod, Hinata left the Hokage tower to the training grounds. Kakashi couldn't sleep like the other boys in their room. He was too troubled and worried for Hinata. She hadn't came back home like they thought she would. Kakashi was worried sick over his little sister. He couldn't help but be worried over the girl so much. Ever since he's gotten to know and gotten closer to Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata, he never once felt alone anymore. After his sensei's death he thought he will forever be alone and never gain any more precious people like Obito, Rin, and Minato. But when he met Naruto, Hitsugaya, and Hinata, that all changed. He's gotten so close to them that he knows about their personalities and especially their potential. He will forever protect them with his life. He loved teasing Hitsugaya, helping Naruto with his jutsus, and helping Hinata with her training. He knows all their strengths and weaknesses. There is also the fact that he knows something about Hitsugaya that Naruto and Hinata don't know. Hitsugaya trusted him fully like a big brother, so he told him that his memories were still fogged. That at times he sees people that he has never met before. Kakashi suggested that they might be people from his past. Hitsugaya agreed since they all seemed to smile or acknowledge him from his dreams. He says that he sees scenes with himself that he doesn't even remember but couldn't comprehend what was going on or what they were saying. From what Kakashi knows, Hitsugaya's memories were slowly resurfacing. He doesn't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing. He doesn't know why, but he's gotten a very bad feeling. Like something was going to happen once Hitsugaya's memories were restored and that they will lose Hitsugaya. Kakashi sighed as he rolled on the other side of his bed. He just can't get rid of this really bad feeling. He knows something has gone wrong with Hinata and that something was about to happen. He doesn't know if it will be a good thing or a bad thing. He can only hope that his Imouto was alright. I hope she was alright. Since neither Hitsugaya, Naruto, or myself are with her, and this will give the villagers a chance to hurt her. Or worse, what if she came across a Hyuga? Kakashi thought worriedly. Now he really can't go to sleep with all of these worried questions running through his head. Suddenly there was huge and rapid knocking from the front door of the house. The knocks sounded of a panic way which worried Kakashi. He knows that the signature chakra coming from the front door. He immediately jumped out of his bed and dressed up in his ninja clothes. He's gotten a feeling that he will need it. Then put on his ninja black mask on. He went out to answer the door with both Naruto and Hitsugaya right behind him. They both thought that it might be Hinata. Both boys were too worried for her to even sleep. Once Kakashi opened the door, he was met with a very distressed and pale-looking Iruka. This made Kakashi worried as his heart thudded rapidly. The boys too noticed how distressed and pale-looking Iruka was. Now they were all worried. "Iruka, what's wrong?" Kakashi asked, trying to sound bored and lazy when his throat felt dry and croaking. "There's no time, Kakashi, it's Hinata," Iruka shouted. When they heard this brought out immediately a sudden worry and alert feelings all around the room. "What do you mean, Iruka?" Kakashi asked. Iruka looked unsure as he looked at the direction where Hitsugaya and Naruto were standing. Kakashi noticed, if it has something to do with them not allowed to know, then it must be serious. Kakashi looked at the boys with a serious expression which alerted both the boys that something serious has happened. "You two go to bed. I will not be hearing excuses. Don't worry about anything, everything will be alright," Kakashi said ordered firmly, but then let out his usual eye smile that looked like an upside-down U at the end. When Naruto was about to protest, he felt Hitsugaya's hand on his shoulder. He turned to him with a confused and worried look. Hitsugaya shook his head, saying that they should listen to Kakashi. Even though he too wants to go and find out about Hinata, he knows that Kakashi won't let anything happen to her. Naruto sighed, then nodded in agreement. So they both head toward their respected rooms. Once satisfied having both boys in their respective rooms and not planning to eavesdrop, Iruka looked back at Kakashi with a worried look. "Everyone is ordered to find Hinata," Iruka said simply. This confused Kakashi. "What does that have to do with anything? What's going on?" Kakashi asked, feeling a pit of dread in his stomach. Iruka grimaced. "Hinata stole the forbidden scroll." Hinata sighed, as she laid down on the bottom of the tree, feeling exhausted from running all the way. She put the scroll on the floor. Koikawa was still weary about all of this. She's gotten a very bad feeling. She just hopes it doesn't have to do with her. Opening the scroll, she looked through the scroll, deciding to learn the first jutsu she lays her eyes on. Hinata grimaced as she let a despair groan. "Great, the first thing I see is another clone jutsu," Hinata thought. Now Haim. No need to get all upset about it. Besides, from what this scroll says, the Kage Bunshin no jutsu are no ordinary clones. Now that I think about it, Didn't Kakashi use this jutsu this morning? Koikawa asked. Thinking back, she thought about it. Hi, Demo. All of those clones seems to have a lot more chakra than regular clones have. Not to mention that they're all solid unlike a regular Bunshin, Hinata observed. Well, this scroll says that to make a solid clones takes up a lot of chakra that even regular Junins and ANBUs have trouble to make 10 or more of them. It weakens the ninja and makes them exhausted. I bet it was this reason why the academy never taught this technique. If they did, you would have passed the exams with this jutsu, Koikawa said. Hinata sighed. Well, better late than never. At least I will pass the test and become a genin at last. It's the only path to gain acceptance from this village, Hinata muttered, determinedly. Koikawa agrees with her. Unbeknownst to them, her second Zanpakuto began to pulse as it glowed by a lavender-colored energy. It surrounds by both Ryotsu and chakra as it pulsed. That's when deep inside Hinata's mind was a huge creature with two long and beautiful wings with a long tail. Its eyes showed two lavender cat-slit eyes, glowing in the dark. Not far from her was Kakashi and Iruka, jumping and running from tree to tree. Both shinobis were worried over the Jinchuriki. Kakashi, on the other hand, thought this was all too suspicious and was weary about this. Why would Hinata steal the Forbidden Scroll? It just doesn't make sense. She isn't like that or ever one to give up. After all, her dream is to be recognized by the village. Something is wrong, I just know it, Kakashi thought as his right eye narrowed. Finally, on their last jump they landed on a particular branch from a tree. Under the tree was a very exhausted Hinata, panting heavily. She was covered in sweat, dirt, and scrapes, showing the sign that she has been training. That's when she felt someone above her. She looked up, only to meet Kakashi and Iruka on a branch above her. Kakashi-Nisan. Iruka-Nisan. You finally found me, Hinata said with a tired smile but feeling good from her accomplishment. No, we found you, Hinata. What were you thinking stealing the Forbidden Scroll? Iruka shouted with narrowed eyes. Hinata looked at them with a confused expression as she cocked her head to the side. What are you talking about, Nisan? I did it because it was part of the exam. Once I stole the scroll, I then have to manage to learn a technique from it. Once I show you that I succeeded of using the jutsu, I pass, Hinata said. Koikawa though was worried and finding herself becoming very weary. Now both Junin and Chunin looked confused at Hinata. Who told you that, Hinata? Iruka asked, feeling a small sweat drop on the side of his cheek. Hinata frowned, feeling awfully confused. Mizuki-sensei did. He told me where I could get the scroll and the place to meet along with everything else, Hinata said. This alerted both men in alarm. Mizuki? Iruka thought with wide eyes. That explains everything, Kakashi thought with a narrowed eye. Then everything went too fast for Hinata. She found herself pushed aside from Iruka as a bunch of kunais were immediately spread from his chest and arms. Iruka! Hinata and Kakashi shouted. A chuckle was soon heard above from another tree. All three turned their heads, only to see Mizuki with two huge-looking shurikens on his back. Well, it seems you found our hiding spots, huh, Kakashi, Iruka? Mizuki said as he looked down at us. Kakashi and Iruka glared at the man as Hinata looked really worried and confused about all of this. Nice job, Hinata, in stealing the Forbidden Scroll. Now give it to me, Hinata, Mizuki said, stretching out his hand. No. Don't listen to him, Hinata. Protect that scroll with your life, Iruka shouted to Hinata. Listen to Iruka, Hinata. That scroll is important, Kakashi said firmly as he watched Mizuki with an intense glare. WH what? WH what's G going on? Hinata asked with a stutter. Looks like we have been tricked, Harem, Koikawa said. Hinata, Mizuki tricked you into stealing the scroll. He planned to take the scroll for himself, Kakashi explained in a serious tone. WH what? But why? Hinata asked. Neither Iruka nor Kakashi could answer her. Mizuki chuckled. Hinata. Let me tell you a little secret. Do you ever wonder why everyone in the village hates you? Mizuki asked with an evil grin. This immediately alerted all three of them. The Junin and Chunin looked at him with horror written up their faces while Hinata's eyes widened. The reason why I'm hated, Hinata said weakly. No, don't say it, Mizuki. It's forbidden, Iruka shouted in horror. Mizuki began to laugh as Hinata's heartbeat began to fasten its pace in fear, as if unconsciously already knowing the answer. That's right, Hinata. Everyone knows about it but you. The law stated not to tell the younger generation and yourself of this law. You were told that Isu Tsubasa was defeated by the Yondaime when that wasn't true, Mizuki said with sick and cruel smile. What? What is this decree and what do you mean that Isu Tsubasa wasn't defeated by the Yondaime? Hinata asked frightenedly. No, don't do it, don't say, Iruka shouted again. Just when Kakashi was about to attack Mizuki, something stopped him. He felt his whole body paralyzed. He couldn't move body. Kakashi tried to move but the force just began to tighten him. Something or someone stopped him from moving. But who? He has to stop Mizuki about Hinata's secret. That's because the Yondaime never killed the dragon demon. He sealed in a newborn baby that was born on that day. The demon can never be killed, so the Yondaime did the last thing he can do. He sealed in a newborn baby. It was you. You are the demon of Isu Tsubasa. You are the one who killed the Yondaime along with the rest of the people that were killed on that day. And now you will die. Mizuki shouted as he jumped toward Hinata with the huge shuriken in his right hand, ready to throw it right at her. But Hinata wasn't paying attention. Her body froze and her eyes widened. I'm Isu Tsubasa. The one that killed Naruto's father? Hinata asked herself, not being able to hear Koikawa's voice any longer. That's when she thought back about the villagers' hatred. Her eyes widened from realization. Now everything makes sense. The glares, the cold stares, the fear looks, the beatings that I have gotten before meeting Hitsugaya. Everything made perfect sense. They were afraid and hate me because of what I am. I was the cause of their grief and sorrow. Tears slowly came down from her lavender slits. It also explains about my eyes. They remind everyone of the dragon demon that attacked Konoha 12 years ago. Is that the reason why Hiyashi-sama and the rest of the Hyuga clan hates me? Hinata thought as sorrow filled her empty heart. Just when the huge shuriken was about to hurt Hinata, Iruka and Kakashi immediately blocked the shuriken with their backs. Hinata's eyes widened after seeing this as the huge shuriken plunged through both of her Nissan's back in a horizontal way, as the tears freely came down. Both men winced in pain but satisfied from protecting their precious person. Kakashi was still confused as to why the force that stopped him soon disappeared automatically when he was about to go protect Hinata but didn't ponder on with his thoughts as the pain came back. Why? Hinata choked out with a weak voice. Iruka and Kakashi smiled at her. You're precious to us, Hinata. You're my Imouto no matter what. After losing everyone I held dear to me, I thought I might never gain any more precious people anymore. But, after meeting you, Hitsugaya, and Naruto, I gained them. I would never want to lose any more of my precious people ever again, Kakashi said. That's when Hinata felt tears above her to her left. She looked up at that direction, only to meet Iruka's crying face. I agree with Kakashi. I know how it felt about being alone and not getting attention. You had much rougher than I had. You had your father but kicked you out over something so stupid. I saw your loneliness. You and I are no different, Hinata. Not only that, but I don't think Hitsugaya or Naruto want to know about your death. You are precious to me, Hina-chan, Iruka said in his most caring voice. Ha! As if Iruka, Kakashi. She was the one who killed your parents Iruka and killed your sensei Kakashi. Face it, you both hate her. She's a demon, Mizuki shouted, bringing back the turmoil feeling inside her. Shaking, Hinata ran off with the forbidden scroll. To COFUSED on what to believe or what to do. Hinata. Iruka and Kakashi shouted after her as they carefully took off the huge shuriken. Hinata didn't bother turning back as she ran off. She was too confused and in an emotional wreck. In the Hokage Tower sat the Sandaime, looking at his crystal. It showed Hinata running off with the forbidden scroll. He looked down sadly at her. He knew that someday someone will take an advantage on the girl once they reveal what she contains inside her. He looked back down at the crystal. Because of Mizuki, the seal might have weakened from the realization about Hinata being the Jinchuriki of Isu Tsubasa. Of course, he didn't make it clear that she is the container and not the demon itself. I can only hope Iruka and Kakashi could get that through to her and show her how much they care for her. She's been through so much. Her own family, other than her mother, hated her, especially her father. All he ever saw the girl was a tool for him to use to gain more power for the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen thought sadly. Mizuki chased after Hinata from behind after leaving Iruka and Kakashi behind. Right now he's disguised himself as Iruka. He was soon next to her left as they jumped from tree to tree. He couldn't see her eyes though, they were blocked by her raven hairlocks. Hinata. Give me the scroll. Iruka shouted. That's when the unexpected happened. Hinata charged toward him with the huge scroll in her hands and kicked Mizuki with her knee. Mizuki groaned as he was thrown to a tree while Hinata fell back to a tree with Kakashi catching her then stood up. How did you know that I wasn't Iruka? Mizuki asked as he dispersed the transformation, now noticing Kakashi there with Mizuki. Because I am Iruka, Hinata answered, with a poof. Iruka appeared from Hinata's place. Behind a tree that was nearby from them was Hinata. She hid behind it, holding the forbidden scroll in her hands as if hugging a teddy bear close to her. Why are you protecting that demon? I thought you would hate her as much as the rest of the village, Mizuki shouted with a frown. Yeah. I do hate the demon, Iruka said. Hinata felt like her heart stopped as more tears began to well up. But not Hinata. I can never hate the girl, Iruka shouted. He's right. Isu Tsubasa and Hinata are both two different beings. She only contains the demon inside her. They're both different than the other. Hinata is not a demon, Kakashi said with a glare. Hinata lifted up her head with wide eyes. Tears freely left her eyes but not out of sadness but of happiness. Mizuki growled at them. Well, I guess I have to eliminate you too. At first I was going to first kill that demon but it seems you leave me no choice, Iruka, Kakashi. You are both too weak to do anything, Mizuki said as he prepared using his other giant shuriken. He's right. I'm too weak to move and I bet Iruka can't either. He must have put poison inside that shuriken, Kakashi thought. Now die. Mizuki shouted as he threw the huge shuriken right at them. Both Junin and Chunin shut their eyes, waiting for the impact. Then a loud clang was heard. Both men slowly opened their eyes only for them to widen from shock. In front of them was Hinata, with her Zanpakuto blocking the huge shuriken. Only difference was that her Zanpakuto wasn't the one which she always uses but her other Zanpakuto. The Zanpakuto pulsed as some kind of energy surrounded it. The energy was made out of both chakra and ryotsu. The chakra was white-colored while her ryotsu was lavender. It not only surrounded her Zanpakuto but also around Hinata as well. If you ever try killing Iruka-Nisan or Kakashi-Nisan, I'll kill you, Hinata shouted in her cold and icy tone. Kakashi, Iruka, and Mizuki were shocked when they saw Hinata's sudden change of appearance. Her eyes were refined and wild-like as its cat-like slits grew more noticeable and darker and her lavender color eyes grew slightly darker. What's even more shocking was when her ears changed to slightly pointed ears and her nails enlarging themselves to sharp claws. Suddenly 3 refined claws were suddenly appearing on each side of her cheeks like whiskers but much thicker. On top of her head suddenly showed a heart-shaped crystal in the center of her forehead with a dragon surrounding it as if to protect it. Her raven blue-hair changed soon gotten blue and purple strips in her shoulder-length hair. The necklace around her neck soon shined. That's when Mizuki found himself not able to stand up from the amount of energy that's pressuring him down. He wasn't able to breathe properly. Iruka and Kakashi were the only ones not affected by her spiritual power that's been growing. Hinata slowly closed her cat-slit eyes as she concentrated on her Zanpakuto. That's when she felt everything around her stopped as if time itself stopped. Soon everything grew dark all around her. Soon after she felt a cool breeze. Opening her eyes she found herself in a familiar landscape. The sky was dark yet full of light. Snowflakes dropped slowly all around her. The ground was made of snow and full of lilies and lavenders that were made up of ice crystals. When the light hit them, you could see a rainbow coloring them. It was absolutely beautiful. She also looked like in her original form than she was early. That's when she found herself being pulled by a sudden force. Out of her control, her body led her away to an ice crystal-like cave. Her eyes widened at the size of it. It was beautiful to her that it reminded her of those lilies and lavenders. The cave shined as the snow fell upon it. Seeing the snow reminded her so much of Toshiro. A small pink tint was shown on her pale cheeks. She looked at the cave again and noticed huge bars in front of it like that of a gate. In front of it was a piece of paper that read, "Seal," on it. She gulped as she made her way to it. She noticed that there was someone or something inside the cave. Getting closer to it, she noticed that there was something huge inside. A sudden dread was felt in the pit of her stomach as if she knew what's behind those bars. She blinked, as she felt the sudden familiar energy that was inside the cave. That's when she was met with two huge eyes staring right at her. Her eyes widened once she has taken a better look at them. They were dark lavender eyes with dark cat-like slits running down the middle of them. Those eyes. Hinata thought. That's when it all became clear inside the cave. Inside it was a huge dragon that looked like it was made out of water and ice. Hinata's eyes widened even more, if that were possible, at the sight of it. It's finally time, the dragon said in a beautiful and soothing voice. The voice sounded so familiar to Hinata. Why you're Isu Tsubasa? Hinata whispered with wide, surprised eyes. That is right, young child. I am the mistress of all demons along with the king of demons, Kyubi no Yokai, the dragon demon said with a gentle and soft voice. Then you're the reason why everyone hates me, Hinata whispered. Tsubasa looked down at the ex-heiress with sorrow eyes. Yes. That is right, child, and I'm terribly sorry from all the hatred the village has given you because of me, Tsubasa said. Hinata looked into the demon's dark lavender slit eyes and noticed things that weren't meant to be in a demon's eyes. Or what people so have told her about them. They were sincere, honest, sorrow, and filled with regret in its eyes. That's what brought Hinata to believe the dragon's words, but she still wondered why did it attack Konoha. But then why? Why did you attack Konoha in the first place? Hinata asked with curiosity. Tsubasa was relieved to see her container believing her words. That is something till next time. All I can say is that I wasn't myself when I attacked your village. Your Hokage noticed this, that is why he entrusted in you to be my container. I will tell you next time, child, but that is not the time and you're not yet ready to know just yet. For now. You must summon me, Tsubasa said. What do you mean, Tsubasa-sama? Summon you? Hinata asked, filled with confusion. The dragon demon chuckled. Yes, you see I'm your other Zanpakuto. You are finally ready to know my true name, Tsubasa said. Hinata's eyes widened from shock but then shook her own stupor to hear Tsubasa's name and finally unlock her other Zanpakuto. Listen carefully, child. My name is Shogatenshi, the dragon demon said. Shogatenshi, Hinata repeated. That is right. Now go, child. You have to protect the two whom you hold dear, Shogatenshi said. Hinata opened her eyes as she brought her Zanpakuto up in the air as the white chakra and lavender Ryotsu followed its movements and was ed into the Zanpakuto. Her eyes held a bright fire, determined to protect everything she holds dear. It ends here, Mizuki. Come upon the water and ice of heavens of both darkness and light with your bright wings. Shogatenshi. Hinata shouted with all of her might. Chakra and Ryotsu both clashed together. The energy sends the gust of wind blow upon the three men along with a bright light surrounded Hinata. This brought all of them to cover their eyes. Once the light dimmed they removed their hands only to be shocked to what they are seeing. Their eyes widened. Standing before them was a whole new Hinata. Her new appearance was still there only to add 4 long water and ice wings on her back. Instead of a regular black hakama, she wore a long collared coat. It was dark lavender with a fierce picture of a dragon on the back. Her hakama blue and lavender. On her back held koikawa, still in its sheath. Her other Zanpakuto was held onto both of Hinata's hands. The Zanpakuto was magnificent to behold. Now in its Shikai form was different than the original form it was in before. Its hilt was black with a lavender wrapping around it. At the end of its hilt was a shape of a dragon with a red ruby in its mouth. The sword itself was magnificent as well. It was light lavender as if it were made out of crystal. Surrounding the sword was what caught everyone by surprise. Around them was one small water dragon and one ice dragon. But that isn't all, for there was also a dark energy-like dragon with them and a light energy-like dragon among them as well. Her right arm that held the katana held a mark of a black and white dragon. Her eyes held a nasty glare at Mizuki, promising to give him pain. You will pay for everything what you have done. Mizuki, Hinata shouted. Mizuki was shaken by fear at the sight before him. Along with her spiritual and chakra energy that's been pressuring him down wasn't even helping. Before doing anything else, Hinata dropped her Zanpakuto for a moment then brought her hands in a hand sign that Kakashi was all too familiar with. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Hinata shouted as a whole swarm of Hinatas was covering the whole forest around everyone. This brought even more fear to Mizuki as he felt himself piss himself and full of sweat. It's time for you to pay. Dancing of the Dragon Attack. Hinata shouted as she along the rest of her shadow clones slashed their Zanpakutos at the frightened Chunin. The water, ice, dark, and light dragons charged toward Mizuki. He let out an agoning scream of pain as the attack hit its target. Hinata made sure to let out a little bit of energy into that attack, that way it won't necessarily kill him. We now see a crippled Mizuki on the floor but alive. Soon all the shadow clones soon vanished and Hinata came back to her original form. She looked back to the two men she sees as her older brothers. A familiar blush soon appeared her cheeks. I think I went too far, Hinata said in a low tone. Both men's eyes widened with their mouths opened wide. Kakashi was the first to come out of his stupor and was glad to have his mask on. Amazing. Not only she was able to summon and call out her second Zanpakuto but also summon hundreds of shadow clone. She hasn't made this many during her training. She was only able to do at least 50 of them. This girl has a talent to become the next Sennin. Kakashi thought incredulously. Iruka thought the exact same thoughts. That's when Iruka thought of a wonderful idea. Come here, Hina-chan, Iruka said warmly with a smile. Hinata looked curiously at Iruka but did as she was told. Kakashi looked at Iruka, also curious as to what he was going to do. Close your eyes for a minute, Iruka said after getting up. Confused, Hinata closed her eyes. Trusting Iruka fully since she now knows that Iruka won't do anything to her, she soon felt something going around her forehead. Something heavy. Okay. You can open your eyes now, she heard Iruka say. Opening her eyes, she was met with two smiling men that was held with pride. This confused her for a moment till she put her hands up to her forehead. Her eyes widened when she felt something solid in a cloth. She looked up at her brothers with wide shocked eyes. Congratulations, you graduate, Iruka said with a grin. Kakashi too held a happy grin. Hinata felt tears rise up her eyes and automatically rushed up to give her brothers a tight hug. They were both happy to see their little Imouto so happy. The three soon decided to head home and get some sleep since it was almost morning. Unbeknownst to them, not far from them behind a tree stood a tall young man. He has wild spiky blonde hair with wild long tufts of hair that's framing his handsome face. His two azure blue eyes held with pride and childlike happiness as he watched the three leave. Especially toward Hinata. He wore a white-collared cloak with red flames coming at the bottom of his cloak. On the back read, Yandaime. Underneath it was a black hakama. At the side of his hip was a long katana with a wind-like energy surrounding it. The young man held a bright smile. Good job, Hinata. It's almost time, he said as he suddenly vanished with the wind. As Kakashi, Iruka, and Hinata walked back home, Iruka found himself wondering about something. Both Iruka and Kakashi had both healed from the mixed chakra and Reiatsu earlier. Nay, Hina-chan, didn't you already know the Kage Bunshin? Why did you go relearning it? Iruka asked. Well, I kind of forgot that I already learned it because of all the excitement and anxiety I was feeling. Fortunately, I remembered and looked through the scroll again. I managed to learn another jutsu from that scroll that seemed interesting to me. Not to mention with everything that has happened during the fight. I completely forgotten to use the summoning jutsu to summon any of the wolfpack, Hinata explained. Kakashi nods. That's understandable but I am surprised that you can make so many of those shadow clones. Not even ANBUs can make that many, Kakashi said. Really? Wow, I didn't know it requires so much chakra that even the Anbu Black Ops have trouble with it, Hinata said, astonished. Kakashi is right, though. Now let's all go home. It's been a long night for all of us, Iruka said. Agreeing with the young man, they all went home and slept for the night. If Hinata knew what's to come once asleep, she would have decided to stay up all night. Again her dreams were different than any other dreams she had dreamt of in the past. She was surrounded by different people. There might be at least 13 people. What shocked and scared her was that most of them looked almost like that of a hollow. They all looked different in their own way. They even looked more human. She couldn't make out their appearances but she could see the hole on their chest or somewhere near it, where the soul chain should be. Then there were the three men in the way back that looked like they were the leaders of the group. especially the one in the middle of the three. She couldn't believe who they were. They were all Shinigamis. But more importantly, the young man in the middle of the three Shinigamis was the very man who had been in her dreams for the past 5 years. The very man who always ended up capturing her and taking her away from him. The young man smiled at her, that sended chills down her spine. "Welcome to the group Kuretenshi Harem, my wizard weapon," he said with a sick and cruel smile. "What? Kuretenshi Harem? Dark Angel Princess? Wizard? Weapon? What is he talking about?" Confused, Hinata turned around and found a mirror nearby. Going toward it to get a good look at it, she was shocked from what she is seeing. A gasp escaped her lips. There in front of her was herself, but with a completely different look that was scaring her to the very core at the sight. Just like the rest of the hollowed souls that were there, she too has a hollow mask that covered half of her face. She looked like she was a bit older than what she should be. Her hair has grown a bit past her shoulders. What shocked her was that her raven blue hair has blue and violet streaks running down her hair. Her eyes were dark violet with dark cat-like slits running down the middle of her eyes. The half-hollow mask looked that of a dragon with straight rows of teeth. At the end of the rows of teeth was one long, sharp fang. On her forehead was a red crystal with a picture of a dragon on it, as if protecting the red crystal. Both on her right cheek and on the left side of the mask where her cheek was, were 3 refined and thick red whiskers. Her ears became more pointed at the end of her ears, like that of an elf. Her fangs and nails lengthened and sharpened. On her chest was a hole in between her very developed chest. She wore a white sleeve-less kimono top with a white collared coat with a dragon on the back. She wore tight black shorts that reached above her knees. She wore 2 fingerless black gloves with a metal plate on it. She still wore her black ninja sandals. On her back were both of her zanpakutos. She couldn't believe how much she changed. Then everything turned black as she felt her eyes drop down, when she opened them again only to have her blood run cold. Her eyes widened in horror at the sight before her. She could feel her whole being tremble in fear. There in front of her stood a familiar young man who looked a bit older and taller since she last saw him. His once white spiked hair was stained in blood. His blue-green eyes were half open from fatigue. His zanpakuto was still held from his stained and bloody tanned hands. His black hakama and white garb were torn and covered in blood. He looked at her with sad and painful eyes. She felt her chest tightened as her heart kept beating uncontrollably. She looked down toward her hands only to have her eyes widen in horror at the bloody clawed hands that were holding onto both of her zanpakutos. She noticed something different about her zanpakutos. They seemed darker and reek of evil and darkness. That's when she noticed the blood stains from her hollowed form. Her heart felt like it was going to stop once she realized that the blood did not belong to her but to the boy in front of her. Suddenly the white-haired Shinigami fell to the ground as the ice around his arms and back shattered. She watched in horror as his blood flooded around him, making a small puddle of his red blood. She could feel a wet tear run down her right cheek from her right dark lavender, cat-slit eyes. Her mouth became dry and could feel a painful stab from her chest as her heart pounded rapidly against her chest. Toshiro. The young man did not answer or move. Her fears began to rise as the Shinigami did not move. Her heart started to beat even faster and louder from her eardrums. Tears began to pour down as she finally realized what she had done. Her mouth ran dry as her whole body trembled even more, if that were possible. Her already pale face became even paler. She started to drop her zanpakuto. Toshiro. With a startled start, Hinata sat up from her bed after waking up from her terrible nightmare. She was a complete messier than she had ever been before. Sweat were covering her whole body with her pajamas stick to her sticky skin. Her lavender-slit eyes were puffy red from her welled-up tears that kept overflowing her eyes that held horror, fear, and deep sadness. She was much paler than her natural pale complexion. Her breathing was shaky yet heavily panting at a fast rate. Her whole body trembled from her nightmare experience. She rapidly looked around the room and then she shakily let out a sigh. She slowly trembled out of her room and took a towel with her as she trembled toward the bathroom. She immediately took off her clothes in a basket and entered the warm shower. As she showered, Hinata thought back about the dream. What was that about? What does that all mean? Hinata fearfully wondered. With that put aside for now, Hinata finished her shower and went to dress up in her usual clothes. After strapping her zanpakuto on her back, she left the room to go make breakfast for the boys that would soon be awakened. When the sun hit its warm gaze on Naruto's face, he was immediately awakened. The light black bags around his eyes showed that he hadn't slept that well. His worries over his little sister kept him awake most of the night. With a huge yawn, Naruto got out of his bed and went to take his shower. After finishing his quick shower, he slipped into his new set of clothes that he had gotten yesterday. "I hope Hina-chan is alright," Naruto muttered as he strapped both of his zanpakutos. "You shouldn't worry so much about her, young pup. Kakashi has it covered. He wouldn't let anything happen to your little sister," Riku said. "But I can't help it. I know that Kakashi will be able to protect her, but I can't help but be worried. Why would Hinata suddenly vanish, then all of a sudden Iruka pops up from our door with a paled face and saying that something has gone wrong with Hinata? It just doesn't make sense," Naruto said. "You still worry so much, pup. Hinata wouldn't want that, and besides, if anything did happen then I'm sure Hinata will tell you in time. You just have to be patient on some things. Remember your training, young pup. Remember what Kakashi and Hitsugaya have taught you," Riku said. Naruto sighed. "You're right. I shouldn't think so rashly, thanks Riku." "You're welcome, pup. Hey, Naruto, aren't you ever going to tell Kakashi, Hitsugaya, and Hinata about your father's warning? I mean, you are Genin now and your father said that the troubles and crisis will start happen once you were Genin," Riku asked. "Yeah. I plan to tell them tonight since we'll be able to know who our teammates are without getting any distractions about my father's warning." You're probably right about that, pup. Good luck then," Riku said. "Thanks. You didn't need to talk like I'm about to die," Naruto said with his eyebrow twitching. Riku merely laughed. "It seems some of your brother's habits were passed on to you," Riku said, filled with amusement. Naruto merely muttered about stupid tigers and their fun for his amusements for his expense. "If you only knew what had happened to your little sister, young pup. The same will happen to you very soon. The secret that lays deep inside you will soon be awakened and shall be revealed really soon," Riku thought somberly. After he took his bath and dressed into his proper clothes on, Hitsugaya went out toward the door. Under his eyes were light bags like Naruto's. He couldn't sleep that well. His worries about Hinata and then the sudden nightmare when he finally slept, kept him awake most of the night. He was in a total wreck. His nightmare were the same as the other ones with minor differences. When he slipped out of his room, he heard a joyful cry and huge bang downstairs. He knew that voice belonged to his younger brother, Naruto. No one can ever forget that voice and his little brother always made sure of that. Sometimes he wondered if his brother did take his and Kakashi's training seriously. Wonder why Naruto's excited now, Hitsugaya wondered. It must be Hinata. Maybe Kakashi has finally gotten her back, Hiranmaru suggested. Hitsugaya's eyes widened and felt his heart began to pound rapidly against his chest. With a deep breath, Hitsugaya quickly walked downstairs. That's when he laid eyes on those ever-familiar lavender-slit eyes that always haunted his very consciousness. He suddenly felt joy and warmth inside her chest once he saw her. "Ah, someone's in love," Hiranmaru teased with a satisfied smirk. A small blush appeared upon his cheeks. "Shut up. You're sounding too much like Naruto and Kakashi-Nisan," Hitsugaya growled. Hiranmaru rolled his eyes. "Come on, admit it. You're in love with Hinata," Hiranmaru said. Hitsugaya's eyebrow twitched considerably. "I am not in love with Hinata." Hiranmaru groaned in annoyance. How long will this last? These two have been in love with each other for so long and yet they still won't admit it, Hiranmaru thought angrily. Calming down, Hitsugaya walked into the kitchen and hit Hinata on the head with the hilt of his zanpakuto. Hinata's eyes widened from shock and began holding onto her head with a groan coming out of her lips. Kakashi's eyes and Naruto's eyes widened with their lips twitching upwards but knew when Hitsugaya was in a real bad mood along with being worried to those precious to him wasn't a funny matter. Hitsugaya merely looked at Hinata with his eyes half opened, almost looking bored like Kakashi's. "I can't believe how stupid you can be," Hitsugaya muttered angrily. Hinata's eyes widened from recognizing his voice. Kakashi and Naruto quietly left the kitchen to give the couple alone time. Hinata turned around and could easily see the worry behind Hitsugaya's usual neutral, cold green blue eyes. Her lavender slightly slit eyes soften. Hitsugaya sighed as slowly wrapped his arms around Hinata's waist and brought her toward his chest as he gave her a warm hug. Hinata's eyes slightly widened as a blush graced upon her usual pale cheeks. Hitsugaya subconsciously nuzzled and breathed into her raven blue hair. Hinata held onto him and buried her face from his chest. She could feel her heart pound rapidly against her chest and felt herself relax against Hitsugaya's safe arms. She felt safe there and... right. Kakashi and Naruto both smirked behind the kitchen door. How long do you suppose those two will both realize it? Kakashi asked. Not long, but from what Shikamaru had said, it really won't be long till they finally realize it, Naruto said. I could see your point. I bet Sasuke won't like this one bit, Kakashi mused. That will just be a plus considering he won't stop harassing her, Naruto growled. Kakashi nodded in agreement. That's true. Hopefully that boy won't do anything to ruin all of this, Kakashi said. Naruto snorted. Yeah, like that will ever happen, Naruto said sarcastically. Kakani-san, you know that Sasuke Teme will do anything he could to get Hinata.
Kakashi sighed. True. But we can only hope that won't be the case. Although...
What? What is it? Naruto asked curiously. If Sasuke were to still pursue Hinata like he had done during the academy days even after going into a different team, wouldn't that just make Hitsugaya even more jealous and make him confess much sooner? I mean, look what had Sasuke pursuing had done to Hitsugaya. He was becoming more and more jealous as if late, Kakashi said. Naruto thought about it. That is true. Whenever Sasuke tries to flirt or pursue Hinata, Hitsugaya becomes like a jealous dragon, Naruto thought. Well, what do you expect, pup? He really doesn't want what is his be taken away from him, Riku chuckled. True, Naruto agreed. He looked back at his older brother. So you were saying to keep letting Sasuke interfering? Naruto asked. Kakashi shrugged then nodded. Basically yes, until Hitsugaya finally admits his true feelings toward Hinata, Kakashi said. I guess it's all right, Naruto reluctantly muttered. Back to the said couple. They separated from their hug with Hitsugaya having a slight pink tint and Hinata with a full-blown blush. Come on, let's get going and get Naruto. We'll be late otherwise, Hitsugaya finally said after some time. Hinata nodded and shyly smiled. You can come out, Kakashi-Nisan, Naruto Tuto, Hitsugaya calmly said. Hinata jumped by surprise and began to blush to a ripe tomato when Kakashi and Naruto came out with a sheepish grin. I see you have noticed, Kakashi cheerfully said. Hitsugaya's right eye twitched as he felt his brother's greeting reminded him of someone. His head began to throb but just ignored it as he just rubbed his head as if in annoyance. Hirenmaru looked up with interest. It seems that his memories are coming back. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, Hirenmaru thought worriedly. Hitsugaya rolled his eyes. Of course I noticed Kakashi-Nisan. You both never masked your chakra, Hitsugaya said. Oh well, it's not like you had anything to hide. Or did you? We never gotten to see the last half of it, Kakashi asked innocently. Hinata blushed uncontrollably and did something that she hadn't done for 5 years. She fainted. Everyone blinked by surprise while Hitsugaya sighed. He walked toward Hinata's unconscious form and gently picked her up bridal style. Come on Naruto. We don't want to be late for class. See you later Kakashi-Nisan, Hitsugaya said as he grabbed Hinata's zanpakutos and left the room. Alright, I'm coming. See you later, Kaka-Nisan. Naruto waved goodbye and soon left the house, running after the white-haired Shinigami. Kakashi shook his head in amusement. Yes. I'll be seeing you sooner than you expect my little brothers, Kakashi thought.
Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata, who happened to have woken up while they walked toward the academy, all sat down in their respectable seats. Hinata looked around to find her third friend that she, Hitsugaya, and Naruto made during the academy years. Their third companion was a great friend and not like the rest of children in the academy, not to mention she was the second girl that Sasuke wanted to claim.
Hey guys. Morning Shiro-kun, Ruto-kun, Nata-chan. The 3 Shinigamis turned their heads to see their great friend. She had soft wavy brown-black hair with lavender streaks on them. She had a cute heart-shaped face with a small cute nose. Her eyes were beautiful shade of purple-blue eyes that were slightly slitted like Hinata's. She wore a black hotted sweater with a white 12-tailed fox on the back. The sweater was completely unzipped, which showed off her black sleeveless shirt that showed her perfectly shaped. Around her neck stood a silver 3-pointed crown chained necklace. She wore fingerless gloves with yellow and red strips across them. She wore a black knee-length shorts with lavender and blue strips around her hips like belts and black ninja sandals. Around her both of her wrists were 2 keychains each. One was a heart-shaped keychain and the other was a 6-pointed star that was colored in blue and lavender with angel wings behind it from her right wrist. On her left wrist was a 5-pointed star keychain that looked like it had a face on it, and the other was a black 3-pointed crown. She was known as an outcast from the village because of how different she was, and especially of her Kiki Genkai that matched of a Zanpakuto's powers. Her Ryotsu was very large like their own. She was also an orphan who was found outside of their village covered in blood. Thanks to the Sandame, she was allowed to live in the village inside the orphanage. Turned out that she was immediately kicked out of the village by the age of 4 and was left out in the streets. The orphanage she lived in was completely different from Naruto's, so they never met. She always had to manage how to live out on her own and fight, along with practicing her fighting ability on her own. The Sandame managed to give her an apartment for to live on once he had gotten word from her getting kicked out. Hinata admired her from her strength as she walked with a grin, while the people in the village just glared at her with such hatred. She didn't know why would they hate her when she hadn't done anything, and she knows that it doesn't have anything to do with the fox picture on her back she always wore. She found out the reason why she wore the fox picture was because she kept seeing about the same fox in her dreams. The girl was the first to ask to be friends with the 3 Shinigamis. At first they were suspicious, but once they noticed her eyes, they noticed something that haunted them and worried them. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, sadness, and nose that of pain along with grief. They were eyes not of a child, or should even belong to a child. They simply looked too old for one that was filled with sadness and saw of that of death. Once they let her in, they found themselves liking the girl a lot. She was strong, brave, strong-willed, fun, and great to be with. Not to mention a great friend. She always stuck to Hinata and ends up getting in trouble instead by the teachers. Hinata felt really bad and wanted to say she was the one, but seeing her giving her a look not to say anything, she didn't. It was like she was able to control her from getting into trouble. After a year getting to know her and being friends with her, they found out that her life wasn't easy and great as they thought, even with the haunted look behind those twinkled eyes. When they were walking around to get some shopping for food, they stumbled upon a mob near the alley. Hinata shivered seeing a mob since it reminded her of her own bad experience before meeting Hitsugaya. At first they thought it was nothing and thought that they were merely gathering to plan to ambush Hinata. When they were about to leave, they heard a small whimper and yelp. They turned around and were wide-eyed and sickened to what they were seeing. In the middle of the mob was their bloodied friend who looked injured and dead. She was repeatedly stripped and slashed by the people around her from objects they had in their hands. When they looked into her eyes, they were shocked to see dull purple eyes that looked completely empty. She looked completely like a shell with her spirit out of her body. The 3 Shinigamis noticed that she didn't fight back as they tortured her to near death. They had enough and immediately ran to get their brother. They all knew that they couldn't fight them without hurting them, not to mention that if they did, this will just give the council an excuse to kill Hinata. Kakashi barely made it to save the girl from dying. He managed to make it from getting her to the hospital. He too was shocked to see the villagers do this to a mere child who hadn't done a thing. He was again shocked that even the nurses or doctors not wanting to help the child. With a one dangerous threat from Kakashi, they immediately set to work from healing her. Kakashi stayed to make sure they do their work. When the Sandame had gotten word, the trio Shinigami were really scared to see a complete pissed off Hokage. They shivered remembering the mere anger from his once warm eyes. That's when they found out that the Sandame saw their friend like his grandchild, just like them, since she was left alone with no one to be there for her. This gave them more respect toward the Hokage for doing everything he could do to make their friend happy. It turned out that this wasn't their friend's first attempt from being nearly killed. They noticed whole set of scars from her body that they could see from her gown. Not only that, but they heard from the Sandame that she had more than this, but because of her healing abilities that matched Hinata's and Naruto's own, they weren't visible anymore. This brought their friendship for their new friend even more. They were brought even closer, but the 3 Shinigamis weren't able to heal their friend's scarred spirit from all the hell she was put through.
Hitsugaya and Hinata also noticed the closeness that Naruto and their friend were going. They found out that their brother was falling for and hard. It explained how worried he gets and how broken and sad he gets whenever something happens to their friend. Not that they were complaining because they thought the girl was perfect for their brother. She was always kind and fun, and when she gets angry, she either puts a prank on that person who made her angry or just shouts at them. Nothing too violent like that Sakura Banshee, as they called her. Yeah, when she hits she only smacks lightly. She really doesn't like hurting others who were important to her. Not to mention she wasn't like the rest of the girls. She was totally tomboyish, who also loved doing pranks and train, but also loves writing stories that always interested Hitsugaya, Naruto, and Hinata. They loved her stories and were also one of the only books Naruto likes reading other than training scrolls and jutsus and sealing scrolls. They told her that she should go publish them, but she merely blushed and said they weren't that great to get published. They all smiled at that, even Hitsugaya. They all knew too well that she was always modest, considering the fact she rarely gets compliments. They also knew that she was always one to worry about others than herself. If her friends or those precious to her were in trouble, she will go help them without a thought, doubt, or fear about the consequences. She was always one to care about others, but that was something they love about their friend, especially to a certain blonde. Their friend's name was Hoshi. She never knew her last name, so all she had was her first name. Hoshi still held secrets about her life that she really didn't want to talk about till she was completely comfortable and gets over it. The three didn't pry of her dark secrets till she was comfortable with it and fully respected them. They knew she had a reason to keep it to herself, not to mention that she had promised that she would tell them about it. They knew that she was not one to hide any secrets from them, but they understood of her trusting problems. For all the things she had been through from the village, they understood why she doesn't fully trust them with her secrets. They weren't offended, they knew it was mere instinct from what she had gone through. Her life filled with betrayals was something they understood and were never angry when she was hiding something dark from her past. They were okay with it because she never lies to them and always told the truth when she hides something. She never lied, that doesn't. Good morning, Hoshi, the three said. Hoshi smiled and sat right next Naruto, completely oblivious from the small blush the blonde had upon his cheeks. Hitsugaya and Hinata were both amused by this. Hoshi was always oblivious of Naruto's feelings, especially whenever he blushes, since she always thought that he had a fever. They couldn't understand how Hoshi could not see it. Like they're one to talk. Lol. So, do you think it will be possible for all of us to be in the same team? Hoshi asked. Probably, considering there will be one team to have 4 people in it, Hitsugaya said. He had a soft spot for his friends, so he doesn't ever say anything with a cold or monotone voice with Naruto, Hinata, Hoshi, Kakashi, Iruka, Sarutobi, and the Ichiraku people. I hope so, Hoshi groaned. The 3 Shinigamis knew that every one of their classmates always glared or tried to sexually harass her, which always boiled Naruto's blood. The only people she will consider be within were practically much nicer and neutral were Shino, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji. The 4 don't actually hate her, and their parents don't even hate at all, but always smiled at her. Don't worry, Hoshi, if you're not with us, I'm sure Hokage-sama will let you be with people who don't hate you. Remember, he doesn't want anything to happen to you, Hinata said. I know, thanks, Nata-chan, Hoshi said with a smile. So what do you plan to go after all of this is done? Naruto asked Hoshi. I'm planning to go to Ichiraku's. Tsuki and Ayame are basically the only people who let me eat at their restaurant. Not to mention they said they will be giving me my grocery foods today since I ran out of food, Hoshi said. Hitsugaya shook his head in disgust. I still can't believe what the village does to you, Hitsugaya said coldly. Hoshi smiled at Hitsugaya. Don't worry about it, Shiro-kun. I'm fine with it. I'm already used to the treatment. I mean, it's been happening since I was kid, remember? Hoshi said. Yes, I do remember, but it still doesn't excuse the villagers. Besides, you shouldn't be used to this treatment, Hoshi. It's just plain wrong, Hitsugaya said, glaring out at the village. Naruto sighed and put his hand over Hitsugaya's shoulder. Just let it go, Shiro. You know that she will be stubborn about it, Naruto said. Hitsugaya sighed. He really hated how the village were treating both Hinata and Hoshi. Hinata gave the white-haired boy a small smile. They soon heard two familiar females shouting that came from the classroom door. The four groaned in annoyance. They turned around and were right to who they were. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamaka, two of Sasuke's biggest fangirls. They were downright annoying for the four of them. I got here first, Ino pig. Sakura shouted. No, I did. Billboard brow. Ino shouted. No, I did. Sakura shouted. No, I did. Ino shouted. I did. Ino pig. I did. Billboard brow. The four groaned in annoyance and covered their ears, or in Hitsugaya's case, icily glare at them. Can someone shut them up? Hoshi groaned. She's really not one for patience when it comes to the pink and blonde. No, that's just an insult to Naruto yellow-haired banshees. No one remember. The only one who can is, Naruto said. Suddenly Sasuke walked in along with several other girls behind them. Seeing Sasuke walking in immediately shut both Sakura and Ino up. Sasuke. Naruto groaned as he, Hoshi, Hitsugaya, and Hinata uncovered their sensitive ears. I wish you weren't going to say that. Now the emo prince just walked in, Hoshi muttered with a groan. Hitsugaya let out a smirk from the name that Hoshi called the Uchiha. Hoshi really knew how to insult someone. Soon Iruka finally walked with a clipboard in his hands for the team assignments. His face had a serious expression. He knew that he was to treat them not as students but as trained adult ninjas. Some will die, some might become criminals, and others might become legends. I now congratulate you all to have become ninjas. I am glad to say that I am proud to each and every one of you who have reached this far. Now, I will assign you into groups along with your Junin senseis. Team 1. The four now genin blocked out what Iruka was saying. They all hope they will remain together. They really don't want to be separated from each other. If anything, they wanted to remain together. They all remained to their thoughts till Iruka finally called out their names. Team 7 will be Hitsugaya Toshiro. The four looked up. Naruto Uzumaki. Hitsugaya and Naruto smiled at one another. Hinata Hyuga. The three smiled. All that is left was Hoshi, and then they can finally become a team. And Sasuke Uchiha. Your Junin sensei is Kakashi Hatake. Iruka finished as he made a face. Everything was silent. Everyone didn't say a word. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.